It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Time to talk about something big. Introducing perks. This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get a choice between 2 minor perks. We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades. They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your major perk level, you'll get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades, letting you fine-tune your playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level up Orisa to level 2, your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify. Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3, though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin for a protective barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect with major perks with Torbjorn. For Torb's major perk options, you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls. With this added flexibility, Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents with sneaky turret placement. Finally, let's round it out with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker. You might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on, you might want Ana's second major perk option. Give yourself Nano Boost when it's activated on an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We were looking for a system that we could layer on top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match. We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies and support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication this community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when the 2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon variant out of this world. We developed new tech to support applying this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand. And hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming. At Platinum and above, you'll now get exclusive weapon charms alongside the existing titles. We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these rewards for the first time in Season 16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any mode by rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride. We're also excited to report that we're bringing rank icons back to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play. We'd like to do more of this sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their skill by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now, Season 15's rank reset. We've tuned our ranks again, and we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft resets work best when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bans are officially coming to the game. We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it. Don't worry, no pools or cats in pools are involved. We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating heroes without punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game after hero bans. Both hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about is a quality of life update I've wanted to build since my first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number one, and that's improved hero information. In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges, and perks. Of course, Season 15 isn't just about competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15 is the return of loot boxes. You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback. We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free track of the Battle Pass. And of course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes for just playing. There are plenty of ways to earn them. We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
I'm really excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron has written a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make 6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in Summer Games, and of course, face the horrors of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween. Outside of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years. We started in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch. 21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role locks. Then in January, we rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra, Orisa, and Doomfist. But you can't do Overwatch Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATs. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had 3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key headshot or flanking play will make a difference. GOATs meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual heals, and of course, dual ults. Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019 to see if you have it in you to be the GOAT.
Today, we introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet Freya. Codenamed Windasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game. Freya hails from the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned search and rescue operative, dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now, she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with take aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks. Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of wind and catch those rooftop campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your skills like never before. Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range aim. Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter to hire. Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting to give you a sneak peek at Hero 44. Codenamed Aqua, this Chinese water wielder has one of the most unique ability sets that we have ever developed. You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya hero trial coming later in Season 15. Keep following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for strategy, teamwork, and hero evolution. Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016. TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds, nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every player's limits. This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild them too. Here's the twist. Mods. Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for your hero. Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities. Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron?
Thank you so much, Aaron. Wow, this is crazy.
Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar?
Yes, let's talk strategy. Picture this, Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky diva, or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely. What works as an edge in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user experience layout to make navigating your mods simple and fun. The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity. You'll have complete control of your currency, so how and when you spend could be the key to victory. It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative. You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like Payload Race or Paintball. And hey, while this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
We have some stunning cosmetics lined up, and I'm thrilled to brag about my team's hard work. Earlier today, you saw a brief glimpse of Season 15, but let's dive a bit deeper. Our Season 15 Mythic skin is for Zenyatta. Zenyatta will have heavenly visual effects and sound effects to complement his godly ascension. Our concept artist jumped on this one. She was really inspired by the Golden Dragon Pichu, and the team rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our 5th Mythic weapon is for Widowmaker, coming out at Season 15 mid-cycle. We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy, and our concept artist took that literally. I don't have favorites, but if I did, the theme for our Season 16 Mythics is very near and dear to my heart. The team has been waiting forever to put our spin on the beloved Maho Shoujo genre. I'm so excited to introduce Dokiwatch, which pits the heroes of heart against the hollow hearts. Dokiwatch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic and blends them with the sleek technology of Overwatch. Our heroes' Magitech weapons are empowered by their animal familiars to fight against the hollow hearts and their looming threat of woe. Tiny sharks, a fox, a cat, and even mischievous bunnies are ready to fight by your side. They're cute, they're fierce, and they'll make your heart doki doki. When it was time to pick the leader of the Heroes of Heart, the choice was obvious. Mars' favorite daughter gets a splash of pink in her mythic skin. Juno's radiance spreads hope wherever she goes, making her extremely powerful in the fight against woe. Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her corrupted evil look too. But don't worry, Mercy Mains, I've got you covered. She's getting the Season 16 Mythic weapon. At mid-season, the ridiculously cute Elios joins the fight. I'm not going to say much, because I think the concept really speaks for itself. He's just a little guy. Since Overwatch 2 was released, players have been asking for a Mythic for this hero. She's a little bit of extra work for my team specifically, but it was time to make it happen. Our Season 17 Mythic skin is for Diva. We hope she lives up to your expectations. For her Mythic, Diva will take on the spiritual aura of South Korea's national animal, the Siberian tiger. She'll have customizable hairstyles on the pilot, as well as a pink and an Empire Red colorway, so you can style her however you want. Season 17 will also feature Reaper's Mythic weapon, designed to capture the allure of corruption. We asked our concept artist to make something edgy, and he really did deliver. With distinct weapons for each hand, they reflect Reaper's duality, his descent from beloved Overwatch commander to feared talent agent. Oh, and one last thing. While we aren't quite ready to reveal them yet, throughout the upcoming year, we have some very exciting collaborations. But there's one coming in Season 15 that me and my girlies can give a slight reveal to.
Hello, we are the Seven. We're so excited to announce our second collaboration with Overwatch 2. Woo! There will be brand new in-game skins and cosmetics coming this March. We can't wait to reveal all the details, so stay tuned for more information. See you all in-game soon. Bye!
Hi gamers, this is Bailey from the Overwatch Esports team. Something new is always coming to Overwatch, and Overwatch Esports is no different. We've tweaked our competitive formats a bit to provide you all the things that you actually care about. More things to play in, more matches to watch, more coverage of your favorite players, drops to earn, and some awesome dynamic gameplay through the addition of hero bands, which we've never done before. We just wrapped up our inaugural 2024 season at DreamHack Stockholm this November, where Team Falcons from OWCS Korea took home the win. We're really excited for the future of OWCS to provide the most accessible competitive environment that we have ever had. Want to know, though, how the OWCS is getting even better in 2025? We're going from 2 to 3 stages and live events, bringing you 3 events across the world to even more players. We're doubling the gameplay that we're providing and the number of broadcasts. We're introducing Faceit leaks to our ecosystem and integrating it directly into OWCS, making it easier to follow and providing more chances to compete and have some fun with your friends. Additionally, we're adding a new tournament phase to the competition through a promotion relegation tournament, allowing more chances to qualify and new exciting stakes to your matches. On top of that, we're introducing a team partner program, bringing some iconic esports brands to OWCS across our different regions. We'll be supporting a bunch of in-game items that you can purchase so you can rep your favorite team, and the proceeds go directly to support those teams and players. This year, we are also welcoming a few new regions to OWCS. We know how incredibly passionate our players in China and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to the OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia. We've introduced rank-based divisions to Faceit and calling out heroes that just make matches more fair, competitive, and fun. The OWCS 2025 season is kicking off right now. Head to our channels or website to find the schedule so that you don't miss a single match. Then you can tune in to earn some awesome viewership rewards, cheer on your favorite players and teams, or learn a thing or two about your favorite hero. We hope to see you there.
Getting to be a part of this amazing team of brilliant developers, artists, engineers, and more, as we've evolved Overwatch together with all of you, has been one of the highlights of my career. We are so excited about all that has been shown today, but we didn't even touch on so many more great updates coming your way. Throughout the rest of this year, we are going to roll out numerous quality of life changes, such as map voting, and as Gavin mentioned, hero bans. We also didn't even touch on what is one of the most impactful changes coming later this year, more map reworks. There will be reworks of both original Flashpoint maps, Suravasa, and New Junk City. We also are working on major reworks to another batch of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also coming to the game. And a new Tokyo map. We have so much planned to share with you throughout the year. More details, more content, more ways to experience Overwatch. It is our goal to keep exploring and delivering new fun ways to play Overwatch than we've ever done before. I cannot wait to show you what this team has been working on. Thank you for the hours and hours of dedication you all give to this game. We are thrilled to keep working with you through feedback and engagement on growing what we do to improve Overwatch 2. I hope you all have a fantastic time when these changes start rolling out in just a few weeks with Season 15. Now let's go make a great game.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer. course, there's absolutely not. This is my match.
From Naga. Boop, straight in the bag.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Lib, even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down plus him. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what a stick! What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Hello and welcome all. Happy Valentine's Day, happy Single Awareness Day, or just a regular old Friday, whatever you want to celebrate. This is the penultimate week of our Stage 1 regular season. That means it's the second to last week already. Yep, we're already that deep into Stage 1. Let's take a look once again at our format, at our season schedule, so we know exactly where we currently are finding ourselves. Format this year has been pretty simple. We have three stages, each with a regular season round robin, followed by playoffs and the relegation/promotion matches. And of course, 3 very exciting live events all around the globe. That's right. We're gonna go to Riyadh. We're gonna go to China. We're gonna go to Stockholm again. It's gonna be a good time across the board. And at each of these events, we're gonna see the top teams from each region battle it out for big cash money and another achievement on their Wikipedia page. So lots to fight for those red teams and red players out there. Exciting stuff. Speaking of exciting things, you probably have been joining us here on stream already a few minutes prior to me coming on air, and you already may have taken a glimpse at the spotlight earlier this week as it was happening live just a few days ago. I personally just caught up on all the action yesterday. I wasn't invited for whatever reasons, neither were Jack and Negra, so I thought, let's bring him in and chat about all the things we missed out on. Hey, friends.
I think you're just digging at Johnny here. This is the whole, like, Johnny.
I said not a word about Johnny, my good friend Johnny.
You were thinking it.
I love him having a good time. That's what I'm here for. Just Johnny on top.
No, it
That's right.
Sick. And it's crazy too, because it's like next week. It feels like, okay, I love announcements, guys, and it's going to be happening next month. It's going to be happening a couple months down the line, but it's like in a few days. Like, it's crazy amount of content that's dropping.
Yeah, Nekra, what got you the most hyped?
Honestly, there's so much to take away. I'm so excited about perks. I'm really excited about the stadium game mode that's going to be coming, but the skins... Sheesh.
Right, we have we have so much to talk to. Yeah, season 15, we'll see the return of loot boxes as well. Ka-ching! 6v6, of course, competitive queue, goats. I don't know who asked for it. Probably.
Oh, it was me.
Jack.
It was me.
Actually, it was actually Jack. Galactic weapon skins actually goes hard. I personally am not.
Widow mythic weapon. They have goats back. They have loot boxes.
Season 15 is just for you, Jack. Is that possible?
I know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
We're gonna have a competitive rank reset as well. Let's talk about more. I mean, so same actually. Let's talk about some of the details here. Let's start with that Zen Mythic skin, shall we?
Oh,
Jack,
yeah.
walk us through.
Oh, man, I've been waiting for this for so long. Ever since the game came out, like Overwatch 2, we transitioned towards it, and it's like, okay, Mythic skins, fantastic. So when's Zen getting a skin, guys? When is he getting a skin? And finally, man, it looks so clean. And look, the Galactic competitive weapons with the purple colorway with this is gonna go crazy.
Gold weapon's gonna be nice.
With the gold as well. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good.
I love whenever they draw on like actual mythical creatures, like history and whatnot. And obviously, this one being the, I'm gonna say it wrong. Necro, can Pishu?
Yeah.
Pishu or Pishu?
There's Pishu.
Either way.
I can't pronounce anything. I'm not saying anything.
There's a couple different ways, but I'm so excited too. Panthers. Yippee!
Yeah, they did this one justice. Very, very cool.
Oh, yeah.
To see it as a skin. Now, of course, Doki Overwatch, my magical girl heart is just leaping. I hate that I love this so much, honestly.
Why?
I don't want to
Why do you hate it?
I'm so that girl. I don't know. They are absolutely good. Is that Brig? Was that Brig?
That was Brig. Brig, Widowmaker, Juno in there, man. Yeah.
But Necro, that pastel skin.
Oh my god, just wait for it. Just wait for it. First of all, I don't know how the Juno Mythic skin keeps getting better. You got the little baby shark next to you, which is just so perfect. And with the pastel, I love it.
So pretty.
I go back.
The evil one looks good, I will say.
This one though. Okay, season 16, mythic weapon for Mercy. This is Cerberus. I love Cardcaptor Sakura. It's Cerberus. I'm so happy. Ooh, and of course, finally, a diva.
The face mask variant on that one goes crazy. I love this one. They were speaking about it in the spotlight and how much work they've kind of put into this skin. Obviously, diva being like the mech and the pilot version as well. Yeah, it looks good, man. I cannot wait for these ones.
And now that it rained 3 drops or 5 here in California, this seems to be on topic. Let's take a look at the rainy day skins.
It's actually so on theme. Like, it was storming yesterday in LA. My entire block went out. Maybe if I had an umbrella, it would have been fine.
It's literally like it's a drizzle and California goes under. It's
seriously.
so funny to me. Anyway, we really needed it. We also really needed those skins. They're so good. The 3 of us should cosplay this. I'm gonna assign Kiriko. That's you, Necro. Obviously, yeah. I'm gonna be Mercy because I'm Swiss.
Okay.
Jack, you are aquatic. It's aquatic adjacent.
Also,
right?
my May's pretty good, so actually, yeah, that makes sense for me. Okay,
I love
I'm
it.
down. I'm down
Okay,
for the
so
May.
when are we gonna hit the server together? That's what I'm asking.
Right. As soon as we have the skins.
Sure.
As soon as we have the skins, we're gonna hit them servers. Of course, everyone watching is like, why are they just babbling about skins when they just announced perks? I get it. Okay, we have to talk about the biggest addition to the game and the system. I mean, nothing has ever been implemented that changed it so drastically, I feel. Like, fundamentally, the way you play is going to be different. So just like the TLDR for perks, you level up your character as you play, your hero character. And then you start off with level 1, you get minor perks. So that's going to be like small buffs and increases to like, you know, cooldown reduction, maybe health or like stuff like that. It's just small little tweaks. And then you get to the major perks when you level up, and that's where that's like game changing, character changing even.
Yeah, like character changing, like the way you play your character will change. Like one of the biggest ones that you can kind of demonstrate this with is like the Orisa one. You can have the spear that like pierces through people, or you can just remove the spear entirely and have your old like barrier back. Like the tier 3 or like the major perks are just fundamentally like, they look a little bit game breaking right now, but that's a good thing because everything's kind of broken, and that's it's going to be a good time.
It's
going to be
breaking more,
very chaotic. Like what? Okay.
Let's look at the Torp ones.
Of course, I had to pick the Torb to start off the show with. So the Torb ones. So when you hit level 2, you get the minor, like Zoe said, and then when you hit level 3, you get the major. And you to gain the levels, it's just like how you'd gain ult charge, do damage healing, passively kind of getting up there as well. So when you hit level 2, you can choose one of the 2 minors, which by the way, you might be, healing people is kind of wicked. So, you can heal people, you can heal their armor with the Torb turret. With the hammer, sorry. But my favorite one is the tier 3, which is level 3 turret. When you hit E, your overload. Or Spidey turret. You can stick turrets to the wall. It's super sick.
This is filthy. Love it. I don't know. I feel so many emotions
goofy,
right now.
The best.
I love this is it's gonna go wild. Turret placements, gonna be even more interesting. Juno also got some good stuff here, Necro.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so excited about this because with the new Mythic skin, I'm about to be like a full 100% like Juno one trick on the server now.
Love that.
But these perks are insane. Like, one of the things that's amazing about some of the new support heroes that have been released for Overwatch 2 is that they provide so much utility on top of the fact that they can also be big carries. And when you take a look at some of these perks, I think that amplifies those different dichotomies even more so. Looking at Juno, we get a nice clip of Johnny actually getting a chance to check this out at the Blizzard Studios. But you have the ability for yourself to kind of get propelled forward with the speed ring. one of the major abilities that I think is insane is that you can actually crit with your blaster. Like, that changes the game for a ton of heroes because it's not just Juno. You take a look at Ana being able to headshot now. I know Jaws is excited about that one.
Yeah,
you can really get to crit with some of those abilities. And so you go from just support to major carry. I think that's so cool.
Juno was already doing enough damage, and now she can crit enemies.
I know. It's
that's pretty crazy.
The crazy thing
Really good
is,
time.
all of this has been announced yesterday, and it's gonna hit us with season 15, which is coming in, what, 4 days?
Like 4 days, like Tuesday, it's pretty close. It's crazy, it's not like, oh, it's a month away, guys. Oh, it's like next, next season after next or whatever. It's like, okay, no, it's actually like in 5 days.
Yeah, we don't even have enough time to go through all of the perks and complain about some because they will literally hit our server right away, which you love to see. As I said, perks are going to be live for OWCS players as well starting next weekend. So it's going to be a game changer for sure. We also, during the spotlight, got to see a first look at our new hero, Freya. And here to help us break down this second ever Danish DPS hero, we've got the first ever Danish DPS hero. And it is, of course, Shockwave joining us for a quick chat. Shockwave, mange tak fordi du kom. How are you?
Mange tak. I'm very good, thank you.
Of course. Great to have you here. How excited were you when you saw that we're gonna get a Danish hero? Like, is that something? I mean, as a pro player, you play the game. It's like you're not as casual. You're not about those skins and all that stuff. Did that emotionally hit you though? Like, did you get excited about that?
I mean, yeah, of course. I would say I'm a pretty proud patriot. I always try to talk my country up in the best way possible. So yeah, a Danish hero it sounds good to me.
What do you think is the most fun part about the kit? Because it looks incredibly high skill just from what we've seen in the little bits and pieces. What do you think is going to be the biggest I guess OP part of the kit? Yeah.
I mean, I saw I think it was Dante. I think I saw a clip where you reset. Is it the right click? The one we have I'm not sure. I don't know the names of the abilities yet.
It's the what are they called?
The bolts.
The single arrow
shot.
Yeah,
the bola.
Yeah. And then it resets when you dashes, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So for sure, that seems like some pretty high, skilled thing to do, where you dash, reset. It's basically
but it's the explosive bolts, not the bola. The bola, I think, is the ultimate.
Yeah, the bola is the old. The explosive bolts are the ones you can
bolts is the resettable.
Reset. You can tell we haven't played it yet.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, hey, we literally just learned about all of this yesterday. Is she in your wheelhouse, Shockwave? Is that a hero you will be playing?
I mean, probably. We'll see. It depends on the meta, all that stuff is always hard to predict. But since it's a Danish hero, I'm sure I'm gonna try to convince my coach, to put me on that hero no matter what.
I love that. All right. Well, I think we're gonna have an opportunity to see you in action again very soon as well. So thank you so much for taking the time to join for a quick chat about Freya, and best of luck in VP's next match.
No problem. Thank you. Mange tak.
Yeah, that's a thank you for the non-Danish speakers out there. My Danish actually okay.
It's probably pretty good.
Actually a joke.
So
Mi danske dårlig. Mi danske
So you speak
prøver
every
mi bedste. There we go. I dated a Dane for a while, so I speak
okay, that definitely helps.
I had to communicate with his family. That's right. Anyway, we're here to not celebrate my former relationships, but to celebrate this massive update. We're actually running a big giveaway as well. So go to bit.ly/OWCS giveaway 2025 to enter for your chance to win a season 14 ultimate. Season 15 words. Either way, you get a big ultimate pass, a celestial mega bundle, or a 1,000 Overwatch 2 coins. That's more than 999 coins. Quick math.
True.
That's
Quick
right.
Love that.
Yeah.
Human calculator, they call her.
That's what they call me in high school. That's right. And let's run the numbers on our standings real quick as well to see where our teams are currently standing. Wow, what a transition. Virtus Pro on top. Gen.G also has had a phenomenal start to their season. If we're looking at the bottom there, it's getting dicey. I mean, Secure Esports, I don't want to call their
rough,
outs, but
it's rough.
They're on the lifeline.
Yeah, look, they play in obviously the first match up today. If they lose this match, like their hopes of staying in the groups is close to zero. It's not zero. There is still a possibility to make it through, of course, but Twisted Minds and Vision will have to go incredibly like negative in their series, which looks fairly unlikely for Twisted Minds, I feel. So yeah, Sakura just hoping and praying they come away with a win. Maybe hoping obviously Vision lose today as well. Like there's a lot of things that need to go right for them.
That's right. Well, as we just said, they will be playing today. Necra, if we're looking at the schedule, which of these matches gets you excited?
I am so pumped about the Ultimates versus Team Peps. I think that is the headline match for today. These are two teams that we would consider to be part of the top 5 in EMEA. And so now I think this is a great test of strength for both of these teams, and we get to see where they also settle on the meta as well after our crazy last weekend developments where we won Anti-Hazard, Torbjorn, Symmetra.
Actually, yeah, let's chat about. Oh, hi.
That's
hi
an insane screenshot of Shockwave. I'm sorry, big guy.
Unlockers. That's how they catch you always. You know how it goes. Always make a good face when you hang up a call.
Always make the neutral expression when you hang up.
I always smile.
Same.
I
It's
smile
like you're on a
like
ride
I
on
waved
Disneyland.
goodbye.
You don't know where the photo is.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Gotta be ready to surf the face card. Let's talk about this first match though. Sakura Esports and Twisted Minds. I mean, okay, so last week, if we're focusing on Sakura here first, or no, actually, we're gonna talk Twisted Minds first. Let's see. No, Sakura first. Never mind. I'm lying, guys. Right, Sakura. Coming off of a tough loss, of course, last week. 2 tough losses, in fact.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to see that much from them against VP. In their first match of last week, they played the same on the Torp versus Gen G. It was a little bit musical chairs with heroes there as well. And then versus VP, we saw them back on Sojourn. China was playing that Pharah. Hitori looking good on Sigma. What do we think they're gonna bust out today?
Honestly, it's anybody's guess. I mean, I was watching some of Korea this morning. I kind of woke up and I was watching a little bit of Avril. I kind of woke up. Yeah, I think I woke up at like 4 to 5 this morning or something. So I was like, you know what? It's Korea time. So I popped it on and I was like, okay, well, what are Korea playing? Are we still playing this like RLG kind of comp, right? With the Torb and the Sim and everything else? And it's like, no, they're kind of straying away, going back to what's fairly familiar and what we kind of thought would be strong. I feel like the Torb and Sim, a little bit of flash in the pan, reactionary meta in scrims after it was beating these Hazard comps. And you know what's really crazy as well? Next week there's going to be another meta anyway because of the perks. So whatever we see this week is not going to stick. So it's like just bringing what you are comfortable with and like what you have scrimmed on basically. So maybe we do see Hitori back on the Sigma. She was very good on that last week.
Right, Twisted Minds is the opponent they have to go up against. And Twisted Minds, they ended last week on a very high note here, Necro.
They really did, and it was after a little bit of adjustments to their roster. I know last weekend they were trying out Hottie with Yubi on the Symmetra, going towards that real quick meta adjustment that we ended up seeing for the anti-hazard tech. But then they ended up bringing TVNT into the roster, who's starting out today. This diva was phenomenal and was just such a problem for a lot of teams to deal with. The quick reaction times, the defense matrix to flick to eat up those charged railgun shots on the Sojourn, just knowing that you could push people out of position with those boosters. Like, it's just really on point. I think Twisted Minds, this look will fare so much better for them in this matchup and in their future matches.
Well, the reality is that for both teams, each week we saw different metas. Where will we set? Has it set anywhere? Or are they just doing whatever now? Because next week it's going to be different once again because we're going to hit a big patch, so nothing actually matters. But this might be a good opportunity for Sakura to just, you know,
the meta's been just so like ridiculous over the last 2 weeks. Then it's like, okay, don't worry. Actually, we're just gonna the perks are coming out, so everything's going to be different. Different things are going to be OP. I was actually speaking to Seeker a little bit about it, and he was saying like it's going to be like Overwatch 2 release again, where People are just trying things. It works if it works. If it doesn't, then we just switch and it's whatever. So yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know what to expect, but you know, could be a lot more Sojourn. That's for sure if Twisted Mind's released in the server.
Well, we're about to find out. Of course, we first have to get through the map set and also the hero ban. So maybe Sojourn will be taken out of the mix. Let's find out. Jack, Necro, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, look, perks aren't here just yet, Rose. We've got another week, but we know how weird the meta has been, and I think we've just been harping on this for so long, but it's just been so wacky. But I think at this moment in time, like you were saying, like at the end of the day, TVNT was looking good last week on D.Va. Like Quartz good on the Soj, on the railguns. So, like, it doesn't really matter what they play as long as they just play comfort at this point, because you know as soon as Tuesday hits, there's going to be scrim blocks until like 3 a.m. just making sure they know what is broken in the game and that they can abuse.
Oh my gosh, 3-a-day scrim blocks, I feel like, are on the cards, and that's a lot. I feel like a lot of teams cap out at maybe 2 a day on a hard day. So maybe 3 or 4. I think you're right about that one. But yes, I wonder how this series is going to go, because for both of these teams, it really does feel like it's do or die. Sakura being at 0-4, they really can't suffer another loss, and even if they do, they're trying to get every single map win that they can. Whereas Twisted Minds being at 1-2 and also towards the bottom of our standings, they would really love a win here to equalize out their score and make sure that they have a great shot of staying in the top 6 to move on to our playoffs. So as we take a look at our first map, Lijiang Tower picked by Twisted Minds, no Pharah, no D.Va. Okay, so Sakura, they understand the assignment here, Jack. No D.Va for TVNT.
Yeah, no D.Va, that makes a whole bunch of sense. And Pharah as well, which you picked up on. Sakura were doing, I wouldn't say like exceptionally well against VP because it's hard to do so, but actually picking up big kills. And Lijiang Tower is definitely a map that you can run the Pharah. Control center, so, maybe 50-50 on that. Definitely harder if you're trying to attack. But yeah, honestly, with Twisted Minds coming into this, they just want a clean win. They want to be 2-2 after today and just be able to come to themselves and go, okay, we are this Sojourn team. We are a team that can run very, very heavy dive too with TVNT on things like D.Va. If we want to sub in like a more rush style, we can do that because of our quite deep bench and actually get to where I think everybody expected them to be, because their first couple of games coming into OWCS this year, they were not that pretty. Genji kind of beat them down. It was 3-1. They took a map, but it was not something I think a lot of people had on their cards, like Twisted Minds really being kind of also beat down by Alcazia. Lijiang Tower is going to be the first map, though, picked by Twisted Minds as we load on in. Do or die for Sakura, 0-4. And with only 3 map wins to their name, they are desperate to pick up series wins to stay in here, stage 1.
It's going to be really tough, though, because as you said, Twisted Minds, they're coming in with such a completely different mindset, really figuring out what is going to be comfortable for them. You've got Quartz for the Sojourn, TVNT, I know doesn't get a chance to actually play the D.Va here, but you can see a Malgo or you could see a Ramatra, and I think TVNT will fare well on any of those heroes. So where is it that Sakura are going to find the edge? Is it really going to be in these hero bans, or is it for them also returning to some amount of comfort? Hitori can play basically any tank under the sun, but I think she fares the best when it comes down to the Ramatra, the Junker Queen, the Hazard, a lot of these really beefy up in your face tanks. So I feel like I would love to see Sakura return to that, because when they were playing the anti-hazard meta last weekend, I feel like that's where we saw a lot more cracks in the team. Whereas with the Hazard, Jack, I feel like they looked so strong. They were just very well oiled and meticulous with a lot of their game plans.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, because if you think about how quickly that weird Torb Sim stuff came about, it was like, okay, it was 1 week and everybody was like, oh, okay, this actually beats the Hazard. Okay, everybody, let's play this. And then we will hopefully just win against teams that are playing the Hazard into us. And then everybody was kind of playing it. So it was like, this weird like dichotomy of heroes. Don't forget as well, you can earn some drops while you're watching this regular season. A little spray there, name card, and some of the skins as well. The BAP, 2 different colorways, the black and the orange, and then the orange and white. Look pretty good after the turn in 12 hours. So yeah, make sure you're tuning in, and make sure you've linked your account as well. Speaking of which, link your Faceit account too. There's some extra goodies you can pick up in the Faceit store. So some skins, some Overwatch 2 coins, and some name cards and icons as well. So you can rep some of them when you jump into ranked over the next couple of weeks. Here we go. We're jumping straight back in. A small disconnection there, but we should be good to go. Different stage this time though. We were on Garden before, but we're now on to one of my favorite stages, Lee Jae-gon Tower.
Oh my god. What a throwback. I love this map. I love that
Lee
player.
Jae-gon.
I love Lee Jae-gon.
Please, Lee Jae-gon, if you can hear me, please.
Come back.
Perfect transitions as well there for Valentine's Day. Let's have a little look what Twisted Mind's going to run out the gate with. Looks like TVNT is jumping on to the Ram. Okay, so we are seeing the Torp, but it's going to be 2 Sojins and then a BAP differential here, since Hattori is going to be on the Sigma, so having the BAP makes a little bit more sense.
You still need the Lucio though, so it makes sense to see that for speed accountability on both teams. But I love that we get to see this duel between Quartz and Zoro. Zoro is one of those Sojourn players that I feel like has always shown up in a big way on the server, but maybe not necessarily often full leaning into the capabilities that a Sojourn can have as a part of the team, just to be able to play the meta. So I like that Zoro can have some impact here as long as you can play slow behind this Ramatra shield.
Tori's on an island right now, though, just trying to take the center of the map. Point's already unlocked, but Twisted Minds and the hands of TVNT there were just kind of forcing the hand of Sakura Esports. They need to rotate. This comp does kind of pivot on a dime, but needs to rotate around the Sigma. Looks like the point right now, at least in Sakura's favor. Looks like they're going to try and catch China off on the sidelines, that being Twisted Minds. But no picks have come through yet. This is a very, very slow start to Lijiang Tower. Nice little shift. Oh, but there's the boob. Funny Astro moving China off the map. That's a good pick. 5 on 4 now as Hattori is in trouble. Another kill for the Lucio God. As Astro, is that another boob? Seriously? That's another boob. Astro, 3 kills in the fight. Make it a 4? Not quite. Strebor not gaining Astro any ult charge. But Astro's got sound barrier online at 5% already.
That is crazy. Like, such a fast sound barrier here for Twisted Minds, and Funny Astro is certainly one of those players that we looked at and when this is why Twisted Minds have such high stock prices. What a great player to have added to your team, especially being able to play the Lucio. We've gotten a chance to see a couple of other heroes as of late, like the Baptiste from Funny Astro, like so cool. And Funny Astro already being able to get some really big environmental eliminations and the sound barrier already.
I mean, they're just going to go with that advantage. Just run it down with the barrier. You saw Proto like, okay, we set up the window here. We try and pick people off with Railgun through it, but they just ran them down. No chance for Sakura to win this fight.
Yeah, there was just no setup behind the window because of how fast we saw Twisted Minds engage with that aggressive sound barrier. And now you've got the Orbital Ray. I feel like Twisted Minds have all of the tools to continue to snowball their capture progress here. 51% and counting. And Sakura Esports barely able to get on the board. Proton just now changing off the Baptiste to go over to the Juno.
Yeah, the Orbital Ray could be enough sustain to help TVNT at least. Everybody else is going to be rather scared in the sky. Zoro can just charge up a railgun and insta-bin somebody. Small rotation here from Sakura, taking that mega health pack, but you see the rest of Twisted Minds happy to kind of play on the point. They have managed to catch out Psycho, but China also falls, so 4 on 4 as the Flux comes in. Quartz connects with him, but he puts himself on high ground. Luckily, though, for Sakura, Strebor is there with the pick. A little boot kill as Twisted Minds still trying to fight for this point. Strebor still with the sound barrier, and it does look like Twisted Minds are going to just forego it for the time. Just happy just to reset with 4 ults.
I mean, it was a great disengage too because you were able to get out with 3 bodies. Now you've got Psycho coming back and 4 ultimates to go in with this Orbital Ray. That's crazy. Just have to withstand this overclock first.
It's a really early way. It was only really early railgun, sorry. It was only really good for that turret kill. Annihilation on the point. It's already going super low. Molten Quarter trying to hold the advance, but Twisted Minds still gaining the space in this little courtyard. And that Orbital Ray from Irony got absolutely nothing. There is a Quartz out trying to line up a couple of angles here. Spots one on the sidelines. Manages to get... Oh, misses the shot, though. A Strebor comes in with a clutch boot. Very uncharacteristic there of Quartz, missing 3 railgun shots in a row. That Overclock not finding too much, but Twisted Minds still managed to split Sakura down the center. Get the team kill and get the round 2. Realistically here, Hattori on the Wrecking Ball could try and find a touch, maybe? They're trying to body block her. I mean, the OT comes through, but Hattori's not going to last long. Nope, there's the kill. Yeah, good luck now. Molten Core all over the point, and the turret even picks up a 3-1 on the Lucio.
Oh, there is a Tracer that's trying to get the blink touch there, but Zaro gets taken out right after touching that Molten Core. And just a couple more dominoes fall. Twisted Minds take that first round. Good fight from Sakura though, Jack. I feel like when we actually took a look at this matchup, maybe we say, oh, Twisted Minds, especially after last weekend, probably gonna be pretty well set up for this weekend. But I think Sakura actually getting 2 very clean team fights there. Very impressive.
All right, let's see if there's any small changes from Sakura. I think Hattori especially, considering her flexibility. We sent quite a lot of ball last week, like it was the ball with the Sim and Torb. Wouldn't be too surprised to maybe see it, especially on this map where it's very easy to get environmental kills, of course, on the bridge. And the map's kind of easy to control as the ball, lots of place to kind of run and hide. And China's Tracer is fantastic. No Farah, easy slot in for China, doesn't really mind at all popping on this hero. So yeah, I really like this setup from Sakura. Twisted Minds, of course, their comp a lot more stationary with the Ram. But it's all about just not dying to the Wrecking Ball randomly. And unfortunately, Quartz grabbing the Mega Health back just in time. Luckily, Hattori was nowhere near.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to play too risky with the environmentals here because of what this ball has access to in terms of that acceleration. But we're seeing a couple of environmentals happen here with Buddy Astro and Strummer taking kills.
Yeah, apparently it's all the Lucio's maps so far. Historically, that's what Lijiang Tower has been, to be fair. Hence the Lijiang on Tower meme from like 4 years ago. All right, Psycho on the point. Still got Juno for healing, but Hattori just needs some desperate help. 100 HP and still burning, by the way. No heals are coming in just yet. Eventually, Prota is going to look at her. Zaro taking a lot of damage as well from that turret in the front line, just left isolated on the bridge, slid away to the Mega Health back, but TVNT comes back on the Mauga. And then the point isn't even capped either. Twisted Minds managed to keep this alive. Oh, the slide. Oh, Quartz is good though. We're good.
I was actually expecting Quartz might accidentally fly off of the map, but does get away in the nick of time. Psycho back to be able to give a little bit more support here to TVNT. And we finally see that first point flip. That's crazy. It feels like Coliseo all over again.
Yeah, it's kind of insane how long both teams, to be fair, have been stalling out these points. But yeah, there we go. TVNT back on the Mauga too. A lot harder for the ball to take people down. You hit Cardiac Overdrive when the ball goes for a slam, because that's normally when China's going to follow up, Zora's going to follow up, and everybody's going to be very healthy for the upcoming fight. Hattori trying to find Quartz on the sidelines, but only a couple of boops, and Quartz is pretty low, but manages to slide away, and Astro is going to play goalkeeper for the Sojin.
Yeah, you just got a little bit of that block back there onto the Wrecking Ball, but it's time to use some ultimates. Prota actually giving that nano boost over to China.
Orbital Ray's going to come in, though. I mean, those mines have been laid down on the point. China gets absolutely nothing with that nano boost, and Hattori falls on the point. Late sound barrier hits 4 from Sakura as Irony's now the next focus of China. Ends up taking him out. Same with Quartz. Looks like Zoro managed to get a sneaky railgun and a couple of taps there onto the enemy Sojin as the point is still being contested. Psycho with a pulse bomb in hand, forced to use that recall as Hattori makes her way back into the fight, now chasing Psycho. However, a Mega Health pickup here for the Tracer extends the life of Twisted Minds on this point. Sakura Esports cannot find a clean fight.
They can't, and they used all of their ultimates in that last fight as well for no progress. Twisted Minds are still sitting on 4 ultimates here with 1 fight left. This should be theirs and their map.
Yeah, Zoro's alone yet again. Sakura Esports, their DPS just getting isolated. Still the pulse bomb in the hands of Psycho. Throws it out, swing and a miss, but it's all good. Could just reset back to the point as Prota gets booped off the map. And there goes Strebor at the hands of Irony. Only a couple of seconds realistically left here for Sakura, but look at the ultimates on the side of Twisted Minds. Just another day in the office. Clean work from them, honestly. Even a cage, too. I mean, look, it didn't get anybody, but it stops Sakura just inting onto the point for free. Astro with another boot. What's that? It's like 6th environmental of this map so far on the Lucio. Come on, man. Make it fair. Make it fair.
Someone's got to check the stats after this one.
Oh, good stick.
Or the VOD. Oh, actually can't use a sound barrier here. Not that it actually ends up mattering, but I like the thought process at the end. get rid of the Lucio that has done so many environmentals to your team and had sound barrier again.
That was, and that wasn't really close at all. Like, we need Sakura to kind of level up this week, Rose. And
I thought the first round kind of was, and then...
Right, and there was some big fights, especially from Hattori, a decent Flux, followed up with Strebel, getting the boop kill onto Quartz, but with the meta kind of evolving over the last couple of weeks, it's been hard for, I think, a lot of teams to kind of nail down what they want to play. And normally, week by week, if the metas stay the same, maybe there's a couple of changes in the DPS line, maybe switch over the Juno to the Kiri or something very small. You can kind of build off of what you've done and like, hey, we can rod review, we're going wrong here. But because everything's been rather flexible and in flux for a lot of teams, I think it's been tough for Sakura, like you mentioned, to really nail down and get some consistent games in.
It's so tough when you feel like you're just constantly in the VOD dungeon trying to figure out, like, okay, what is going to be the strategy that works for us? And Overwatch is also a game that with a lot of teams, there has to be it rewards mastery. It rewards consistency with synergy and just veterancy in a lot of ways. And so a lot of the teams that are finding quick and great success right now are the ones that have had years and years of practice playing as professional Overwatch players and playing together as a team. I think that also shows itself in a lot of where Twisted Minds actually comes in, with several players having played on different teams last year and now finding themselves still playing together.
Yeah, I mean, Astro's been on the top for quite some time, and look, one of the best Lucio players, if not the best in the region currently, and has been for a fairly long time in the Overwatch League too. Is seen as one of the best Lucio players on like teams like Gladiators, Atlanta Reign as well. It's been a long time coming for Astro. I think especially when I was casting him back in like 2018, 2019 on like British Hurricane, it was like, this guy needs to make it to the league.
Oh
like
my
he
God,
needs
British
to.
Hurricane.
Yeah, a long time ago at this moment in time. I mean, what, 2025? Yeah, that was 7 years ago. Crazy stuff.
Oh no, stop.
Time flies, and so does this series, or unfortunately for Sakura, it might. Esperanto is where we're going to go next. Twisted Minds, they get to ban second. We'll see what Sakura want to ban first. But Esperanto has been kind of the classic second map for a lot of teams over the last week.
It really has. I like the difference. I think we've actually seen a lot of variety in our map picks. I think we've seen everything on the actual map board, and I think that's so cool because sometimes I feel like there are a couple of maps that people are like, oh, I don't know about that one, but having Suravasa actually get picked quite a bit out of the hybrid.
I was very surprised to see Suravasa
I was too.
I think it's the best Flashpoint map. Although, if I remember correctly, in the Spotlight, they said they were touching up some of the Flashpoint maps, so I'm curious how they're actually going to go about that.
Okay,
Esperanto was the pick. Tor ban on the side of Twisted Minds, they banned second, and Ramatra for Sakura. So it's probably just going to lead TVNT to just run Diva or even back to the Mauga.
That's what I was thinking as well, and I feel like Hattori's Ramatra is actually super strong, but maybe you were hedging your bets on being able to play Sigma versus Diva and then try to round out the pieces that way. But if you're going to play Sigma for Sakura, then it makes sense for Twisted Minds to ban out the Torb, so that's actually not something that they can use as a part of the poke comp.
What are the communities saying this week? Looks like a lot of people in favor of Twisted Minds. Yeah, as the weeks kind of go on, I expected this to be the reality of things, just the predictions swaying a little bit more one way than the other. A lot of value predictors there on the side of Sakura, though, going 17% to 83 on the side of TM. I mean, 0-4, you're hoping for like a big underdog story like Clutch here for Sakura. After that first map, looking ever so slightly unlikely. They've only picked up 3 maps in stage 1, although I still think they're still a very strong team. If you look at like the relegation time, look, I think they're still going to be on top, and I think there's a potential for them to come back to stage 2. Of course, when you jump into the second map, their map pick, they're feeling a lot more confident on it, but I think this is just Twisted Minds shoring up what they didn't find at the start of stage 1. That loss to Gen G, like I mentioned before, was rather rough for them, and I think finding comfort in how they want to play on such a new team as well. Like, we saw a big departure last year from like teams like Space Station Gaming. A lot of their players kind of spreading to lots of different teams. It's been good to see them kind of improve week on week.
Yeah, we've got Hottie and Funny Astro coming over from Space Station to this roster. And I think that's also why a lot of people looked at Twisted Minds at the beginning of the season and went, whoa, what happened with the Gen G loss? Like that's wild. Not that Gen G isn't a fantastic team, but I think you take a look at Hottie and Funny Astro. You also take a look at Quartz, the best Sojourn, one of the best Sojourns in EMEA. I think that there's a race right now, I think, between like Quartz and Kai is the two best. So I can't wait to see them actually duke it out, but still, you know, so many great reasons to bet on Twisted Minds, and now it feels like they're really living up to those expectations.
And their schedule too, I think it's worth mentioning. Their next match, of course, they got Sakura today. Tomorrow they're against VP, and then they go against Vision Esports and then Ultimates to round out the stage. So
some tough
Vision Esports, they're right now the team that they want to just stay ahead of. Vision Esports are currently in that relegation zone. So getting this match out the way, focusing on the VP series is going to be really big for them. It's still not the perks meta, so like, look, they're not having to deal with that just yet, but VP are undefeated, so a big task ahead of them tomorrow. So sweeping this one under the rug and just saying, hey, go next. Is going to be probably what they're thinking right now. Psycho running out on the Tracer, Quartz on the Soj, and we have a Hazard against Hattori on the Sigma, Rose.
Interesting, because I think seeing this, Hattori would be very excited to be able to go play the Hazard, but maybe that's something that you think about if you go back to Spawn. As of right now, though, we do have this very slow style of poke, but it's going to be hopefully not a fight that Twisted Minds want to take in that small room against something like that Mei.
Yeah, wow, that was a very aggressive push there, forcing China's wall and ice block so early, and then you saw that almost the entirety of Sakura tried to help China, and then Proteus on the sidelines. On the back, no ability to he's got some mobility, sure, he's got the Exo boots, but he can't blink like the Kiriko can. Just got caught out, and now Hattori makes the switch over to the Hazard.
There we go. It's kind of something that we were hoping to see from Sakura Esports, even just last weekend when there were a couple of teams that opted to not play into the anti-hazard meta compositions that include that Symmetra and Torb. And so now I feel like we finally get a chance to see Sakura potentially shine. This is where they look so good in that first week
Any
of play,
touches?
despite being able to get that loss. There's a touch, don't worry.
There is a touch. China's already dead, though. And now it's really up to Hattori to hold down this fort. Quartz winning the low to high battle as well on the Sojourn. Checkpoint gained for Twisted Minds. Sakura losing China there so early was, that is disaster. Zora also dies to wall, and this is, not close right now. Twisted Minds got the lead and the checkpoint under their belt.
And now they've got 4 ultimates to work with heading into the next stretch of this map. I kind of wonder, though, if this is just going to be a full cap. Sakura, they just switched over to this. Now I wonder how confident they're feeling actually to be able to play this Hazard comp. Prota's gonna have the Kitsune Rush as maybe a response to something like this. They just gotta go because of the overclock.
Yeah, Tori said, Psycho runs it down, Quartz with the OC, good luck. Good little dive there. Oh, Psycho there with a pulse bomb. I think it was a little boot there from Astro. Almost got a double kill with that pulse. Hattori was launched into some of the backliners that were holding a small room. 100 meters plus. Both DPS and Sakura are up and alive, but it is Psycho just pushing a couple extra meters before he heads home to the rest of his teammates who are just spawning now. Forward spawn too, mind you.
Yeah, the forward spawns, which also means that they're going to be able to take this fight on this high ground. Look at where they're set up already on the bridge. And they also have the orbital ray they could throw into this. Downpour for TVNT, I think, is going to be so deadly right in that open space. You're walking right into that. That's going to be hard to play into when you're just running that corner if you're Sakura.
Small pause. Apologies for this. Not entirely sure what's going on, but hopefully we'll get back into game in just a moment. Maybe a small ping spike or something at the nature of playing at home. Hopefully they're not like me yesterday. We lost power in the whole building and couldn't do anything, and disconnected from a meeting, so that was fun. That was a good time. So hopefully we'll get back to that in just a moment. Gen G and Vision Esports are up after this series, as well as Ultimates versus Peps as well to round out the day. It's going to be a very close series. Peps, of course, and Ultimates really trying to prove that they are one of the top 2 teams in the region. Ultimates, everybody pegged them as maybe number 1, maybe number 2, but had a bit of a slow start. Looks like Twisted Minds currently having a small issue. So we'll sort that out and get into the game in just a moment. But Rose, right now it's looking bleak for Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at how this next fight could play out, I was just talking about the downpour. You can catch everybody out in that open space, and I think that just makes it easier for Quartz to line up the headshots and take everyone out. It's a tough task to come back from such a huge lead.
Yeah, it's like, where do you start if you're Sakura as well? Like you said, the downpour is going to come in really soon. Hattori made the switch late, so is behind on ult charge. You just have to hope your Ray is just better at this moment in time.
Yeah.
You hit a good Ray, you can really catapult yourself forward. Being able to do additional damage in the Ray too just gains
But they
extra ult
don't have
charge.
a Ray.
Like, oh yeah, sorry, they've got the rush. Sorry,
Lucio,
they need the rush. Sorry, yeah, the Ray versus the rush. So you are looking at this rush just kind of running over Irony and Funny Astro. But if you're Twisted Minds right now, you just beat the rush and then you Ray a little bit later and then you run over them. Like the Ray versus rush, like I'd rather have the Ray any day of the week. Looks like Irony is going to pop the Ray, however. TVNT does end up going down, but yeah, Quartz just sitting amongst that. Ray under the high ground, and it's just all over. At least Sakura save ults. They didn't use anything there. Twisted Minds investing the Irony orbital Ray.
So it's not so bad that Sakura gets to come into this with 5 ultimates, but Twisted Minds have been completely setting the pace of these fights. They're the one that's pulling the trigger first. They're the ones that are playing with the aggression behind a lot of these ultimates as well.
Well, there's the beat from both sides. Protein Torrid already dead though. That wall just stopping Zoro getting maximum value with this overclock. Saw the back of Quartz right there. Couldn't quite get the kill though. And there's 110 meters and counting. A couple of small picks, but realistically, it doesn't matter. You losing players here is Twisted Minds. You're going to get around this final corner, and it's going to take Sakura. Their DPS are only just spawning now. There's 5-6 minutes to go roughly. It's not looking good. To put it lightly.
Quartz was playing like in tank mode. Did you see that? Sojourn just right up in front of the spawn doors. Absolutely no fear that anyone's going to take him out from the spawn. And getting the overclock charge. Quartz might have another overclock by the time you're trying to finish out this map. It's 2% away.
Tori has got the downpour. Ideally catching Quartz here. But Quartz is just going to save slide until they actually use the ult. All right, Twisted Minds eventually kind of beating back. Although saying that, TVNT still alive and well. Looks like Quartz. Oh, just going for the flanker. Oh, and your sleep missed. Unlucky for you. Oh, Quartz. Just doing Quartz things. The downpour did end up coming through from Hattori, but Quartz is still just let loose in the back line. And Quartz is also pushing. There's Hattori on the front lines, trying to do as much as humanly possible, but Quartz still picking up kills. Should eventually be taken down, picks up the mega health pack, but 135 meters with 5 minutes to go. There's a way Sakura get back into this, but it's a murky, like muddled map, if anything. Hattori's actually just going to Wrecking Ball of all things to try and swing something in their favor.
Yeah, I think this is just to make sure you can actually get back to the bot to have a contest at this point. Proto is dead. TVT just walked up onto the backline. And you need a pulse bomb to take out Quartz.
China's gonna die too. No recall, no blinks. Yeah, Psycho gonna school China there. Good pulse bomb, like you said, but yeah, it's little to nothing that Sakura can do. Gonna get a wave respawn with Hattori on the Wrecking Ball, so they're gonna get the touch. So no instant cap coming through, but with this orbital ray, I mean, it should be all over, especially as Quartz comes back.
It feels inevitable. You just send that orbital raid down mid, and you've got the downpour to follow that up. Psycho's gonna have a pulse bomb, you imagine, with just all of that amplified damage. Here we go.
There's the raid. Tori's going to be the main focus, who's currently the only one really touching this bot. TVNT does fall, but there it is. That's going to be, that is going to be it. Strebel died late there to the spike guard, and a pulse onto China to just the cherry on top for Psycho, hitting the differential. The Twisted Minds, man, they made that look easy. Unfortunately for Sakura, they're not even a single meter on the board. Twisted Minds are just, they want to wrap this one up, just focus on the next series, that series versus Twisted Minds tomorrow. Oh, sorry, not against themselves. Maybe they are against themselves in some respects, but it's against VP tomorrow.
mental damage. But yeah, no, it's gonna be a really good thing for Twisted Minds to get through this series, to start to focus on the next one and repair a little bit of the losses that they suffered earlier on in this stage. And that Virtus Pro match is going to be a doozy. Like, if there's any team to beat right now, it's Virtus Pro, who are sitting undefeated in our EMEA stage. And if anyone can deliver a blow to them, I think that would be a huge surprise.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they've only lost one map, and that was against Gen G to start off the stage. Twisted Minds, hopefully kind of living up to a little bit more success than Virtus Pro. But if you have a look at Virtus Pro's schedule too, I mean, they lost that one map against Gen G. They beat Ultimates 3-0. They beat Sakura. You could argue that hardest challenges are yet to come, right? I mean, maybe Twisted Minds, like after this kind of resurgence from the team, maybe this is the team that can finally bring them down, although VP do look quite unstoppable. Their opponent after that is going to be Peps, and then they round it out with OWCS, who did beat Twisted Minds the other day, and then Vision Esports. So the latter half of their schedule, that last weekend, looks fairly easy for VP, you'd imagine. So Twisted Minds, they're going to be the ones to go for this giant upset, I feel.
I agree with you. I think especially knowing that they have TVNT at the helm of this roster for gosh knows whatever is to come, I think it's going to be great. Have you seen some of those Diva perks? They are nuts. Like, the radius of
honestly,
the remake
week 4 is going to be
bigger.
crazy. I mean, maybe OWCS find the OP and then Virtus Pro don't. Like, yeah, week 4 is like a big enigma for the whole, like, of the competitive Overwatch right now. It's just like, okay, no one knows what's going to happen because perks are coming out like on Tuesday, and then teams are going to be scrimming instantly as soon as the patch drops. So yeah.
I gotta say, like, my take for perks just heading into the final weekend of groups, I think you know that the hardest hurdle is going to be the playoffs, which you will have more time to prep for. Use those matches as a testing ground. Play your comfort, see how perks affect your best heroes, and if you can find something that's going to amplify your impact, like how does Quartz fare on Sojourn? What perks can Quartz find that will make Sojourn even more of a beast? I think that's the thing that I would like to see teams go for.
The Disruptor Shot, one of the major perks for Sojourn, the Disruptor Shot sticks to people. So, and then it kind of travels with them. So that's going to be pretty fun. I'm curious on the hitbox of that. Maybe, surely it's the same as kind of like the sphere in the middle. I would assume so. Yeah. I mean, if anybody makes Sojourn look good, it is Quartz. So I can imagine any kind of like OP strat, Quartz is going to be right up there with the Sojourns. Right, let's have a look at the next map. Route 66, Sakura picking, Hazard ban, and the Brig ban for TM. Actually, this maybe a little bit Diva action here for Twisted Minds with that Brig ban. We'll see. Are Sakura going to come back here? Of course, them securing at least a couple of maps will help in their score, but if they do lose this series, they will be 0-5. The likelihood of them making it through is very slim, especially as kind of one of the teams they were battling against for that spot is like Twisted Minds anyway, who are 1-2 right now coming into this week. We'll see, but right now, it looks like Twisted Minds is going to run away with this with a little 3-0.
I think you might be right about that one, Jack. It's looking tough for Sakura to be able to stand up to this newly confident Twisted Minds. I would love to see some Diva here from TVNT, and I think that Diva has been a pain point for a lot of teams now. Just looking at their past series, TVNT's always been so good on the Diva, and I feel like this is the perfect meta for TVNT to be able to really shore up that Diva strength. And if it's not the Diva, then the Sigma. I just don't think the Hazard ban really matters to this team.
Ooh, surely not. Could have Ira though. Astro's played a little bit of the, a little bit of BAP, a little bit of everything over the last couple of weeks. So I would like to see this. Irony on Zen, I'll be down, and then Astro on BAP again.
I think we'll see the BAP on defense, maybe.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Oh no way! Ana, Buddy Astro, Ana. Wait. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Very rare Astro gameplay. Zoro's on Ashe, and then China on the Torbjorn. We'll see Quartz probably only going for a shot. Astro going for the sleep and then changing. Irony going for a right click. There we go. Okay, so that was it was just the great bamboozle, but it sounds like Quartz actually going to stick on this. Okay, Widowmaker for Quartz.
Wow, I'm so pumped about this. Like, Quartz is just such a phenomenal hit scan, and we've already seen the Quartz Widow on Havana.
Good shot from China there.
Yeah, but like that's great. Keep playing Widow, Quartz. Don't give it up yet.
Yeah, against the Ashe too, it feels like such an unfair duel when the Widowmaker is popping. Oh, Psycho goes down to just spam. I wouldn't mind Psycho actually changing from the Tracer, considering how much spam there is from Sakura. Tracer can be pretty tough to pilot. Ah, there you go. Okay, yeah, Genji for Psycho now, a bit easier.
I think it is a little bit better because you do have the deflect as well.
Goodbye, Zoro. 2x.
Quartz.
Oh, short grapple, not exactly where Quartz wanted to be on the Widowmaker, but you're chill. Astro's right next to you. Just this slow peek is crazy. Like, the disrespect to slow peek on Widow like that is kind of nuts, although there is no one to challenge you. The Torb landing a couple of headshots, sure, but that's about it.
And you also just have so much protection on the high ground here of Route 66. Look at TVMT too. It's just like there's sharks in the water surrounding their prey.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. This looks like a little bit of aim trainer for Quartz currently. Yeah, literally just sat there on the Widow. It's nice when you can play Widow like this. Oh, don't peek him. He had sights. He had sights for like 0.1 second there, so that could have been a kill. Looks like there is going to be a touch from Sakura. They do have this flux in 3 or 2%, but Quartz kind of holding down this angle in the caves.
Tori's dead.
Eventually paid attention to, but unfortunately, her Tori met a swift demise. That orbital ray seals the deal for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just not getting that flux online fast enough. But even if you do have it, I think it's so risky to throw it there because everybody is still so low. So now Sakura at least have this for the second point. But Funny Astro has the perfect answer to this. The Lucio sound barrier is going to be great to make sure that there's just enough overhealth for people to survive the slam. And there isn't anything else that you can pair with this Gravitic Flux yet that I feel like is going to make it lethal.
Oh, wow, that was close.
Jeez. Yeah, plus Quartz just take somebody out before this defense comes through.
Tori making a kind of an intelligent push there on to the gas station on the left-hand side, but unfortunately for her, she's met by TVNT. Oh, good shot from Zoro. Okay, eventually they're able to dispatch of Quartz, but how long can this pressure really be maintained? A self-destruct thrown in from TVNT, and he kills Prota. The disrespect can be felt from a mile away. The kill onto the turret too. You get a little plus one for that. Hattori goes down, and yeah, no defensive ult there from Strebor. Mine's just gonna run this one home.
Yeah, we never see the bomb yeets anymore. It's always you save the mech for an extra life.
That's solo queue stuff, is what that is.
Yeah, this is yeah, this is we are confident that we can beat your team, and we're gonna. Oh my gosh. Look, you see that too? Psycho's like, hello.
Good push. China dies to Quartz too.
Crazy.
Yeah, goodbye, Strebor. That is going to be the points. Quartz, once again, taken out. Even the blade pop from Psycho. Just to guarantee it. Sure, why not? You got so much time in the bank, it's whatever. I mean, the use window, that's fine. I think Blade's okay there. Just a Minds capping the point, 4 and a bit minutes. And Quartz is going to stick on Widow in one of the most annoying points to play Widow against. I mean, look. You have to either come up with one of your own or cower in cover and hope Quartz doesn't just eliminate your entire team.
Yeah, but I don't think Zoro can switch with having the overclock available. You have to hope that maybe you use that and maybe you then go back and switch over to the Widow. Hitori is now on the Diva, does give a little bit more ability to access that Widowmaker from Quartz. But then do you leave your front line exposed? Let's see what this overclock can do.
It's already using the dash. Twisted Minds make the executive decision to leave. However, Quartz is on the flank and still gets a kill, because of course he does. Sights have been popped, so they're too scared to push. In fact, they're going to sound barrier into the rest of Twisted Minds. Quartz on the wrong side of the map, and now we're fighting on second point again. Zoro ends up going down despite the sound barrier usage. Prota also falls to Quartz, of all people, who is still on the flank. Playing with their food is a little bit of an understatement here, as Twisted Minds just confident as ever.
Yeah, this is looking like a push. You still got another bomb. I guess you could eat that at the spawn doors if you really wanted to. Funny Astro's gonna have the sound barrier, and Sakura, all their hopes for this defense lie in a pulse bomb from China. He's been really good with the stick so far, but I feel like even equalizing this with a stick onto somebody, and you miss it.
Unfortunately, yeah. Quartz should go down, although with that sound barrier, it's going to be a bit of a tough ordeal getting through all this overhealth. Been shot by somewhere else as well. The Lucio. Okay, there it is. Tag team effort there from China. We'll see if any more kills can be acquired. Astro, fancy footwork on the Lucio, taken out by Strebor. Okay, this two-man hit squad coming through from a Sakura, keeping them competitive on this final point. Self-destruct on the point, though, as well, to clear out Sakura from it. Only a couple of meters to go as TVNT's mech falls desperately low, but here comes the blade from Psycho. No sound barrier, no defensive ult, and no help on the side of Sakura. 2 minutes and 5 seconds on Route 66. Twisted Minds making it look easy.
Now we get to see what they're doing on the defense as well. Is this where we get to see the Baptiste Zen backline from Twisted Minds? You know, just play a little, have a little fun at this point.
Yeah, honestly, anything like, just play anything, man. I don't think there's a need to really change up the game plan at all. I mean, Quartz is just clicking heads. If you can play Widowmaker like that, where you're literally in the enemy team spawn and they beat into you and then you still win the fight, yeah, I don't need to say anything else really. I think you're happy just to play whatever. And it's disappointing too, because I think Hattori, Sakura, I mean China, Zoro, like in the entire team, if you look back to last year, they had a pretty decent amount of success. I think Hattori's proved herself as a very flexible tank player. China extremely good on Tracer. And a player that good on Tracer coming into this year with the hero bans can be seen as a bit of a disadvantage because that can be banned away from you. But I think there's merits to the individual players. They've just not managed to live up to a very competitive region this year. We'll see if they can take this map, although if Quartz is going to continue his kind of spree, not playing the Widowmaker, now back onto the Sojourn. It's going to be a tough ask, but maybe Zoro on the Widowmaker can be what they desire.
I think the Widowmaker is a little bit easier on the attack to really find impact, because like you get one pick, it helps you build up that momentum and you can just continue to take those team fights easier and easier. But if you lose on the Widowmaker on defense, that is, you're down a player, you're down a significant amount of damage as well. So I think it makes more sense for Quartz here to be able to have the access to different angles from the Sojourn power slides as well, and also just have this big high ground presence.
Oh, what a shot.
It doesn't.
All right.
Yeah.
Zoro just giving Quartz the taste of his own medicine. Although with how aggressive this comp can be, it's going to be pretty rough. Even if you get that pick onto Quartz, Funny Astro is going to speed everybody forwards and then run over the front line, especially if you get the kill onto China as well.
Well, Quartz is going to match the Widow now.
Like that a lot.
Forget what I said. Yeah, forget everything that I just said about the Soldier versus Widow. Widow versus Widow is better. Let's go, Quartz. Show us what you got.
I would say.
It's so much more fun.
Look, if one player can do it and the other player switches, you get the little mirror. Love that. I had that with Torb the other day, a little Torb 1v1 on the old Watch Point Gibraltar. I lost it, sadly. Is what it is. Better Torb wins every now and then, and the better Widow wins as well. See if Quartz can match Zoro, and there you go. Wow, I almost spoke that into existence.
Hello. All right, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Still gotta look at this Widow. Yeah, I mean, Blade at the spawn room. Is this what we're in for now?
I mean, look at the ult charge for Sakura right now. They've not really been able to get all of anything because their fights have just been so definitive. Just waiting for the Widow picks, basically. God, if Quartz had walls there, that would have been a free kill onto Strebor. China's already in, but already out now. Has to hit that recall, and now the Tracer can't stay in too long. Body shot onto Prota, and perfect follow-up. Synergy on point there from TVNT. Sees the support just pretty low, and well, that's okay. Not sure that self-choke's going to get too much, and Hattori gets chased down by Astro. Here comes the walls from Zoro, but the fight is, sadly for Zoro, already over.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Tori switches over to the Wrecking Ball now. That D.Va just not finding the purchase you would have wanted. China throws in a Pulse Bomb, and it also just goes wide. So now, Twisted Minds has all of the power in this next fight.
Yo, what a... I like that push from Quartz. Trying to punish the positioning from Quartz there. Looks like Hattori's going to do the same thing. A little boot from Astro will send Hattori flying for at least a brief moment, but an orbital ray. Twisted Minds cognizantly aware that they can just trade here. They can just let Quartz die because Quartz is such a threat. They can just push into the backline. And Sakura Esports, who commit so much to Killer Widowmaker, they then have no CDs, no backup for players like Prota. Oh, what a deflect too. Okay, well, yeah. Zora not only tasting the wrath of Quartz, but also Psycho. It's a nice deflect headshot.
Ooh, well, it's gonna be tough to weave any damage past any of these players at this point. Or maybe even get out of spawn. There's 25 seconds left.
There's a good
right?
Kill.
Oh, Orbital ready to get out of spawn?
And they beat. Well, at least Quartz is dead. Someone is going to be able to touch, but I mean, Psycho is AFK on top of the Parasol, having lunch, waiting for people to exit the spawn. Blade popped. There's a couple of players on the point. Psycho's already found one kill. Hasn't got a dash, but it's the final hurrah here for Sakura Esports to try and get this point popping.
I mean, you've got everybody that was killed at their spawn doors now coming back to make sure that they can get the recontest. Quartz comes back with the Symmetra teleporter, and there's still some hope here because Hitori and Zaro are still alive, but not for long, for how much longer.
Yeah, if it isn't Quartz carrying on the Widow, it's Psycho landing some clean shurikens, and Psycho just pointing to the skies like, I don't have to play Torb anymore, I can play Genji. Yes, flex DPS. Like, he's happy. I know that for sure after that interview last week. Twisted Minds end up picking up the win. Clean little 3-0. Done and dusted. First match of the day on EMEA. Just not looking too close.
Yeah.
So it...
Round one. Go teeny tiny. I'm dying.
So he is...
Oh.
So he went net running there.
So he did
and,
a little tracer blink IRL.
That was pretty funny. And she's frozen in time. She hit the recall. Oh no, she's not. She's back. Zoe's so back, guys. Don't worry. California weather strikes again. One raindrop hits the ground. The entire infrastructure of the entire county just dies.
Actually true.
I think we're back. Anyway, match highlights, guys. We're so back. We're so back. Don't worry. No technical issues here. All good. Rain, be gone with you. Highlights, we're here to stay. That was, like we said, Rose, a bit of a stomping here. Unfortunately for Sakura, not looking so hot. They had a very, very close, and it was a very fun series versus Vision Esports in week 1, went all the way to a map number 5. Genji 3-0'd them, but this was a very convincing and confidence-building 3-0 for Twisted Minds, who the next opponent is going to be Virtus Pro.
I think every single match we've seen Twisted Minds also level up. I think while maybe even that first week we would say, oh yeah, this Sakura versus Twisted Minds matchup would be pretty close. The fact that this was such a beatdown should boast a lot of confidence for Twisted Minds fans. I mean, this is a roster that also, like, they were having fun. Like, we could see the D.Va bombs getting thrown, like, actually boostered out to the other side of a building. Yeah. Psycho going up and touching the spawn room doors for a Dragon Blade. Quartz sitting in tank mode, actually shooting a Widow headshot. Like, this was just, I think, a roster really feeling confident and having fun with the match, and that means I think this next couple of weeks, I'd be scared if I were any other team going up against Twisted Minds for the last couple of matches.
They do have not the easiest schedule ahead of them, though. I think tomorrow they're going to face off against VP, and then they still have to go up against Vision and the Ultimates. So Vision, we know they can take it to any other team. The Ultimates, also, of course, one of our top teams. So the strength of schedule is not easy. And given that we're heading into next week with Season 15 perks in the mix.
Exactly.
That could be crazy. Like, so, but yeah, for now, obviously a very confident performance, and they're looking good. And they look like they're having fun right next.
You're right. Next week, is the problem, I think, for a lot of teams. Like, finding the OP thing as quickly as possible and then running it into the ground. Like, that is going to be the game plan. That is every team as soon as that Tuesday patch hits.
So he's back?
Sohe's, I mean,
So he's back.
the look of disdain on Sohe's face for LA Infrastructure is crazy.
I think the name of the game for perks though is genuinely like, you play comfort, you figure out what are you good at. Like, if you can just keep playing your best heroes, play into the strongest perks for that specific situation. The perks are pretty flexible and they're very powerful. So I think anything is viable, and maybe that's a good thing for these teams. Just keep playing what they have been and then figure out the perks in the next couple of weeks.
Exactly, yeah. Player of the match here, Funny Astro. Didn't play Soldier or Winston, but you know what, Astro? I've seen you play DPS. It's pretty decent. Good stuff looking all around that. Look, he got 99 limbs and he got like 15 environmentals on the first like 3 seconds of the Lijiang Tower. So of course he's going to get player of the match. Good stuff there from Astro. I expect nothing less from a WildStar Lucio player. Yeah, the perks are just going to throw everything into whack. And there are definitely some that are more OP than others. Just on paper, it's like, okay, this perk is definitely better than this one. So again, just finding what's OP and then running for it. I do believe, actually, we've got an interview with Mr. Daniel Hathaway, Mr. Funny Astro, coming up now. If he's on the call, on the line. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Astro?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Hello. A little bit of a stomp, let's be real. A little 3-0 for the boys. Now, I just want to not really talk about that series because I don't think there's too much we can really glean from it. I want to know your thoughts going into next week. Obviously, VP is your next opponent. Like, they are 3-0 undefeated, and also perks are coming in. Like, your head must be scrambled right now.
I think right now we're just focused on beating VP tomorrow. I think that's our big rivalry for the stage. Obviously, we had a slow start, but we've started to pick up steam, and we're confident we're going to beat them tomorrow, and then whatever happens next week happens next week. We'll see. We'll see when perks come into the game.
Yeah, I love hearing the confidence though, because I feel like Funny Astro, this is a team that everybody had such high expectations for when you guys first formed for the stage. And so how has it been working through the kinks of the hazard meta from the first weekend going into some of the starting roster changes that you made for the last weekend?
I think it was just a little bit awkward at the start. We've got a lot of people who are natural leaders on the team, and we were having sort of clashes between people talking and a lot of different ideas. And we just needed to have one plan, one idea in a lot of these earlier games, like against Genji and against Alcazar. I think if we just had one clear plan, everything would have worked out. But we were struggling with that at the start. I think we've got it down. It's something we're working on. And yeah, I mean, it shows. Hopefully it'll show tomorrow against VP as well.
It looks like you guys have found that groove again, because it was like I don't want to call it stupid, but it kind of was like a silly like Torb sim meta, and it was like, oh, everybody panic, guys, we have to play this because it's being as a comps, I guess. Like, but now you guys like, you're on Lucio. We even saw a little bit of BAP from you. I was like, wow, this guy pops, all right. And exactly, yeah, really big throwback. And then Quartz obviously on the Sojourn. So yeah, I'm happy you guys are performing well. And hey, good luck in your match against VP. Thank you so much for stopping by with us for a brief chat. And yeah, have fun. And hopefully the perks work out well for you. The Lucio ones look interesting. So yeah, we'll go from there.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, all good. There we go. Funny Astro from Twisted Minds. And yeah, I was looking at the Lucio ones just quickly off screen real quick. The major ones seem crazy. The amp it up range is insane.
I know.
And then his attack speed as well increased by 50% when amp it up is active. I'm like, I think the range one is better, but the attack speed for Astro specifically might be secretly OP because he is kind of freakish when it comes to the Sound Blaster accuracy. It's kind of nuts.
He has such good rollouts too. So I feel like you're going to be seeing him up in the rafters, getting great Cheerios into people. I agree. It's going to be great.
Here are the standings though, Rose. 2-2 for Twisted Minds. And Astro said, look, we found our groove. We're back in this, concentrating on Virtus Pro tomorrow, who are currently 3-0 in the standings. And VP, they've only dropped a single map as well. So they have not you could argue, faced any real competition just yet. We'll see if Twisted Minds can do that. Sakura on the other side of things, though, 0-5. Not picking up any map wins here today, so relegation likely for the team. So kind of hoping for the best for them when it comes to that. But we'll be right back. After this break, it's going to be Gen G versus Team Vision, the team that can take any other team to a map number 5, Rose. Will it be the same story here, or even a map 4 against Gen G? We'll have to wait and see after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Time to talk about something big. Introducing perks. This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get a choice between 2 minor perks. We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades. They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your major perk level, you'll get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades, letting you fine-tune your playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level up Orisa to level 2, your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify. Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3, though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin for a protective barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect with major perks with Torbjorn. For Torb's major perk options, you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls. With this added flexibility, Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents with sneaky turret placement. Finally, let's round it out with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker. You might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on, you might want Ana's second major perk option. Give yourself Nano Boost when it's activated on an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We are looking for a system that we can layer on top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match. We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies and support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
When wildfires struck Los Angeles, Direct Relief began delivering vital aid to protect communities in crisis. And they're still at work providing resources to help those most affected by the fires. So Blizzard actually has made a $1 million donation to relief efforts, and you can help too. So make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information on how you can help everyone affected. In advance, of course, on behalf of all of us, thank you already. Now it is time time to talk about our second match of the day. So for that, we once more bring in Jack and Necra. Big question here for me is, of course, do transitive properties already apply? OWCS beat Vision, Gen G beat OWCS, therefore Gen G will beat Vision. Done. Don't even need to play the match.
Yeah. What a boring resolution, but maybe an accurate one. I don't know. It does feel that way, though. I think Gen G pretty sure in themselves, and I think a lot of the audience would probably agree. Like, this team is up there, top 3, maybe even top 2. Vision Esports, they are the underdog, the team that can punch up, Rose, like you were saying. But taking down Gen G, such a monster squad, it seems unlikely.
Yeah, let's talk about what we saw from the team. Starting with Gen G, last week they were playing against OWCS, and they seemed to just play whatever they were comfortable with, whatever they felt. It was a little vibey. Top Dragon was on Pharah. Sauna on Tracer, always a good time. They even dropped the Moira into the mix with Canale. So yeah, that was a 3-0, and it did not look close.
Not really. I feel like Gen G, after the small hiccup versus Virtus Pro, have been completely flawless for the rest of the stage. This is a team that is definitely considered to be like top 2, top 3 in the region. And I think now that they're also able to play Mag on the Wrecking Ball, they look so good. That's a confident Gen G. And I think just the Wrecking Ball into something like the Hazard was pretty mismatched. So it works out in their favor pretty well now that Hazard is kind of out of there. Mazard, if you will. Mag Hazard. Doesn't have to be played.
Like yes, I'm here for it. Right, on the other side, of course, Vision Esports. Jack, impressions, thoughts?
I think they've been really fun. They've been definitely one of the more entertaining teams to watch. When they sub 1 in 2, it's like, okay, great. We're getting Simple on the Zen. Absolutely dominates on maps like Havana. It's been a really cool team to actually keep your eye on. I think Taejong and Slowdive have big pop-off potential. Just their team as a whole, in comparison to the rest of the EMEA region, just isn't at the same like power level and like consistency level either. I think AOY and the whole supportive backline is exceptionally good. It's just there's a lot more experience, I'd say, on teams like VP and like the Ultimates and stuff, that they've just not been able to really breach that upper echelon. However, there's still a big chance to knock teams out. If they do come up with a win here, like Twisted Minds then still needs to look like, hey, we could still be in relegation, even though it does look quite unlikely that they'll take this series.
Yeah, but like, again, Vision Esports, you both already mentioned it, they were clutch. They got so close to winning maps. They got so close to winning series even. So the explosiveness from this team cannot be denied. I'm very interested to see what they have in store for us going up against Gen G. There's only one way of finding out, and that's starting the game. Don't worry, we're not holding it hostage. We're actually waiting for the players. But first, let's talk about the map set here and the hero bans as well. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, let's get into this one. Gen G picking Lijiang Tower, banning Diva, and then Pharah ban for Vision. Like you were saying, Rose, look, hey, Gen G, they don't mind playing top dragon on pretty much anything. The guy's a flex god. And the Pharah did look really good last week, especially against these weird comps. It's kind of almost disappointing to see Vision Esports match up against Gen G right this very second, because I kind of want to see them next week and in the perks, because I think they're a team that could really surprise people and come out with something a little bit wacky that might just, oh, okay, this perk's really OP and this character's really good, and now it combos with this character really well. Like that, I think there is a lot of potential for this squad.
Oh, it's just the backline that I look at, and I think that's where we're going to see so many of those big perk pickups. When you look at just the flexibility between like Canale and Crispy, just having so many different heroes at their disposal, and you've got this impressive trio for the support backline of Team Vision that can bring anything out. So like that's where I agree with you. I think they would be the ones to really find the OP perks and show us those OP backlines.
Yeah, 9% to 11% there. Gen G favored by the audience, at least for right now. Although, to be fair, I'm kind of thinking about it and saying it. If they win here, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. If they do win, though, they face Twisted Minds next week as well. I'm like, okay, they face Twisted Minds, and then they're kind of battling out for like this relegation spot, and then the perks come in like, whatever, man. Like, anything can kind of happen, but actually getting over this first hurdle is going to be the hardest. We'll have to see how they end up tanking this one. Taking away the Pharah, it's kind of nice. I like the Diva ban as well from IMO, another pretty impressive tank player that has been good on the Diva. And last week, it was a little tougher to play the Diva against the Symmetra. So Lijiang Tower, a map that people want to play really super fast on. Very good ban, I think, here from Gen G.
I agree. You could also see the Sigma come out from IMO, so at least you are slowing down the pace a little bit. But hey, everybody, I know we're waiting to get into the game, but that's good for you because it gives you more time to earn your drops. Make sure that your accounts are connected. We've got some great drops for you. We still have a couple more weekends left for you to be able to get that 12 hours. And then, of course, make sure you've linked your Faceit account as well for more exclusive drops.
Yep, all good. All little free things go a long way. At the end of the day, rock those next week as well. Rock the new cosmetics. I know a lot of stuff coming in next season. So, yeah, you want to look your darndest. You want to look good going into the new season. Plus, with the rank reset as well. Like, come on, you'll be playing a lot of rank to get back to where you believe you were, but you're probably still hard stuck. We'll go into the next series in just a moment. Of course, to round out the day too, that Peps versus Ultimates game is going to be pretty damn exciting, especially for the Ultimates. Maybe we even see Soon come back in for Peps. I'm hoping so. I got my fingers crossed for him. And for everybody. So nice. Everybody wants to see Soon. Come on, man. Where are you? Where have you been? Come on. Play some Tracer for us. Play some Widow, please. Please don't go to Vaughn and then we'll get banned Widow again.
It would be a little sad.
That was a tough game. That was against Vision, actually, as well, wasn't it? Yeah, the Havana game. All right, let's jump in, though. Yeah, it was against Twisted Mind, sorry. Let's go to Lijiang Tower. Who's really surprised? Absolutely nobody. One of the best control maps in the game, if you have to ask me. Pharah ban on the time of Vision and Diva for Gen G. We'll see what the meta's been cooking for both sides. I don't think it's going to be Hog, but I could very well see a Mag Wrecking Ball again, though. It's been kind of a staple of Gen G over the last 2 weeks.
It has, and it's looked really good as well, just being able to play some of these faster-paced compositions. We've seen Gen G go very all-in with Top Dragon, really focusing on Pharah. This Venture has also looked incredible. And so imagine being able to pair like the fast teleporter with the Venture being able to burrow, to go ahead and take these dives with Mag. That's where Gen G has been finding a lot of power in this roster and their success. Just gonna be that Symmetra teleporter out of the spawn before Sana joins the dive back up with that Tracer. And look at slow dive already.
What a nade as well. Kanail connects to the nade and then Mag's already there. Good follow-up. Sure, the Lucio doesn't die. Oh, Mag's still trying to go for him. The Lucio might be dead here. There's not really an easy way to get back onto the surface. Yeah, there you go. There's like a small lip just before that pool, like as a Lucio, I don't think you can actually get back. You can like circle around the whole thing, but good stuff from Max so far.
The death floor is low too, like it's actually, or it's like it's higher than you think it is. So as soon as you go over that edge, you're also just off the map. You've died. Go back to spawn.
Moment.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean 50% towards mines as well. He's just gonna play as a fly on this veranda. Yeah,
he's just, I mean, look. Easy kill on Crispy though, IMO. And the rest of his Esports just taking the lull in action and making good use of it. Kanail too just caught out very quick. Okay, good luck. Okay, eventually hit the Lucio. Max still alive. Looks like they did manage to kill the Sojourn. So Max is going to be able to keep this point active for a little while. But yeah, kind of Mag there playing a little bit slower, and Vision East was like, okay, if you're not going to like go in and slam us, that's fine. We have a Lucio. We can dive the backline. He's going to be a little bit more squishy than a Kiriko. That Ana very susceptible to the dives.
And the Venture, though, or sorry, the Hazard as well here coming through from IMO has been such a big thing for them. This is where Mag struggled in that Hazard meta, being able to play the Wrecking Ball into some of these faster comps like this Hazard. So Hazard getting rushed in by the Lucio, or even just having Taejong there. Look at how Mag is struggling.
Yeah, good Suzu on the side of Simple. Oh, Mega Health Pack stolen away. Oh, Taejong's in trouble. That's an easy kill for Sauna. However, they do trade with Top Dragon. Kanail also falls. A rush on the bridge. That nano is flung out as well by Kanail. Looks like Mag's trying to get some environmentals right now, but unsuccessful in his endeavor.
Getting ready to let those mines loose though. But Vision Esports still have control at this point. So look at the downpour, maybe even being able to lock Mag in place. Sona's trying to get a little crazy in the back line for this pulse bomb, but it's slow dive to
Kaneo's dead again.
first.
2 slow dive, yeah, slow dive. Managed to snipe out Kaneo before he can even TP, and the Top Dragon gets booped off the map as he was ulting. All right, this is the Vision Esports we're expecting, being able to punch up. Pulse bomb connection onto Imo. Sona falls, however, so still a scrappy fight for Gen G to try and finish out, but the health bars are dwindling on their side as Taejong manages to deal with Mag. A sound barrier on 2 for Gen G. An ill-advised one. A return 1 for Vision Esports. They try and close this round out.
It's looking like they could do it as well. I mean, Imo still has control of this downpour, and Taejong's gonna get another pulse bomb. Oh, but wow. Gen G actually ate up the score.
AOI off the map. 97% and building. They're going to get 99 and OT. But wow, scrappy fight from Vision Esports, but they don't mind getting down and dirty. Like, get mud wrestling, you know? Like, Gen G just weren't able to make it, take control of their chaos. Kaneo got picked off twice in a row there by slow dive.
Really big picks for Vision Esports to open up those fights with, because you just remove so much utility. But the fact that Gen G are also sitting on nothing, and that pick on a slow dive is massive just to keep control.
Okay, problem dealt with. Slow dive down. Wow, they're even committing more to this fight. Imo lays down a downpour, kills Top Dragon, but you have to survive it. That was wasted, to say the very least there from Imo. If you connect with more, maybe you get a double kill. I think that's worth, but only getting the singular kill onto Top Dragon is not worth.
I would have loved to see Imo save that, just to be able to use that alongside the Kitsune Rush, the Pulse Bomb, like try to overwhelm with that ultimate presence. But now Gen G actually has a chance to clap back here. They have a Kitsune Rush if they're all coming up pretty soon here, and Sona with another Pulse Bomb as well as his mines. This is pretty even right now in the ultimate economy.
Super early. Mines on the point. There's the late rush. Vision Esports used theirs to get over the bridge. Pulse bomb in hands. Good stick from Sona as well. Stuck slow dive's pinky toe there, I think. But a kill is a kill. And a round is a round as well. Gen G. Okay, they managed to kind of control the chaos that Vision Esports were putting them in. And they claim the round. A nice team kill. 99-99 as Gen G take it over to 100.
That was so close. I actually thought that Vision Esports could have won that round as well if they were able to actually use their ultimates before Gen G comes in and mag bowls somebody in that mini room. This round looks different, but makes me really excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of the series, because I think just looking on paper at both of these teams' win-loss records, you kind of go, all right, well, Gen G, it's Gen G. They're going to be able to get the dub here, but Vision Esports are really putting a lot of heart and soul into this one, and they still get another round to show us like what they've got. I almost want Imo to stick to the Hazard, because I feel like that Hazard versus the Wrecking Ball has been so good for Vision Esports.
Oh, they're going to go with Torv Cassidy instead. Trying to deal with Mag. Mag doing his rollout across the side of the map. Standard Wrecking Ball. Problem is there's only one Mag grenade, at least for now. Perk's coming out soon next week. For slow dive. So picking the correct target here is going to be rather tough. You want to be able to stop Top Dragon from getting in and now using that burrow, but you also want to halt Mag's kind of offensive play on the Wrecking Ball. Good rock though, and that's going to be a kill. Taejong clapping back. Vision Esports now on the point. Good kill from Kaneo though, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, at this point, Vision Esports, they do get a chance to actually take control of this point first, and that's where the Sigma is going to be the most effective. Just being able to play from this defensive side, but Kaneo actually getting another pick here. Opens things up pretty big for Gen G with this dive coming back in.
Maxing for a boot.
Oh, careful.
Not quite yet. Imo knew that one was coming. Little Susie there cleanses the anti. Slow dive with a kill initially, but isolated now in the mid. Oh, it doesn't matter apparently. Slow dive, one-man wrecking crew, just 2v1s in mid, and that forces a reset from Gen G. This might be Mag switching too, because Mag's ability to stay in these fights is, it's next to zero, but actually no, it looks like he's just going to go on outside again.
I mean, Mag is still the most comfortable on the Wrecking Ball from just what we've seen from this Gen G roster. I feel like it would be very big panic signs if Mag actually does switch to something else, because his hero pool is most comfortably Wrecking Ball and Winston. And right now, I'm not seeing any Winston here. And Mag is still coming up with picks.
Oh, Slowdive needs help. This rush is definitely going to help, aiding that healing. Rush in the middle of the point as well. Kanel takes a kunai to the chest. As Simple just still spamming down range, trying to pick up a headshot so someone else can finish them off. These G-Stars haven't lost the point either. Rose, they got mines, they got nano. That'd be Gen G right now. They got sound barriers soon, but they're extending this fight for as long as humanly possible.
Oh, wants to get a high nuke, but that's enough damage.
Good follow-up on Crispy. Crispy down, mines on the point, absolutely useless as there's no follow-up as Vision Esports. They've got the tools to deal with Mag, as Mag honestly has been a bit of a non-factor in this round.
I'm laughing because Slowdive got stuck in the corner. I was just like full clipping into Mag's body, like making himself such an easy target. And you're right, like Mag can go in there and body block and soak up damage all he wants, but it's gonna come down to these ultimates having to make the difference.
Oh, that Suzu's good. Oh, what a boop! What a boop! Crispy laying down that sound barrier to match Vision Esports. It's a 4-on-3. Flux trying to connect, looking for the honor in the backline. Kanel, it connects with him. Surely there's a kill coming through in Vision Esports' future. It is. Kanel down, and Imo still on the points. No CDs left available as the blade does get pulled. Slashing through that shields is pretty damn easy for Sora. And there's the flip eventually. Again, the chaos comes in, and Gen G grappling with Vision Esports, who have been honestly a nuisance to play against by the looks of it this round. Just so many ways to stop Mag and Top Dragon and Sauna from doing anything.
Yeah, I mean, Sana even just gets taken out by the Torb there. Actually got chased down by AOI as well, and then Mag comes in and boops the Lucio away. But Vision Esports aren't going to give up. Like, they've got the hazard pick now here for Imo. They're going to be going in really fast with this Taejong Venture on top of the rush. This is not over for Vision Esports. Sana actually comes back on the Soldier of all things.
Yeah, very rare pick. There's the rush from Simple. Slowdive not able to get in that one at all, was actually trapped in the mid. However, Vision still capped. So this is Gen G now trying to get this cap back, because right now Vision Esports just, again, extending this game. Crispy falls, Simple as well. Top Dragon cannot be in this fight whatsoever because he's too busy capping. Eventually the flip is here, and Vision Esports are still getting kills. Sauna goes down to Taejong as now they try and corral them into this mega health pack room, as Top Dragon unable to secure another one as Slowdive comes back, sits in mid, and like a turret just swings around and gets some kills.
Wow, this DPS duo has been so impressive. Just such great pincers coming through Taejong and Slowdive. Mag though with these mines, it comes down to this.
Cap. Oh, they still got the cap.
He can't stand there by himself.
Surely someone touches. Yep, it's going to be Crispy. A nice attempted boot there onto Slowdive, but still had the roll. Slowdive is just clicking heads right now. I mean, he might die, but the damage is already done. In fact, he's not going to die. The healing ends up coming in from Simple and AOY. Even a sound barrier for Vision Esports. They're going to let it loose, and they're going to take us to a round 3 against Gen G.
Whew. Vision Esports came to play. This has been a very, very close map, especially against one of the considered best teams in EMEA. Vision Esports, they're kind of down for the count right now, Jack, but if they win this series, that would be crazy cool for them, and they might actually see themselves out of relegation. Right now, I feel like they're getting like the better end of the stick when Gen G on the other side, like Nag has to play Mauga in this in close quarters. That means Imo could play like Venture or Ram, something that Imo has been very comfortable with, just wanting to get those close quarter brawls.
They just had all the answers for Mag's Wrecking Ball. And yeah, like you said, now pivoting over to the Mauga. A bit more of a stationary comp, although with the Venture it's going to be bit more in your face, I got a feeling. Slowdive on the Soj too. I think the Sojourn's actually a pretty smart pickup just initially, right? You don't want to come out on the Cassidy because the likelihood of Mag playing ball here is pretty slim. Looks like they're going to go try for a small push though. Using that speed ring to get on top of Imo. Forces their Nemesis form super early. And look at the focus fire. Fully charged beam from Sauna 2 is shredding the health bar of Imo.
But Mag actually has to go behind cover to get some healing. That's still not a pick yet, but very close on Vision Esports.
Wow, good Suzu there, saving Imo's life as Top Dragon ends up going down. Again, fully charged beam. This needs to actually get a kill. Another stomp into the back line. They do eventually get down the tank. But that was just Mag just running at the DPS, just charging off of cooldown, which got buffed actually like a patch or so ago.
Finally some cleanup coming through here for Gen G, but the point is still in control of Vision Esports. Taejong getting a little bit more progress, just being able to get the burrow underground and yeah, stalling for a little bit longer. 29% here for Vision Esports as they're able to come back in with a Kitsune Rush, maybe even a sound barrier here from AOY. But Tales of this time, Jack, we're looking at maybe Orbital Ray versus Kitsune Rush here. I will still take the Ray 9 times out of 10.
Well, here comes the rush on the point.
Yeah, and the Ray's not ready yet.
Stomp into the front line. Ray 10% away. 5-man sound barrier though from Crispy. AOY's down, and now Crispy can just turn his attention to the high ground. Slow dive booped off the map. As for Crispy, I know, and Gen G, okay, they get the rush out of Vision, but they do trade for a sound barrier. But I think the big thing here is going to be this wall from Sauna. You pop this wall down, you can extend these fights for so long that this sound barrier from AOY, they have to get kills off of it instantly. Otherwise, Gen G are just going to run them out of town with this Orbital Ray to follow up with that wall.
I mean, the wall's even going to be good just to answer something like the Tectonic Shock or even this Overclock from Slow Dive. So not only is it going to be good for a defensive capability here, but against both of these DPS ults, they don't even need to pop the wall yet because Taejong can't find a target.
They're going to use the Ray. There's the sound barrier. And the cage too, just throwing everything in. This Ray, not enough to heal Mag though by the looks of it. And here comes the Tectonic Shock. Everybody's trapped in a shocking cage, if you will. As an easy fight for Gen G, and they save their wall too. Vision Esports, they've got a single ult to their name for what is the last fight, but Gen G have the perfect counter.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy overclock to weave past this wall, and that's why maybe we see Vision Esports attempt to just, you know, draw them closer. Force them to use the wall, maybe start to push back with it, but look at this. Oh, look at this wraparound the Top Dragon's trying to get here to the back line. Simple, very vulnerable.
Stomp in. Slow dive does get Suzu there briefly. However, that wall's going to come in. It's going to be such a nuisance to play around, and Top Dragon's AoE damage here is just immense. And then Sauna's also just juggling this wall. Good luck staying alive here if you're Taejong. Does end up getting booped off, but Top Dragon still has CDs. Taejong's the perfect focus fire here for Gen G, but AOY comes back on the Kiriko, TPing forward, Suzuing the front line to keep them in this fight.
Oh, but it is going to be Imo quick to fall. Taejong equalizing, but nobody touches.
Oh, the retouch there was so tough. Imo went down there to start us off, and then, yeah, the DPS kind of juggling in and out. A lot of boops as well, mind you, with the Lucio
there were
and the...
people alive.
I know.
Everybody taking a 1v1. The odds of that are so low, and then you still... that's so unfortunate.
It always does feel bad when you have a few people who's like, no, surely we can win. Just someone tough.
Oh,
tough stuff. But hey, look, Vision Esports, they take Gen G all the way to 3 rounds on control. And this is the team that does play scrappy. They will take teams, no matter who you are, 2 map 5, 2 map 4. And potentially, you know, if the stars align, they take the series. They don't save themselves from the relegation point, but it looks a lot better for them going into next week.
It does. And there was so many bright moments here for Vision Esports. I still think we could extend this to a 5-map series if the hero bans and the maps go just right for them. I love some of these new looks as well. I think being able to see Taejong on the Venture paired so nicely with just the aggression that we're seeing and the confidence from Imo. Imo maybe a little bit timid in those first couple of... I guess the last weekend, I would say maybe just a little bit more timid versus some of these other teams. But like this feels like a return back to form in that first week where Vision Esports were able to get that win.
I really like this Venture as well. The Venture in these comps is really annoying to deal with. So look at the stats from that last map. Yeah, I mean, look at the damage. Pretty similar in terms of damage there. Healing on the side of Vision Esports just immense. 22.7k. Obviously, being on the losing end, you expect to be healing more, but that's a lot of healing compared to Gen G. All right. I mean, Vision Esports, they get their map choice. They get their ban too. This is going to at least 4 maps. I mean, surely.
Well, Well, I mean, if with this next map pick, maybe Vision Esports does take us to Blizzard World or Havana, anything where we get a chance to see a Simple and One as the backline, just Zembap, please, more Zembap, Zen Ana, something. That's been so special and such a treat to come out of this team.
They did end up winning the last series that they did play against Peps. They did end up winning Control. That was Samoa. It again went to all 3 rounds. No real shocker there. They ended up winning a map against Ultimates too, and that was Havana of all places. So it's actually going to be a Blizzard World pick. Okay, so we're not going to an Escort. Perfectly predicted there, Rose. As we see Vision Esports, when they do go to these slower, like longer rangey maps, they're going to have Zen in. They're going to have Simple on Zen, who absolutely dominate.
Yeah, no Tracer can stand up to this Zenyatta. I know that's something that a lot of Zenyatas, they have to grind for. You gotta have the volleys frame perfect to actually hit these Tracers as they're blinking. But like Tracer and Genji are kind of the 2 biggest nuisances for something like a Zen. Yes, you can kick them away now, but I still feel like the Tracer's gonna come back there. You're stationary. Who's actually gonna come back and support you? The Zen has to be able to survive by itself. And so, as we always see, one coming in for AOY to be able to play something like that Zenyatta. I'm so excited, Jaws.
Yeah, main support out for a flex support as one will be, well, I'd imagine Juno, Ana, kind of dealio. And then, yeah, on the Zen, they've played against the Mauga comps and it does end up working. The Mauga ends up just getting shredded in the front line, not like muscly jacked. I mean, by the opposite, the guy's getting a bit leaner. A lot of his muscle mass being flung off his body as the orbs do hit. And at the end of the day, if you can't play fast, which, to be fair, to Genji's credit, they can and they will, you do end up just losing out to the Zen comp. And this is also what we see. We always see the Lucio being banned here for Vision Esports because they know if you play Lucio, you're going to run over the Zen. It's just to kind of not only protect the Zen ban, but also protect the Zen in the server as well. It looks like Genji going to ban the Sigma, so the Zen's going to be a little bit more fragile. So a smart ban coming from Genji's side.
Very, very smart. I think just it kind of forces you to maybe have to run something like the Hazard if you're Vision Esports, or maybe Imo actually gets a chance to play Diva. Diva actually not horrible because you can go back and you can peel for the Zenyatta and that more static backline just a little bit easier. So if you do see some divey things coming in from Genji on the Wrecking Ball or whatnot, then it's not so bad. But I like the bans. I think they're both very smart on both sides. And then I'm just very excited to see Vision Esports on their best map again.
Before we jump into the map, we're just getting Simple and everybody loaded up into the lobby. And one, obviously, who's coming in for Vision Esports. A quick look at the next season's trailer. It's Tuesday, by the way. It's not long. So we'll have a quick look at that before we get into this map.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Shows them you are superior, and bang! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again. I will rewatch this one a few more times.
All right, we're back. Blizzard World on your screens right now. And we are seeing hello Zen. Oh yeah, Mythic skin obviously coming out on the 15th. So that's going to be pretty damn exciting. Second map, Genji versus Vision. This is Vision's home turf, Rose. They want to play Zen. They want to play the slow backline. And they just want to have Simple dominate.
When we got a chance to talk to Imo in their winning interview, he was saying that like this is their best map. This is one that they've been winning scrims the most on, and so this is certainly a confidence pick. If they can't win here, I think that tells us how the series is probably going to end with Genji as a victor. But I'm really, really excited to see Vision Esports come out on this one. They are going to be on the attack first, so who knows what we're going to see here. It looks like they might be just having a little bit of fun in spawn before they lock into what they actually are going to run. But it doesn't really surprise me too much to see maybe we do see, whoa, Alari Ana on the attack. I love that.
Alari, okay. Interesting, right. So the Alari against the D.Va, very frustrating to actually get your ultimate off against a good D.Va. The sun it does move. It moves at a snail's pace, it feels like sometimes, and the hitbox is quite large. The Torbjorn too, so Vision Esports, yeah, not playing them with the Zen, a more static comp still though with the Alari. The Alari can supplement so much damage, aiding kind of killing the turret, and even shooting Mag down as well. Very easy to headshot, obviously. Not Alari, I meant the D.Va, but apparently for Top Dragon it's very easy to shoot the Alari in the head. It looks like Vision Esports are going to quickly reset here. But the idea with the Alari is that it, again, doesn't put on the same amount of pressure as the Zen, but it still provides a lot of upfront damage on the D.Va, forcing her to use the Matrix.
It does, and I think something else when you take a look at Simple being able to come in with the Alari too, we already know the mechanical skill that this player has after seeing all of that Zenyatta play, and so, okay, whatever, slow speeds on the Captive Sun, I don't think it really matters. I think at this point, you're hoping that you're just able to make steady progress, and Imo's actually going to switch over to the Ramatra, and now you do have a shield to play around.
Oh, good TP. Good outburst, though, from Simple. Yeah, actually moving up here is going to be quite tough. You just want to sit on an off angle and wait for a pick, and you have the ability to do that. You headshot someone with the Alari, you follow it up with a railgun, and the rest is history. Unfortunately, Taejong is in the history books now as Mag runs him over with a nano boost on the D.Va, and now the Arnus alone. Good little sleep there, and a health pack pickup as well by one, but that just might prolong the death. Yeah, it does.
Oof. I've got to go all the way back now to spawn. At least, like, Top Dragon is one person that you've gotten out of the fight, but coming back with an ultimate, and everybody else on Gen G is able to prolong the fight too with something like D.Va Bomb from Mag. Crispy's gonna have the rally. Like, it's still slow going here for Vision Esports. They gotta break this open with the Nano or the Captive Sun, and Simple's going for it.
Oh, no ET either. Not quite in time with Mag there. Kanale ends up getting Sunstruck, exploding. No additional damage though, no additional kills. A self-destruct through the wall, and that's a kill onto Slowdive. This wall from Sauna is just working out so well for them, but a nano boost punching through Crispy's shield, and that is a rally missing now for Genji. A desperation rally for Crispy, low HP. That's a mistake. That's best left avoided. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, but Vision Esports still need to clean up these stragglers.
Oh, I wonder if you just pop the Annihilation here. I mean, get rid of Top Dragon first. At least you can get topped up by your own supports. And now you have the Annihilation to actually finish off this point. Zana's back here on the the Sombra, sorry, to like actually get a touch.
Yeah, they tried to go for the little virus there onto the Ana, but ended up missing, so had to go for it again. Mag does go down to the turret of all things, and that'll be the point capped by Vision.
Right in time. No sweat. Got the payload unlocked, and they actually get a chance to set up on Pylon Terrace. But it did take them a lot of time to do that, and a lot of resources. We're looking at the overclock from Slowdive, and still IMO able to hang on to this Annihilation for the next couple of moments, but it's tough to lock down a target with this Annihilation. At this point, you're kind of looking at trying to walk back onto the back line. You've got like Sana, Top Dragon, Kanail's really good targets, but you still have good speed.
Kanail thought maybe you got the kill there. It is, yeah, especially since you banned the D.Va too. Just denying space, pretty much. Speaking of denying space, the best way to do that is just by killing people. That's a double shot onto Top Dragon. Oh, good sleep from downtown. Nade follow-up. No nades, and Slowdive gets healed. That pylon coming in clutch there for Simple. And actually, Simple, Captive Sun over the high ground, connects with one, sleep dodged, and a kill onto Sauna and high ground control for Simple, but has to quickly save his backline. With one dying, still got the Alari alive and well, but without that tank, now Simple can just reign free.
Great stuff here. I mean, these Captive Suns have been beautiful. Like, making Alari look like the best pick in the meta at the moment. We're already approaching the final destination, and this is where the Annihilation can be super big. Someone's got to step up to the plate.
I didn't even need it.
Yeah,
They're just going to run through Sauna. Sauna got just destroyed. Molten cores from both sides as well, looking like a weirdly coloured pizza on that payload.
Hammer kill? No, no one's going to walk up to that. Just having a little fun at this point. Already able to take some space though in the front. Tejars can set up this turret if you do want to see a little bit of a cheeky flank come through from Gen.G. But it's really front to back damage at this point. Oh, Nano Simple. Do it.
No, it's not happening.
No.
It feels really nice, but just, yeah, you might as well run another ram at this point.
Oh.
I know, I want it too, but it's just not happening.
All right, or Nano Slowdive, I think. Slowdive could also be a good Nano target.
Yeah, he's always got Railgun. The OC 10% away. They're just going to do it on IMO's finally using that Annihilation, and he's just getting owned by the turrets. Absolutely melted by the Orbital Ray and turret combo. Unfortunate. Yeah, Nano just didn't exist there, pretty much. It's like you didn't even have it.
I mean, gotta have an answer.
I'd take that trade, though.
Yeah, I think you're okay with that. Well, if you're Gen.G, I think you're actually very okay with that because you got two big ultimates out of Vision Esports. IMO's actually going to switch over to the Zarya now to see if maybe you're able to get enough charge from these bubbles to just melt through the team yourself. Let's find out.
Especially good against the D.Va, of course, but staying alive might be a little tough. Yeah, and there it is, straight into the Matrix. Still, though, actually, get a kill onto Crispy, who was just using the shift in the skies, but the Nano Boost on the D.Va, yeah, that's it. I mean, Nano Boost and the wall, too, so even if Gen.G wanted to fight back, or Vision Esports wanted to fight back, they couldn't.
Yeah, get back to the drawing board again. Okay, we come in with Slowdive's overclock at this point. Maybe you get the Molten Core up, but Gen.G right now have a pretty firm grasp on things on the defense, and you've got a minute and 10 seconds left here if Vision Esports want to crack through this.
Wow. Delay after delay here for Vision Esports. And Molten Core used too by Top Dragon, just holding off the front line for like good 15 seconds or so. Now they're gonna have to finally regroup, and Taejong's on the side, and Taejong's dead. Slowdive is trying to get the kill onto Top Dragon. Lands a couple of body shots there, but Top Dragon's just hiding himself behind the pillar. Oh, eventually taken out. IMO needs to stay alive though. This frontline duel is gonna be quite bad as soon as that Zarya loses that shield. But it looks like they're staying in this fight, but this flank from Crispy, yeah, over eager. Him and Sauna trying to get a sneaky kill on the backline, but a quick 180 from Vision Esports will quickly dispatch with him.
Yeah, now it's just follow up here onto Kanale and Mag. Get a chance to get this payload moving, and Slowdive gets to step up to the spawn room door, see if a charged railgun shot is going to help Vision Esports to finally get this payload over the line. But it's an overtime here. Perfect ults to do that though. You've got Molten Core, you're gonna have a grab as well if IMO can stay alive and charge, plus the Nano to just top that up. I think Vision Esports are set up for success here as long as they don't get got by something like the Steva Bomb.
IMO's high energy as well. This Nano is going to be so deadly on IMO. The Molten Core denying a little bit of space, but look at the focus fire there. Just straight onto Mag. They have to Nano him too. A later Nano here and a Ray could be all Vision Esports really need, as Mag's only able to push people away from that point. And the Nano boost applied, but Taejong ends up going down and Mag eats the grab. What more can you ask for from a D.Va there?
That was a heavy lift performance there from Mag. Like, it really did feel like, okay, Vision Esports, you got the Molten Core to lay on the point. Who's actually going to step up there? Then the Nano is great to be able to save Mag, but you would imagine there's so much focus fire with IMO, with the Nano, with the charge and everything, that like that should have been it. But grab missing there is critical, and Gen G able to stop them right before you finish this map gives you a clear win condition.
And Mag on the D.Va. Yeah, you saw it again. You saw the game plan there. Nano boost onto Mag. And Mag was not able to get kills, pushed Taejong away on the tour, but that was it. Then the rush came through, separated separated Vision. IMO was on the point, got nanoed, was like not looking at Mag, of course. Mag's in the back, my backline, surely. Tries to go for grab. Mag's already on top of him. Even though you are nanoed, like you just get absolutely demolished if 5 people are looking at you. And yeah, that's it. Good defense from Gen G, and you kind of set that fight up with Vision Esports have the tools required to find the win. But Gen G with a really nice play from Mag ends up securing the round. Vision Esports though, Rose, we're going on to the next round. No more Alari, straight onto the Zenana.
Woo! This is what we came here for. The Zen on a backline for Vision Esports getting set up on the defense, and you're able to round that out with the Sojourn, Torb, and Ran. Obviously, this looks a little different if the Sigma is not banned, but we'll take it. Ram still gives you a shield, and Vision Esports still have cracked shots in Simple, Slow Dive, and just the rest of the team. So really gonna be on Gen G, Mag trying to get access to this backline with something like the Sauna Sombra. That is one way that you can nuke a Zenyatta.
All right, trying to get the quick invis again. In just a moment, that D.Va's going to fly it. What a nade from Kanale. That was just insane. Gen G. That's it. That's team kill. And that should be point. I mean, maybe there's a chance to touch without the Lucio and the Torb getting kind of staggered. Yeah, that's first point for sure. What a nade from Kanale. That was spot on. Dead eye, like bullseye on target.
Yeah, it's the nade, and then you saw the virus come through from the Sombra as well, and the quick follow-up from Sauna and Top Dragon. And Zen got deleted. Simple's actually just like, screw that. We're not putting the Zenyatta into those conditions. Let's go Brig. That is not a good sign, Jaws. I feel like when you see the confidence from Vision Esports, it's always been with the Zen on a backline, and now the whole team is like, this Sombra's a problem. D.Va for IMO and the Brig for Simple. So they're really going like different dive flavor here.
It's definitely... Oh, nice railgun shot there. Surprised Top Dragon, Slowdive had an angle on Top Dragon, but with this little perch, it's pretty much got a full eye of the battlefield. Yeah, it's definitely the different look than what we're used to seeing, but being proactive with it is nice. Not trying to force the Zen, like forcing the Zen and just getting rolled over and over again. Like, it's going to work at some point. Like, it's just not it. Nano boost onto Top Dragon. No blade, but no blade required. As it's a pretty easy team fight now. I mean, with Simple going down that early, what defenses do you have for your Ana? A good railgun shot, though, does put an end to the spree. However, Gen G just still getting the payload going, and they're even getting IMO with the D-Mech. This is going from bad to worse for Vision.
Jeez, these viruses have been on point from Sana as well. Like, just yeeting that projectile through, you're able to clean up the supports. If you aren't able to finish them off directly, the virus does that over time, or you just force them out of a position where they can't actually heal the team. And another team fight win. A checkpoint unlocked for Gen G, and 5 minutes and 20 seconds heading into the third point. Still holding on to EMP. This has been an absolute knockout here from Gen G on the attack.
Think about how many fights they need to take. They have Rush, they have EMP, they take the first fight always happens on this corner. So you EMP frontline, you demolish IMO, and then you kind of run it home. Or just get a pick neutral onto Taejong, and now the front line has got so little damage, you're hoping Slowdive gets a giant railgun. Well, might be able to do it now.
Overclock.
Railgun comes in, but it's going to get matched with the Rush, so Slowdive has to play on this off angle and can't really shoot anybody. A body shot onto Top Dragon is good, but not good enough for a kill. Oh, good EMP. Look at that melt. Look at that melt. Oh my goodness. It's like an ice cream in Nevada. Like, that stuff on the pavement? Yeah, good luck. Good luck keeping that cold. Mag does end up going down, though, to Taejong. One of the best pick they could have hoped for there is that EMP. It was enough to at least secure the kill on the Diva mech, but not much else, sadly. That flipped the opposite way completely.
Okay, Top Dragon here still has the blade. You've got the nano for that as well. And this rally just has to be everything and then some to be able to deal with that. Mag is going to be on the Zarya as well, so another switch here, but let's see this nano blade.
Nano blade, oh, what a bash. 2 HP. Oh, ends up getting naded though by Kinel, healed all the way up, but that's it. Okay, Nano blade over. Little stun bash there from Simple, and you can't really stay too long there if you're Top Dragon, not with that overhealth building on the team.
Yeah, that was a perfect response here from Simple. They get a chance to come up to the defense plate again, but with what? This is going to be just a raw fight from both of these teams. No ultimates on the table.
Almost 100 energy too from Mag, just permanently bubbling Top Dragon. Simple going very aggro there on the sidelines. You can see the flail just kind of being flung out every now and then. Defensive bubble from Mag, another one. No more bubbles though. That'll be the call, and you can see Slowdive trying to punish the Zarya, and punish they do.
Great defense from Vision Esports so far. That was 5 minutes and 20 seconds for Gen G to enter into this final point, and Vision Esports have already gotten 2 minutes off of that time bank. IMO is going to switch over to the Ramatcher now, and Mag is still on Zarya. So a little bit of a better matchup, I think, here for the Ram. You're not just going to get absolutely shredded by that Zarya, since you can't actually use that defense matrix to eat up that beam damage. But we're starting to work up to ultimates now. Slowdive with the overclock, one with a nano. There should be another fight win here for Vision Esports if they can play their cards right.
They can get a pick here. Looks like they're trying to just force Mag to use bubbles with those vortexes. But yeah, just with the firepower is from the Ram, it's just not happening. But Crispy's just caught out completely, trying to help Top Dragon on the flank. That's fight done. You can't go, you cannot stay here. You just die, go again. 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes off the clock. Vision Esports with an insane defense, but now they've got to be worried. Grav, wall, blade, nano blade potentially as well.
Yeah, but look at what they have to respond to that. They still held on to the nano and the overclock. So now they get to do that, plus the molten core, the rally. Simple was so good with that to be able to deal with the nano blade when that was online. So I have high hopes for this fight here for Vision Esports.
And only using 1 ult. That would have been good. They end up using 2. But they still have the rally. That's the most important. That is the pivotal ult here in this match. Crispy way back in the back line. Yeah, don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, the rally's so good. Look at the response it can be for something like the nano blade again, or even the grav. Gen G have a lot of possibilities here because they do have 5 ultimates, but they gotta overwhelm now. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left, and there could still be another defensive fight for Vision Esports if they lose this one.
Oh, their wall's going to get used first, trying to split Vision Esports. But Kanale already goes down. Annihilation is going to get ripped as well. A rally from Crispy to stay alive, but this Annihilation is getting kind of owned by the little turrets there, but Imo's going to be able to stay alive. And this is just going to keep on ticking. That was an insanely long Annihilation.
And Gen G burned 2 ults, and Vision Esports still have the rally. 50% towards another Nano Boost 2 is going to be another saving grace for them. And you're right, 2 fights are required here by Gen G.
40 seconds left to go, and that's not looking very good for them. They're gonna put their eggs into this Venture Kiriko basket now as they take a look at another fight. Grav, Nano Blade. They've got to get something done with these Jaws.
Well, there's the Nano Blade, and Slowdown's already dead. Oh, you have to look around, Simple. Try to 180 there and bash away, but it wasn't to be. Good sleep, but it's actually enough. And Nade does end up connecting, but look at the positioning of Tejungle 1 right now. They were so split from the team, too scared of the Nano Blade, and I would be too. 10 seconds to go for Gen G, and they still have a Grav, but that's it. And they have to fight through this Molten Core and rally.
And maybe even a Nano. One is going to be building up to that so quickly because of that Bio Grenade damage in that last fight. And so maybe Vision Esports still have their wits about them to be able to deal with this defense, but watch out for Top Dragon. He is going on a flank there with the Tracer.
Oh my god. Graviton Surge is going to get launched in. The nade on top as well. Simple's going to get focused. What a perfect focus fire. And again, Kaneo comes up big. He delivers time and time again with the nades. A Nano Boost onto the Torb. Not something you see every day, but times are desperate right now for Vision Esports. The right clicks, they're going to hurt. And Tetron kills Mag, of all things. Kaneo, Top Dragon are alive. And Sauna is being kept alive in the backline as well. And Gen G are going to cap a 2-0 in this series, but Vision Esports pushed them to the very brink.
That was so close. Vision Esports, that was a crazy defense. 5 minutes and 20 seconds for Gen G heading into that final point, and they shaved off every single second. That was an overtime finish, a photo finish. That was an impressive map, and if Vision Esports can keep putting in the fight like that, Jaws, I wonder if we could still see a map 5 in this series.
Hey, the Nano Torb almost worked there at the end. They took down Mag, of all people, took down Saria. Hey, if a map 5 isn't on the cards, if a map 4 is not on the cards, you still got to say this is going to be a close series. The score right now does not really show how close this series has been. And even if it's a 3-0, the same can be said. A very, very last minute rushed push from Gen G as Vision Esports find the little cracks in the armor. They push Gen G to their limit and have very, very good forward thinking too, pacing out their ultimates. They're not panicking. They're not throwing things in. They're not throwing okay, we have to double commit here. We have to triple commit to secure this fight. Very paced. Seems like a very, very drilled team.
Yeah.
It's going to be their map pick again, Rose. No hybrid available to choose and no Suravasa either, since they are both in the same pool.
I think you could go to Havana, though. I still think that this is a composition that can work on Havana. Vision Esports have put on phenomenal performances on that map as well. And just another feather in the cap that you were laying out there, Jack. I think what's been most impressive about Vision Esports as well is that Gen G, this is a team that has an incredibly smart coach on top of it as well. They came with the game plans, the whole book. They were prepared for that Zenyatta, and Vision Esports still brought out the fight. They had the right answer at the right moment, and that's so impressive to know we're getting countered right now, and we can still maybe beat you on this map. That was so close.
Very, very close. Now, where do they head to with the band? I think it will be Havana, honestly. Gen G going on to Havana, I think they don't really have an obstacle in their way for banning the Zen, because if they do want to continue running the one and simple backline, if they go to Havana, which is probably what they're going to do, they can't ban Lucio again. So the issue now becomes, do we try and ban a support to try and protect, or do we go, okay, that's fine, we'll ban something else that's more problematic, maybe even the Ana, to be honest. Kaneo kind of popped off there, or do we ban something like a DPS or whatever, and then we go, okay, that's fine, because we can just play simple on the Alari instead. I think Havana would be the best choice. I'm 100% agree with you there, Rose. Although Dorado also really good. I think any kind of escort map for them will do wonders.
I still think Havana is just a little bit better, because when you take a look at Blizzard World, they had banned out the Sigma on the Gen G side.
Right.
So now they can't do that either. So we are going to go to Havana, and let's think about the bans here, because I think you're right. The fact that we have the Sigma back on the board, you could ban the Ana, but I do think that if you're Vision Esports, that does hurt your team also. but you could still protect ban Kiriko if you want to, or you could ban out a tank and. But I don't know. I think you still protect ban so that you have your whole support lineup available to you.
I think maybe you ban Juno if you're Vision Esports, then you protect your support. You can run the Zen, you can run the Alara if you want to. They can't ban Sigma, so what a Gen G ban? Can't ban a support either.
And Diva?
You ban Diva, or you could.
Ram?
Well, I don't know if you ban Diva, since I think Vision would probably run the Sigma. I think you maybe ban an Ashe from.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So
Gen G
good.
did ban the Ashe, but Vision are going to ban Ball. Okay. Again, don't mind this either, because you can play Ball on this map. Very doable. And if you just if you just play the annoying Ball on first, you just sit in the little like green building you can see on the splash screen, and you just like repeatedly slam in. That would be maybe a little bit more of a hindrance. And you're, again, like I mentioned before, you're very okay with like either playing the Alari or the Zen, so maybe you don't need to protect ban. So this makes a lot more sense. I think Vision have got the right idea of how they want to play against this. They play Sigma and they match up Gen G, and then Gen G bans, slow dives Ashe, who has been kind of a dominant force, especially on maps like Dorado we saw the other week, like dominated with the Ashe. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm also curious if we're going to see a little bit of Widowmaker here too. That is also not been taken off the table.
Yeah, I think like the Ashe getting banned out, sure, but slow dives Cassidy at the start of the series, like the Sojourn has been so clean. And the fact that we're going over to Havana opens up the possibility of seeing Widow because we're on a sniper map. I don't think the Ashe ban really hurts them very much.
Sojourn seems like the best pick, I'd say. Cassidy, I think he's decent on second. I would say the only downside of playing the Cassidy here, there's no Wrecking Ball. So like you don't need the Hindenade. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it is going to be the Soj, and then maybe they just flex to Widow. That would be my guess. And there's not going to be substitutions here. There's no way. Vision are going to stick with this backline. Then you have the flexibility to Alari, or you go to Zen. But I think the call of the day will be Sigma, Zen, BAP, or like Juno or Kiriko or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like as long as the Zen's being played, as long as the Sigma as well, like you're chilling. Very, very interesting ban phase actually from both sides. Of course, Krusty is, I'm sure, been in the war room just like noting as many things possible down, like every kind of like situation possible, like, oh, okay, we know where we want to go. We know if they go here, we can do this. Extremely smart coach, has won championships. And we even saw or heard from Crispy Rose the other day, like working under a Korean coach, a champion Korean coach is just, it's just different. It is just different.
I loved that we got a chance to ask Crispy's maybe one of the biggest takeaways that he's actually been able to learn from working with a coach like Krusty. And he said, remember the objective.
Yeah, he's just stay on the point, Crispy.
I know that sounds so like normal or just a thing that you would expect players to have in their mind. But I think at the moment, a lot of top players do focus a lot on getting the eliminations or getting the picks. And then how many times have we seen teams just forget about the objective and oh no, they capped, or oh gosh, we C9'd.
It happens. So is whispering to us, by the way, that okay. We have seen a lot of that, Zoe, I know. Well, don't blame me, blame Rose. First the C9. Rose is the C9 queen, okay?
Right, but we haven't actually seen, I don't think we've seen a proper C9.
Not in a while.
The entirety of the season, actually.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we can call the quote-unquote C9 at the beginning of our day a C9 either.
Nah, it's not. I mean, it's not like they forgot the payload. C9 implies that you forget the payload, not if they just step off or
New
get
year,
chased
new
off.
me. That's
Exactly.
all I gotta say.
There it is. Rose.
We got the Sage going.
First thing on that list. New Year's resolution, not to be the caster that causes all the C9s, because you had a monstrous amount last year.
I don't even want to go back and count. Someone else did, I'm sure. Someone can give us the number.
This comp from Gen G is devious. I like this a
my
lot.
God.
They know Vision Esports are going to play a slow style. So playing up to the spawn doors with Adventure and Sim, yeah, this is exactly how you want to play against this. Don't give the slow comp any space. So playing up to spawn, you get a free additional attack as well. A defend on that point as well. Really nice stuff from Gen G. Perfectly called.
Such a good, like, anti-Vision Esports composition right here, but Taejon gets to come out on the Pharah. What are actually the ways that Gen G can deal with that? You're stuck with having the Baptiste from Kanale actually be something that's going to deal with this Pharah in the skies, and that's not a super clear-cut answer, even under the hands of somebody as mechanically skilled as Kanale. I mean, poor Sana here, another direct rocket, beautiful stuff. Taejon gonna get them out of the doors.
Torres being a little bit annoying there. But yeah, Taejon just landing direct after direct on the Pharah. Perfect hero to get out of the spawn, to break the spawn hold. Taejon with 3, maybe even make it a... Yeah, that's 4. Where's the last? Unfortunately, IMO stole it. All good. 4 kills, though, for Taejon. 50% towards that barrage as they crack open the spawn hold. But like I mentioned, Gen G, they're running Lucio because they ban it, because it's not banned on this map, and they can get back, they can get another free point of defense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, this defense can actually come through on this first corner of the map, and you're seeing them already step up in that way. Especially when you got the Symmetra teleporter as well, it makes these pivots so much faster. Mag is gonna take a lot of damage though, and is still getting hit.
Yeah, eventually gets healed up. Just against the Ram and Nemesis form, there's literally nothing you can do apart from run away. The window's going to be pretty decent. Oh, no, only for Kanale. Oh, gets dominated by Slow Dive, though. And Taejon has found the flankers. Unfortunately, unable to save one. Taejon now split from the rest of his squad. And now this Alari's going to be in danger. Yep, no more outburst. Ends up throwing in that Captive Sun, but eaten up by Mag.
Ooh, Mags actually loses his mech here, though. But not before Gen G are still scrapping this out. Immortality Field is deployed, and that's going to keep Mag alive. He doesn't get the sound barrier, though. Still very vulnerable.
Kanale's on the high ground, though. That window completely ignored. In fact, from both sides, these windows have amplified maybe like 10 damage or so. IMO goes down to a turret, of all things.
The sneaky summons, whether it's the Torb or the Symmetra or gosh knows what else. Don't worry though, Simple's on the case. Back over to the Zenyatta after throwing in the Captive Sun in that last fight, and we love to see it. There is no Sombra right now, so this Zen does feel like a very safe pick. You just have to worry about something like the Venture being able to access you back there, and the Tectonic Shock is looking directly in his direction.
Yeah, decent coverage there, and he got a couple of hits. Barrage from Taejon kills the backline, the whole of it. Taken out by Crispy, but his Cheerios were just too late. Was here Vision Esports can stay in this fight? Annihilation, but he's against the wall, and now a self-destruct. Well, if that was the upgraded self-destruct to the perks there, Rose, it would have had a larger AoE on the remake. Maybe that would have killed IMO. 45 seconds, Vision Esports. They win the fight and should cap the point since Mag died last.
Yeah, maybe somebody... I'm thinking about actually going in for the recontest here. Top Dragon does get it because he just burrows underground for the Venture.
Oh, Sauna dead to a boot to the face. All right, simple kills 2. All right, it's over. That is the point.
You were right about them being able to get another recontest, so Jack, it was a very good effort there, but unfortunately having to run into something like the overclock from Slow Dive, it just fed over ultimate charge. We've got Taejong and IMO coming away with big charge from that. Simple's gonna have the Transcendence now, and Gen G going back to the high ground to see if they can get defense coming through that way.
Oh, goodbye, Simple. Goodbye. Small rotation up to high ground. It's going to be tough now for the Zenyatta to really stick, especially coming through these doors. It is normally just a death sentence. The door might as well have a guillotine as soon as you walk through it, kind of chops you in half.
Yeah, it's like, oh gosh, it looks like one of those saw traps right this section here.
Actually. The Shin Breaker, man, the Saw films are just fantastic. Fantastic works of art, especially the early ones. All right, Transcendence pop there from Vision Esports. That's how you get through that choke point. A Transcendence will do to win that fight. Okay, and now they can set up on this high ground. They can have this window, and Slow Dive, Simple, and One can just sit behind it and hopefully deny Gen G space. The worst thing you can do is allow Gen G to take control, and Taejong just playing this point guard hero, just playing off to the side is going to be a very big nuisance for Gen G.
Yeah, you can already see some of the flanks trying to go that way as Sana starts to approach Taejong. But Taejong's getting close to this tectonic shock. There isn't really a great way to deny that unless Crispy is able to get the sound barrier up. And it looks like it might outpace this tectonic shock.
Oh, you got to heal him. Oh, had to use the lamp there. That's a bit unfortunate. Down a small slope there, kind of annoying to angle with the right clicks. Mag does end up going down, so yeah, Vision Esports, they're going to run through this as long as they don't lose anybody else. Although saying that, a sound barrier from Crispy as they just play tiny Overwatch in that small room. Yeah, dominated by the Venture. Top Dragon unleashes the tectonic shock, but it's not going to do much of anything apart from stall.
Gotta burrow underground here as Vision Esports still have a tectonic shock of their own.
Holy lamp value there. One just saving the day. Mag trying to get some revenge, gets the nano boost, turns his attention towards Simple now, but Simple manages to get the D-Meg. Self-destruct, charges up the right click. Oh, he kills Mag. Simple is just an absolute beast on the Zen.
God, what a Chad. That was crazy. Such a good pick on the mag there, and it actually does open up for Vision Esports to hopefully get this checkpoint. It's coming down pretty close though, Jack.
Almost dead. Self-destruct ends up killing Sauna. Taejong comes back. A nice little boop into the sky. Taejong still manages to get the borrow off though. As here comes the Doomfist from Mag, trying to get this final touch. It's a scrappy one, and unfortunately for one, he was the last surviving member of Vision Esports there. True to his namesake. Is Holt, what is that, like a meter or so from that second point as Gen G managed to hold them.
This is a rare sight. Not super often we actually see a hold at the end of that second point.
Yeah, that was like 17 separate like 2v2 1v1s. Like that's so insane. Luckily for Simple, like survived there at the end. How he took down the Nano Diva, I don't know. Too powerful. And charging up as well, getting the charge up kill, waiting for that Diva to go for the remake. Really nice stuff from Simple. But now you expect the comp to flourish on the defense with Simple coming out on the Zen. I'm assuming that's what they're going to rock with. It's what they've had success with in the past. We'll see if Gen G want to go again this fast style. Not having the Lucio banned here has been a bit of a detriment for Vision Esports, who banned it on Blizzard World.
Right. It just allows Gen G to have the speed required to close the distance on a lot of these fights. And if you want to send the Lucio alongside Top Dragon, go for a flank just to try to get to this Ana and Zen, it's so much easier when you do have that speed available to you. I worried though about this defense. We saw in Blizzard World how Simple played the Zenyatta at first, and then this Sauna Sombra just absolutely wrecked it. Simple had to switch over to the Brig, and I'm just a little concerned that this could be a repeat of what we already saw when Sauna's gonna lock into the Sombra immediately.
Top Dragon almost got his head ripped off his shoulders. Nice little right click at the door. Also, I will say, I just can't stop thinking about the perks now. Because I'm like, oh, this would be different, you know? Like, oh, the Zen right click's different. Like, oh, the orbs are different. Like, like all these small little things that the perks are going to change. It's kind of, yeah, it's going to be a completely different week next week, put it that way. So, yeah, a lot to see, a lot to be excited for. I never see the manual hack there on the Diva. But yeah, this Sombra, it was annoying for them to deal with on Blizzard World, especially first. Landing that perfect nade into the virus. Oh, Top Dragon got destroyed by Taejong. Jeez. Oh, goodbye, Sombra. Yep, no way.
The Diva's voice
The voice lines. They literally never get old from Diva, honestly.
So good. So we were saying maybe this Zenyatta is gonna struggle a little bit with Sana on the Sombra, because we saw that story play out before on Blizzard World. That was a quick swap from Simple to go over to the Brig, but Vision Esports isn't getting got by it this time. They have IMO playing defensive duty here, making sure that there's follow-up onto an Orb of Discord that goes on Asana. It allows them to track this Sombra just a little bit better. That still doesn't mean that the Sombra isn't a problem.
Solo couldn't even react. Hack virus just instantly killed. Nano boost. Oh, and almost gets a manual hack on the Diva as well. Sauna does go down. A quick sleep onto Mag, followed up with a quick nade. Stops Mag's advance. Transcendence for Simple still available.
Poking around the corner, takes a little bit of damage, but they're going to be able to hold, and they're going to be able to hold on until they are full group of 5 again. Nanoboost actually deployed onto Taejong, and Crispy falls. Oh, surely that's a kill too. Double kill for Taejong, almost make it a triple. Looking for the Sombra. Couldn't quite find it. Little 404 error there, as the virus does connect, but the orb onto the Genji, just permanently keeping Taejong healthy.
Oh, beautiful reaction from Imo as well after Simple was getting targeted by Mag. But we're starting to get to the pinnacle of this fight. Sana getting close to the EMP. Transcendence in response. Maybe a blade here first.
Goodbye, Crispy. Goodbye. Use Boop, use Wall Ride. See you later. Nice deflect. Top Dragon. Okay, Top Dragon with the Tectonic Shock. Making this point touch extremely difficult for Vision Esports right now. Self-destruct launched in from Mag to get the reset on the mech. But another crispy nade from Kanale. However, Genji, for Vision Esports, however, they do end up losing the point. Top Dragon and Venture as a whole as well. You have to really focus them down. Otherwise, they are just going to get resets after resets on their cooldowns, and it is almost impossible to lock them in place.
It was a really good defensive effort, though. And, the Transcendence was a good response to the EMP. It was still very, very close until we saw that Tectonic Shock come through from Top Dragon. And Vision Esports hold on to ultimates here for the next defense. So, Bomb, we're going to have another Nano here from 1 as well. So that could be a huge thing and key for Vision Esports. And remember that defense that they had on Blizzard World? I'm going to hold out hope that this could be a defensive hold for them, too, on Havana.
Oh, slow dive super low. Ends up getting pushed off high ground. Actually now decides to unleash the overclock. Sound Barrier comes in, connects with 4. Sauna the only one not getting over health is, look, if you're slow dive right now, you cannot push into this. You want an angle to get the overclock shots off, but you can't do it. Self-destruct does kill Top Dragon. Good defensive nade, but this is a reset for Gen G.
Another reset, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Still a couple ultimates to work with. The biggest one, Sana building up to another EMP. The Nano from Kaneo can be really useful as well to break through this forward hold that Vision Esports is throwing at them. And also just match the Nano that 1 has.
Oh, what a nade from Kaneo again. Absolutely massive. No follow-up, sadly. Nano boost onto the Genji. Taejong chasing Crispy. Doesn't quite get the final Shuriken, but that'll do. That's 1 kill. And a blade now available. They make it even. Backline down now for Vision Esports. No Transcendence to be seen as Mag just runs over the front line at turbo speed. And even a good drill dash as well from Top Dragon. If they can get this mech, that's perfect. A blade is going to try and shore up some of these gaps in the defenses now for Vision Esports, but Taejong just gets booped away and chased away too. Not welcome on the second point. Havana booped in the face. As a minute and 30 seconds now, Genji have to play with, and they've got an EMP in 3%.
Ooh, Sana is actually getting targeted, though. I have to feel like the Vision Esports knows that this is coming. So Simple's gonna have to stay out of dodge. Transcendence can come in very clutch here.
Can they actually get the kill, though? That's the question. It does land. Slow dive ends up going down, and Simple was across the map, so no Transcendence was really available. A supplementary one here at the very end, but once again, Imo gets naded. The Disu could come through at any second because he's not healed up to full. Mag runs down Simple as soon as that Transcendence does end, and now Top Dragon looking at the high ground, but instantly gets slept. A parting shot, though, from the Venture does end 1's life, and now no healing available from Vision Esports. It's going to be a tough one. A sound barrier from Crispy connects with 4, and that should be the end of the map. And Gen G get this series 3-0.
Such a clutch factor from Gen G, but so much grit from Vision Esports. These maps were close, so much closer than that 3-0 scoreline is 100%. Going to suggest. And Vision Esports, I feel like even if they are looking at having to take one of those potential relegation spots here, they are set up to make it back. I'm not worried about them going into relegation and coming back out of it, being able to be a part of that stage 2. So they look so good, and especially when they're able to play to those individual mechanical skill strengths, team is clean.
Team is clean indeed. Yeah, it's so crazy. Every time they play, it seems like that's what we say in the end. It's like, oh, they were just close.
They gotta win. They gotta win.
They gotta win.
They could have won.
The score doesn't suggest how close it was, but it's genuinely the truth. They are playing to a level that that's what we've seen from those top teams, right? They just kind of can't take it over they can't close it out, or they can't sustain the explosiveness. It's just a little bit too streaky.
Yeah, they're playing up to all the teams right now. They look really, really good.
That Blizzard World defense was insane.
Yes, and you look at the first series of today, you're like, okay, well, that was a 3-0, like a El Clasico 3 Overwatch, right? This series, completely the opposite. They could have taken maps here. They could have done. If there was one more play that went in their favor, one more blade kill, one more Sojourn hitting a railgun, one more like a sleep dart coming out, one more right click from a Zen, just these small things from Vision Esports are just getting away from them, but they should be so happy with their performance against Gen G. I mean, they made it hurt, and they are currently sitting in 7th place. 7th place, and they are playing up to Gen G, who is 4-1. I agree with you, Rose, completely. When they do go to relegation, if they go there, they will have no problem, as this team right now, making it back in to the regular season.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. Like, unless of course there are some major changes being made to the roster, which I certainly hope are not happening, because that's not the problem. But also, like the regular season, it's a short amount of time really those teams have. So having had pre-existing synergy has helped a lot of teams, obviously preparing for this. And now also meta-wise, it's so up in the air, and it's going to be even more up in the air come next week. So it's difficult for teams, but they are making it so close. They have been looking really, really good. So it's just that last little piece. Gen G, of course, on top. And a lot of that has to do with individual performances, such as what we've seen from Mag. Just so versatile of a player and so much fun to play. Mag Ball, I stan.
Yeah, this is his year. I've said it since week 1. This is his year. It's happening. Yep. No, Mag looks sick, man. Like, his ball is just so clean. And if you remember Mag, like, or just wrecking balls in general last year, it was like, well, it didn't help that we had Hazard, like, for the majority of the year. But the wrecking balls last year just wasn't really where the meta was kind of leading. But now Mag makes it look like one of the best tank picks right now. Like, yeah, he looks good.
Guys, I think Kanale got robbed. I'm not gonna lie to you. I actually think that Kanale got robbed in this match.
Maybe they share.
I think you have to give credit to both, because like Kanale's nades were beautiful. Like, I mean, the nades were beautiful. You had a lot of plays getting initiated by some big sleeps, big nades. Kanale got robbed. That's all I gotta say.
But Necra, teamwork makes the dream work, and part of the team is also the coach. So we actually have Krusty joining us via voice. Congratulations on yet another victory. Just another day in the office for you. Vision Esports made it close, though. What are your thoughts on that team? Because right now they're so low in the standings, but they've been playing really well.
Well, I think they have like huge potential players. I think the Taejong and like Simple is amazing flexibility in Korea. He already proved himself. But to be honest, I'm so mad at us, like, because we are all like fresh, right? So I think they play pretty well, but also we play really bad because it's more like experience. But we have like so many freshmen, so they need to solve the game like during the game goes on, but I think we're a little bit bad at that, so we need to work on it.
Well, okay, things to work on. I mean, okay, Krusty, I'm gonna obviously ask you about like the perks next week. It's such like a huge change to the game. Like, from a coaching perspective, that must be very, very daunting. Like, how are you even gonna grapple with that? Like, how?
Yeah. I'm very excited about like new changes. I mean, there's lots of pros and cons. Like some of the point, the people say that it's like losing the casualty. Like, it might be a little bit, a little bit like complicated. But actually, we need to change, and I'm really happy with this change. I feel like even you play a one hero, like you try to choose different perk, then you can adjust like during the game. I think that's amazing. So I love it.
I think perks are going to be such a fun new layer to the strategic elements that we have in OWCS. And Krusty, I feel like you've had so many big brain plays with map picks and the bans that are coming through. So how much do you feel like the meta might shift to play around the perks versus how much you're going to play just like for heroes, if that makes sense?
I think, to be honest, like we need to see the value, how much like perk, is OP. Like if you get like a level 3, how much it makes a value. But if the perk actually makes so much value, then I think the people are gonna play on their heroes. So I think the people can really more hype because you can see like Hades Reinhardt, like example, like yeah, the people can like see some of the star player like keep play their hero. I think that's actually like the huge change. I think the people will like that more.
If we're looking at your upcoming schedule, you still have to play against Peps as well as the Ultimates. Do you think the perk situation will affect those matches, or?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's like all new, all fresh. So we're really like, I think, a player and coach-based team. So I think, how much we adopt fast, I think that's really important. So we'll try our best. It'll be huge.
We'll be very excited to see what you guys are coming up with. Krusty, once again, congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Bye, Krusty. Thank you so much.
Legend.
Always great to hear from the legend himself. I wonder how involved coaches get with that stuff. Will they just have a list of perks the players are not allowed
Krusty's
to
gonna
pick?
be
Like, if you pick this perk, you get to... I can see Krusty going that route, though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you kind of look at it
Don't
right
pick
now,
Torb.
Okay, so what perks seem super OP? What is currently really strong? What are we currently strong with? And then it's kind of like a flow diagram of like, okay, this perk for this hero is like super broken or looks super broken. Let's try that. I mean, as soon as this patch drops on Tuesday, it's like...
Yeah,
they're scrimming.
It's going to be like more levels to it, as if hero bans didn't already add levels. But now you have to consider it's like, oh, if we're playing this composition and we're going for this perk, this will work against this composition that they often play against this particular hero. So it's like, it's going to be mind blowing. We're going to struggle here. We're going to struggle here, but they will struggle more, and we're here for it. For now, though, we are taking a very quick break, and then we're back with our third and final EMEA match of the day. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Well, we're so grateful to have the mobile clinic because there's a lot of people that live literally across the street in the burn zone. Having these resources is so helpful because already as is this patient population, they're under-resourced. And their main clinic where they get cared for, unfortunately, burned to the ground. So, which means these people who normally don't have very much have nothing right now. So having this mobile unit here, plus your generous donation, will help reach the masses that need it. And so the antibiotics, the breathing treatments, because people are breathing in the air and the ash, whether they have asthma or they don't, they're coming in with respiratory illnesses. So all this is going to be a great use, and your generosity will go far based on just where we're located. We're literally right across the street from the burn zone.
Incredible work by all involved. So once again, a reminder that you can directly help those affected as well by the LA wildfires by going to directrelief.org for more information. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Rose. And for our next match setup, we are bringing in a very special guest. Joining us now is going to be someone who... I mean, he's been around the scene forever, literally.
A long while.
And it's funny to see his trajectory in the scene as well. Because today he will be joining us as a CEO.
Ooh, wait.
I know. I don't know when that happened.
Like
yeah,
that.
he's now the CEO of Team Peps, but he's also their co-streamer. Is that a conflict of interest? Probably not.
No, I mean, just, added responsibilities. I think that's fine. Seems all right to me.
Likes to have a busy calendar.
He can do what he wants.
Actually true. He can do what he wants, but he will also be joining us for a quick chat. So I'm very excited. We are waiting to get him set up and ready. And up until then, we're just going to waffle a little bit about the upcoming match, because Team Peps, the Ultimates, that has the potential to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, this is, again, another big, test, I think, for the Ultimates. It didn't super find their footing early on, but the meta's kind of shifted again away from the Torb, silly stuff. They're both seeing it 2-1 as well. So you'd imagine going into this week and then into the next week, they're pretty safe. Like 2 wins right now, you're at least going to scrape into the playoffs, regardless of you just having a disastrous, unless you actually bomb out, unless you okay, we've lose every game and we also lose every map, but it's going to be a close one. Someone's going to pull away eventually here in match Gen G.
They have to. Now, we do have him ready to join us for a quick chat. So please, everyone, welcome CEO of Team Peps, and of course also their co-streamer extraordinaire. It's Fefe. Long time no chat. How you doing today, Fefe?
I'm doing good, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm kind of scrubbed. If I see pretty well, my face is kind of cut in the middle, but it's fine.
No,
you're just so handsome that we can only take half of it. It's just too much otherwise. It's
perfect.
Fefe, let's chat a little bit about your team. Give us some insight.
Sure.
You're the CEO of Team Peps now. How did that happen? How did the roster come together? Walk us through the process behind the player choices and the focus when building the team.
That's a pretty old story, actually. We built a team in 2022, so it was still Overwatch 1. It was for French scene, just to compete in French National Championship. And the team won, and we kept playing into competitions, qualified for contenders, kept playing, and at the end the team became a club, basically. And now every year we are trying to build a competitive roster, and trying to make all the French scene proud to have a team in the highest level of Overwatch.
I mean, honestly, it's looking pretty good. Obviously, everybody wants to see Soon, right? So could you drop us a hint real quick? Are we going to see Soon today against Ultimates? Is it happening? Do you know?
I'm not the one that's gonna decide this, but obviously I want to see a lot of Soon and be able to say Soon every team fights. So hopefully we're gonna be able to see it. And I know he's playing a lot in practice and he's doing pretty well against some of top players. So I'm really excited to have the opportunity to show what he got.
I don't think that Asuna skipped a beat after taking a brief little break from Overwatch and now coming back into the fold. So excited to potentially see him play later. But Feifei, how's it been actually co-streaming? Just being able to be with the French community and cheering on the team. How's the support been?
Really nice. I love it. Since I stopped coaching in Overwatch League, streaming has been one of my biggest passion, and being able to share the competitive match and this level on stream with the community is awesome. And I mean, we have some crazy people in my community, so I'm really happy every day to see everyone spamming flags and spamming soon and spamming everything to support the players. So yeah, that's an awesome feeling.
Yeah, Feifei, your chat goes crazy. I know that because I'm often part of it. I like low-key stalk you. I'm here for French always. Now to move away from being awkward, we're gonna play a fun game with you, Feifei. This one
that's
we've
gonna
already
be
played
awkward, I'm sure.
the last few weeks. I know. It's gonna be a good one. We're gonna play Overfeud with you, and because today is Valentine's Day, we're gonna have a special Valentine's edition. So we asked over thousands of Overwatch fans what they think or who they think is the best hero to date on Valentine's Day.
Okay. The best hero to date?
So who makes the best date on Valentine's Day?
We're allowed to
out
do
of our
this stuff now.
heroes. So basically, you guys have 3 lives. You're all a team together, right? So you're not playing alone. They can drag you down with you. Well, I'm just saying,
No, we'll
historically,
dominate.
you guys have not been doing so good. And if your answer matches one of the 5 answers that the community gave, you get a point, and if not, you lose a life. You have 3 lives. There it is. Here's the prompt. Name a hero that would... Oh, wait, that's a different prompt.
Would
than
give
what I've been
terrible
told. Sick.
advice.
Okay, well, here is a different prompt. Apparently, we're not going the dating route. Relationship advice. Which of our heroes gives horrible relationship advice?
Okay.
Okay, Feifei's
Reaper.
starting because he's our guest.
He's okay. Sorry, Feifei, go.
Okay, I would have say Bastion because he's just saying beep boop, which is not a really good advice for relationship.
That's actually that's big.
That's
brain.
great.
How is that
How is that not the
wrong?
answer? Really already disappoints.
I think I'm like a star. I'm too smart for people. I think
Actually,
I'm like a
Yes, so true.
big brained it too much. All right, Jack.
My guess would be Reaper because sad boy hours perma, so Reaper is my guess. What? Terrible relationship, surely. Okay, well, all right. Well, we suck.
What?
Rose, please save us.
Okay.
This is on you.
I'm gonna say Widowmaker.
I mean,
That's a good guess.
I got one.
Okay,
Yeah, I
that's
feel
a
like
W.
You're still alive. You're still alive.
Yeah.
But just with 1 life left, so Feifei.
Feifei, do you have an idea?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how Junkrat could give good advice. I don't see him giving good advice for relationship. So I would
Or
say
anything,
Junkrat.
any life advice I wouldn't take from him.
Oh,
Yes.
Junkrat's number one.
guess
Okay,
so.
huge pick.
Huge.
On you, Jack.
Oh my dude. Who else would give terrible advice?
Maybe Genji.
No, I feel like
No?
Genji's not from the
Chopper,
media that
then?
I've seen.
Like,
I think
Oh, I mean, Roadhog. Roadhog is. I say the French name.
Roadhog.
Ooh.
I honestly
Roadhog,
think
yeah.
Roadhog is probably super lovey-dovey and sweet.
I'll go with Roadhog.
Oh.
Mistake. Dang.
What are the answers? Like, how is Reaper and Bastion not on there?
I don't know. Let's reveal the answers. Jungkook, that's fair.
No.
Why not?
Okay, Wrecking Ball makes
Ball.
sense though. Actually,
Wrecking Ball is like the equivalent. Why would you even ask him?
Same
Like,
Bastion.
he's like a toddler. Like that's not the
Dude's
person
a
I
hamster.
ask.
Yeah.
He's a hamster. I'm not asking a hamster for advice. Like generally. Oh well. I think you guys did pretty well. I think actually
got
our
two,
audience.
at
I think our
least.
audience failed us here. I think she's gonna
Just
blame
blame
them.
them.
for this.
Yeah, I
Blame
think
them for
they had
being
the
wrong.
best answers, but
Right,
yeah,
I think
didn't
so
just get
too.
them as the community answers.
Yeah,
Bummer.
graphic overlays are going places. I love
I
it.
mean, I'm just saying, maybe this was rigged. I think
It could have
maybe
been
rigged.
It's rigged, now we're getting hacked because they're mad.
Yeah, Sombra. Yeah, exactly.
Because they're mad. Because they're mad. Fefe, as someone who's been in Overwatch for such a long time, which of the changes coming in Season 15 gets you most excited? And you're not allowed to say perks, because we've talked about perks so much now.
Okay. I would have said this otherwise. Definitely stadium mode. I think it's really pretty fun, and it brings a new way to play competitive game in Overwatch. So I'm pretty excited to try it, and I'm sure it's going to be great, to be honest, from what I saw.
Right on. Yeah, that's definitely a big change of pace. I mean, all the changes seem to be a big change of pace. Now, before I let you go, where can people find you? What's your socials? Give us chat. All of that?
Basically just on Twitch, FefeGG, which is where we are right now, just to support Team Peps, and hopefully gonna see a great game against the Ultimates, and yeah, we're gonna spam some flags.
Spamming some flags. We love to see it. Fefe, thank you so much. Merci pour le chat. Bonne chance pour ton match. And à bientôt.
Merci beaucoup.
We're going to see you again very soon. Jack, Rose, we're ready for the action. Last EMEA match of the day. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and of course, Fefe as well. Thank you very much. Of course, he's been around for such a long time at this point. The French community as well, the French, Overwatch crowd, insane. I remember doing World Cup back, way back when, 2019 must have been. 2018, 2019, the Paris stop, ridiculous crowd, insane. And I will always remember that stop as well, because Nico Godhand, had the biggest watch I have ever seen. Dude was wearing a dinner plate on his wrist. Just, I don't know. It's something about Nico and having this giant watch while also playing the game. I don't know, just cherry on top, honestly.
I feel like there has to be an iceberg of lore for Nico.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's an iceberg of lore back from that time. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
Someone's going to put that together.
Yeah, he was on the World Cup committee as well, actually, in 2023. So, yeah, it was good to hear from Fefe. And, of course, he'll be cheering on Peps. Peps ended up picking Samoa against Ultimates. And Rose, both teams right now 2-1 in the standings. Peps having a little bit of a better map score is going to help them. And ideally, you finish a lot higher than everybody else. You get a better position going into playoffs in terms of seeding. A Diva ban for Peps. And looks like Ultimate's banning the Pharah. It's been banned every single control map so far today.
Yeah, I understand why. I mean, the Pharah has been such a problem, I think, for a lot of teams to deal with. That you have to deal with the boop comp, as we have seen in the past weekend. You know, Diva, Concussive Blast from Pharah, Brig. I mean, we're not really seeing many of those heroes right now, but it's possible on some of these maps. So, smart to get both of those heroes out of the way right now and just make it an all-out brawl with the Hazard and the Ramatra. Gonna be fun.
Yeah. Kai's still rocking the Torb still. I'm a little shocked. I thought maybe Ultimates as a team would stray away from Torb, just because Kai is very good on Sojourn. I would say Kai's been I've had a slow-ish start, I'd say, to this stage. Normally he's a very explosive player, very consistent too on things, especially on things like Widowmaker. So I'm a little shocked not to see him on Sojourn at the very least. But, you know, Torb decent against the Hazard, so what more can you really ask for? There's the point cap, Ultimates cap first.
We could also see Kai switch at some point. If you notice that Exodial is going to stay on the Sojourn, then you do have a better chance against that, I think. But there's still a flank that can come through from Team Peps that the Torb here shuts down.
Oh, Kevs are going so low, though. Doesn't end up getting healed up in time, sadly, and that's an overextension from KSA. As the Ultimates, they're going to lose the point.
FT God just having a great follow-up there with Ice to make sure that two big targets on the Ultimates are taken out. After 21% though, I don't think they're too upset about this, but you're still waiting to get some ultimates. It's going to be Zerion first that's going to have that Orbital Ray, and that's why you can see Team Peps play a little aggressive here. Orbital Ray and a Sound Barrier. FT God charged that up so fast.
Yeah, so quick. There's the Orbital Ray. Wow, Sky instantly dies to the wall, of all things. Damage boost to the wall. You can see, it's going to hurt. Goodbye, Faith. Yeah, manages to get out.
But 30% for Team Peps. Really like the early Ray usages, especially if you win it, especially if you're winning fights as well. You just end up extending your lead quite a fair bit, because then Ultimates have to retake this space, and you're spamming so much as well if you're on these Sojourn comps.
And you could even go in aggressive with the sound barrier as well if you're expecting that Sky and Faith don't have it yet. But I love Exodio finishing or starting things with the overclock just in case.
Yeah, and then just going to continue put pedal to metal. Yeah, proactive play on control. This is how you should be playing this game mode. Kai is not going to survive too long. And the thing is, with the Ultimates comp, it's not a comp that gets like picks from long range, unlike Team Peps. Team Peps are chunking you, and then the railguns are coming in from Exodio. Like, Ultimates need to walk in, set up the torp on an angle, like, you know, just kind of vibe in the choke, and then get shots in. And KSA like cycles his Nemesis form. Kevster goes on an off angle. Team Peps, they're playing this to a T. Sandbar ends up coming in for both sides. A late blade pop here from Ken. It's actually a duel of the Genjis on in the spawn. Faith does take out Ken eventually as OT approaches for Team Peps. Kevster actually dashes all the way back to spawn, fearing FD God there on the Lucio as they get the flip in the end.
Yeah, someone went back and actually capped while Team Peps were fighting them at the spawn room doors. And this is the space that you wanted. Like, you're just talking about how Ultimates need time to set up. This is the time afforded to them after winning that team fight. And now that they're playing from a more defensive position, they actually have the setup here for the Torb. You can go for Molten Core, and you have the Orbital Raid that Sky can throw into this immediately.
Yeah, Ice has to get out of there. Score the leap. Oh, actually downpour straight in. A little of that gets reflected, but KSA is going to be in the front. Shoot up for the time being. A nice little boop there onto Ice, stopping him from claiming a little bit of space. But here comes the Molten Core from Kai. Does pause Peps' advance for just a brief second, but everybody just running through it. Flip doesn't end up connecting there for Team Peps as an overload from Kai puts pressure on Ice and on Zerion to try and heal up the front line. Unable to do so, the tank does end up going down, and they do trade him for Kai, but that's a trade you'll take any day of the week if you're Ultimates.
Yeah, because you just get out such a big piece here, and now Ice has to come back on the Wrecking Ball of all things. It is at least going to help extend some of this fight, and you're able to come back as a full team of 5, but Exodio now, a lot of pressure on his shoulders with this overclock.
Overclock from Exodio. Look at the pressure already, yeah. KSA throws the Vortex down. You end up getting slowed as you're sliding, and then Nemesis form and Genji follow up. Nice stuff from Ultimates. Clutching out at the very end.
Such a big clutch, and even though we're seeing some panic swaps here from Zerion and Exodio, I just don't think they're gonna get back in time. Beautiful from the Ultimates to start out this first round of the map, but Jack, that was close. Like, we were hoping that that's what we were going to see, and I like that the first round is delivering that already.
Like the proactiveness from Team Peps. And just stick high on the Soj. I think that's where you really need to lean towards. It's like good. The Torb's good. Doesn't get instantly popped when you get dove on, but you need that pick potential, I think, especially if Peps are also going to be playing Sojourn and playing a very fast tempo. Torb not very good at punishing people at long range, like mid-long range at least. If you land a nice little headshot, maybe that's punished, but not really. Looks like Kai's going to run out of Torb again. See Ice back on the hazard. We go to the beach stage.
Maybe we do see Kai switch off to the Sojourn again, but I like that the Torb does have that theory of being able to shut down some type of flank from Ken or from FD God. FD God likes to play really aggressive on the Lucio, so if you do overextend, then maybe the turret can pick up some extra damage onto that hero and you don't actually have that speed for later.
Wow.
It's like, look, FD God kills KSA.
Right, I mean, Kevster is just so... Oh, what a reflect, too. That was one small shuriken back at Ken's face. Well, Kevster with a double. Point flipped anyway for Peps, despite losing Zerion and Ken.
This was, like, the Ice is still alive, FD God as well. Like, you're missing out on your tank, and so the Ultimates do have to take a step back for just a second. But not too much longer before KSA is back, and you see the Ultimate set up for another re-engage. In fact, KSA is on the point now, giving Ice a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that Vortex was really nicely placed there. Stops Ice from violently leaping away. And there's the turret, just kind of be annoying, like you said, shutting down these flanks. Also, pressuring up on this high ground. The turret's in such a... like a little tricky spot, you know, a little annoying. It's off on an off angle, so... Ken, Exodio, like, they can't really poke at it all too effectively. Peps, the ultimate's now in control. It's exactly where the Torcon wants to be.
Right.
Exodia will get a pick challenge. Like, that is it. It's normally, normally easy rated, but we'll see how effective he can really be, because Kevs is always trying to be tricky too. Looks like they're going to try and go water side.
Ice has switched over to the Ramatra as well. That's an important switch to call out there.
Oh, here comes the Vortexes, and the Nemesis forms. Kevs has got the blade already. Under a little bit of duress now. Pops the deflect. Has to get back. Doesn't want to pop blade just yet. KSA pretty low. Actually just gets railgunned. I think the shield maybe of holding back some of the healing there from Sky, and Faith was actually on the points. Okay, just stall the point time now for Ultimates, but they're still making it deadly for Peps. They've taken down Zerion, and FD God also falls. Faith kills both supports on the Lucio. Okay, eventually he's brought down, but like Team Peps, that was not the 2 picks that you could afford to lose, because look at how quick Ultimates are going to be able to come back now.
They are coming back so quickly, and now that they're orbital ray, the sound barrier, Team Peps still have the advantage though. I think when you look at this ultimate economy, and Exodial's on the defense using Overclock.
Ray Blade, oh, what a shot from Exodio. That beat couldn't have come later there for Ultimates. Sky and Kai just absolutely dominated, turned to mashed potato.
Now we see Kai actually switch over to the Sojourn. And so we get to see the head-to-head that we wanted, but can this actually come in time to change the fate for the Ultimates in this round? Because you just used both of your support Ultimates. It's down to KSA and this Annihilation to get you back into this, and Team Peps are on final fight with an Annihilation of their own and the Blade.
Annihilation comes in, there's the blades, and Kai's already dead. Torn in half, and Ice has still got an Annihilation of his own. KSA's Annihilation is still ticking as Ken goes pretty low as he tries to get back to the point, but Ken's been forced away. And remember, Ice can just pop this Annihilation as an emergency tool to stay in this fight. Nemesis form first, Annihilation up next, and what has KSA and the rest of the gang got to say about this? And there it is, there's the push. OT in session and Sky's already dead, and now KSA's alone on an island. Normally paradise, but not for him, unfortunately. Kevster also falls as OT ticks down. Team Peps taking us to round 3.
Good stuff from Team Peps there. I feel like they, like you talk about the proactiveness that we saw in that very first round of Samoa. I think that carried over and then some for Team Peps. Just being able to keep control of the point for the most part first. And then just having the pick pressure with Exodial. Like, we finally see Kai actually switch over to the Sojourn to have that same type of pressure. But the fact that you gave that up for so much of that last round, like, I want to see Kai start on that. I think that's going to be the right hero choice here for the Ultimates, but Jack, we're moving on to a round that it can sometimes be tough to actually play the Sojourn.
Or Venture. Exodio on Venture, Ken Torm. Really is my meta. Kind of silly. Except mine, and nowhere near as good, sadly. All right, Ultimates on the Mauga this time around. Now, Ice isn't going to be able to go too aggro here, especially without Nemesis form. Exodio down to Kevster, though. You can see the wraparound from Kev. Ends up getting taken out, but that trade with Exodio down, like, where's the damage coming from? It's a lot of front-facing damage, of course, with the Torbjorn, but they're not going to let them cap. They're just going to run straight back in. Kai is up.
Yeah, Kai is the one that's going to have the pick pressure now with this Sojourn on the off angle, and it is paying off dividends right now. Look at how far back Team Peps have to play this, and you're just seeing the collapse happen in real time here from the Ultimates with Kai on the angle, and then Kevster trying to get that flank.
Exodio goes for the burrow, trying to stall out the point a little bit more. Vortex doesn't end up actually connecting with the Sojourn, so Exodio just appearing from the ground. Can't really go in again, has to wait for these abilities to cycle. FD God close to an ultimate too. Same with Faith, about 10% away, but FD God gets on his online first, and yep, it's going to send it. You get your beat online and instantly presses it. Almost gets a boop into the lava there, not quite. Ken's the first to fall, despite FD God using his beats. FD God eventually kills Faith, but here comes the raid from Sky, and with Zerion down, this is the Ultimate's fight to lose. They should be able to push on in now, there's no chance. There's too much healing, too much damage, and the Ultimates end up winning that fight. FD God's sound barrier should have been the win there for Team Peps.
Yeah, but did you see that they couldn't actually follow up on that damage for KSA? So KSA got at a dodge with maybe about like 5% of his HP left, and then you see just this big burst healing coming through from that orbital ray. Fantastic disengage to go back in with that ultimate, and now you still have the cage. You've got overclock and your own sound barrier. This is a really big position for the ultimates to be playing from.
Oh, the Molten Core. Kind of annoying for Kai. Manages to dodge out, but takes most of his HP. Looking to make sure he can't step left anymore. Sound barrier hits. Annihilation popped, as well as that blade. Has to get out of that Annihilation. Can't let that tick up for too much longer. And Ice, it's already gone. That ultimate advantage there that Team Peps have, it might be enough for the cap, unless ultimates can actually get back to the point. Kevster is still dancing around, but now has to deal with his Vortex. Has got the deflector, the punches. They don't get flung back in, but there's the reset from Team Peps. They know they can't win this fight now, not with KSA back in the mix.
No, I mean, like, it felt like the Ultimates still had a pretty firm handle on things, all things considered in that last fight. I think they played those Ultimates beautifully. They forced out that Annihilation. It didn't really get a whole lot of value, and you still get a chance to see the sound barrier come in from Faith and really just save the day here. So now you still have Cage if you're the Ultimates, and just, wow, get outside of the tectonic shock.
Well, KSA was like, nah, I'd rather just 1v1 the Venture as she's as their ulti.
Why not?
Unlucky. That Cage looked pretty good to start off with, but unfortunately with a tectonic shock rolling through you, the Venture is one mean hero to deal with. Good reset from Kevster there. FD God didn't stand a chance. And they're just going to continue on stalling. KSA is back in the fight. Ultimates, they're just able to stall the point out for so long. It's hard for Peps to really win a clean fight. That wall was interesting.
Oh, now they got the orbital ray.
Oh, these Heat Seekers, though, yeah, there's no chance now. Not with a railgun from Kai. Exodio switches from the Venture over to the Sojourn, and that's it. No chance. Molten Core from downtown, half covering the point there, but Ken's life cut short as Ultimates take the first map 2-1.
Okay, that last round, maybe not as close. I think they got the better read. Now that Kai actually just started on the Sojourn, I think that was perfect. You got pop shot after pop shot, Kai opening things up with so many picks, and I think just being able to put Kai on Sojourn and Kevster on the Genji, that is a deadly duo. I would be scared to see that for the rest of the series.
I mean, Peps, they should have won that first fight with the FD God sound barrier. Like, he was amping it up the entire time, like max heals. Like, okay, if we get this online first, we use it into the backline, get a kill. But it was actually Ken that went down first.
FD God was hunting for the environmentals too. If we were on his perspective before he actually let the beat drop, and I was like, oh, it's perfectly lined up here. You're just gonna get a couple big sound waves off the map and push somebody off of it.
It was close, to be fair. He tried for it. It was like, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get one eventually into the lava. It's possible, but it didn't end up happening. Pretty close affair though. 2-1. Both Peps and Ultimates. Funnily enough, 2-1 in the standings as well. Peps have a better scoreline. I mean, looking at Ultimate's roster, especially with KSA, Hardy, of course, Kai, Kevster, you expect this team to do great things. And this is the chance to kind of break away from the pack. From both sides, though, it must be said, Ultimates, their strength of schedule, it does get a little bit dicey towards the end. Of course, they've already faced VP and have lost against them, but they still need to face Gen G and Twisted Minds next week, and that's the perk week. So OWCS is going to be their other opponent this week, so still on the same patch. So getting a win here, breaking away from Peps is going to be nice because we don't know what next week is actually going to throw at us.
Yeah.
So being secure in yourself and secure in your placement is very important. And it also, kind of like thinking one layer deeper here, it's actually kind of OP if you get all of your matches out the way like early on. And having 2 matches this weekend honestly really works in your favor, because I don't want to say it's like a coin toss late next week, but it might be, depending on what is found to be like super broken, or like this thing is like Omega, like we have to run this sucks. Like, you know, I'd feel happy if I was Ultimates that I had 2 matches this week, is all I'm saying.
I'm actually, I'm thinking of Gen G in the situation. They're like, wow, we only had 1 match this week. We just get to think about next week. already. Like, they actually get a little bit of a leg up on the competition to start thinking about what's to come.
There's definitely two ways to think about that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
wrong.
would you rather get them now, or would you rather just do your one match here and then think about what's going to happen next? I guess it kind of depends on the mental fortitude of the team, like what they would rather do. But I think maybe you're right. I might be in the camp that just get it out of the way now. But I still think that perks, like, it's not that bad. Like, they'll just play what they know, and then perks are just like a happy bonus.
Yeah, I think that's actually a smart way of thinking about it. It's like, okay, if we just play the Soj, we play Kai and Kevster again, we'll just like, it's just a bonus, bro. It's just like a little level up. We're all good. We're chill. Looking at those maps as well, Hybrid, obviously Hybrid, Flashpoint, Escort, and
Push.
Yeah, okay, Push. Wow, my brain just like RM'd
it took me a second too, because I was like, wait, is it Push or is it
my brain?
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah,
I was like, which ones did you say already? So
I've already cast against that. Okay, leave me alone. I'm chill. Suravasa is going to be the map pick for Peps. Looks like a ban of Torbjorn. So Kevster's back on the Soj, and we have a Hazard ban from Ultimates. Now, speaking of like strength of schedule too, Ultimates, they did end up losing a map to Sakura to start week one off. They ended up winning against them, of course, lost to VP, won against Vision. Vision still took a map off of them. Peps, kind of a similar story, actually lost another map to Vision, who will take you to 4 or 5 maps, right? Or make the series very close at least. I would imagine an Escort map does come out here for Peps. If they do get to choose again, I've got a good feeling Esport is going to be something that they lean on going later in the series. We'll see what Ultimates want to run out with, though. I can imagine KSA very comfortable running on the Ram. Very, very experienced and very good Mauga player too, so can pivot to that. I still think Mauga is on the fringe of being really good, but Ram right now, it looks clean for Ultimates. Very, very solid. And I think this is the comp we're seeing right now. I think that's their best look currently.
I would agree with you. I think that the Sigma maybe plays just a little bit too slow, but I love that KSA is one of those very aggressive tanks that can go in with something like the Ramatra, and with Faith behind you too, a nice big pick onto Exodial to kick things off for Ultimates.
Sky does go down though, but Ice is going to get chased, yeah. Really, really fast push. They just see Exodial, and whenever you are the Sojourn, right, you cannot use that dash. If you use your slide early in a fight, you're going to die. The Lucio is going to amber speed on you, and then Nemesis form is going to punch you in the face until you have no face left. So Exodial, you saw, actually got booped by Faith into the team, and then they could run.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to watch those cooldowns, especially when it comes to the mobility. I think anybody that's out of cooldowns like KSA or something, did he just not have block?
No, he was blocking the whole time, and he got owned. I think they just chewed through the overhealth there. Kevster also goes down, and KSA makes the quick swap, actually, over to Zarya, of all things.
All right, so you've got the bubbles for yourself, but you have the bubbles that you can place onto Kevster. Sky's also getting dove quite a bit, so maybe you also have that bubble defensively for your Juno. But either way, like, you're going to want to see KSA actually get a lot of this charge. But you can still shoot through that, just like you did with the stance for here for the Ramatra.
A lot of bubbles to Kevster. I love to see that. However, this fight is taking a long time. Someone needs a pick. Sky ended up going down. There was no bubbles available there to save the Juno. And now it's all falling apart for Ultimates. They cannot well, they have to get out. And they will. Okay, they managed to bubble Faith. Faith gets away. They've got one more push in. Self-destruct available from Ice. They've got an orbital ray though, and that's the most important thing. If Peps want to play this fast like they did on Samoa, they're going to win this first flashpoint.
Absolutely. I just play proactively here, and if you send the orbital ray in, like, who can actually touch? You just melt through everybody. Like, Ice is already playing body block at the door.
I think it's now too late. If they wanted to go early, the time was about 15 seconds ago, because Sky's now got an orbital ray of his own. Sound barrier comes in for Faith, connects with 5. Exodial pedaling back. A late ray, a late beat for FD God, but a ray mixed with Sky. Who gets the first pick? Well, only time will tell, but the Genji Blade will certainly make it unfair for Team Peps to fight into. Oh, Kevster just dashing through 4. Give him the 5th, man.
Just so good. Oh, the reflection kill almost came through, and there it is. 5 players down for Kai. Gets the ace, and that'll be ultimate. Capping that point. A late B for FD God looks so sublime, but they just didn't have the firepower to back that up.
And this was a huge fight for the ultimates to win, because now they're going to be the ones that are in last fight territory as well, and the only team that has ultimates to throw immediately. Kai gets set up with this overclock. KSA might even have this grab just to lock everybody down, so watch out for when that defense matrix is unavailable.
Blade available for Ken, but Exodio's already down. Does Ken even pop the blade here? I think it would be ill-advised, but he's going to go for it anyway. Chases Faith, but Faith gets the mini and gets the boop away. Oh my word. Faith, the slipperiest frog alive, just slips out of the grasp of Ken, and Ken goes down to Kevster. The bluntest blade I think we've seen, and compare that to Kevster's a second ago. That is a rough start for Team Peps. They're going to lose that point.
That is so rough. I mean, like 99 to 100%. That was a flashpoint that Team Peps could have captured. I just feel like their ultimates didn't find as much value as they needed to when we had that giant ult fiesta, just second to last bite. And now, once again, you're kind of coming into this next flashpoint with nothing. We've got Ken that switched over to the Tracer, Ice has switched over to the D.Va, so you've got a little bit more of a full dive that you can commit to. But the ultimates still have the grab. So you're just gonna get caught potentially when you actually move in, unless Ice is on it and can eat this grab.
Not gonna give them the opportunity though. They're gonna get a D-Mech first. Oh, very aggressive position. They're gonna push forward. They can just grab into the back line. What a positional mistake there from Ice. Just abandons the front line. A free grab there because Ice did not have boosters. Sky does end up going down, but it doesn't matter. Ultimates can now just reset through them with Kevster just running at them with the Genji.
That was the perfect punish. And that's something that you should expect out of a roster that is as veteran as the ultimates. They just know when you can actually use that small window of opportunity to your advantage, and that's what KSA did when those boosters were offline. Ice is actually gonna match KSA on this Zarya now, and so Zarya versus Zarya is not necessarily something that I had on my bingo card either, but let's go. Bubbles for everybody.
At this point. Well, there's the blade for Kevster. Another 5k, maybe? He's fighting into the Ray, so I doubt that would have happened, but you never know. Faith and Ken do end up trading, point capped for Team Peps. Railgun's going to keep ultimates honest now as Kai ends up going down, but they're going to go in anyway with a Ray of their own. This is an extremely aggressive Ray. This is 3-on-4 in the front line. Exodio ends up going down. That's a 3-on-5. And they've run it with the Ray. Ice falls after the bubbles were used late in that fight. That's a good push from Ultimates. They're pushing Peps to the absolute limit, and they did not expect a late Ray, and they're going to push them to spawn too. Good luck touching if you're Team Peps now. You've got a sound barrier, sure, but they might just have to give this point up, and it looks like they're going to.
They can't make it there. That flashpoint was ticking up way too fast. You talk about being pushed to the limits. Jack, I don't think they're passing the limit test at the moment. This is looking great from the Ultimates. They're one flashpoint away from being able to bring us to a match point in this series. And they have the overclock already.
Sound barrier on 3 from FD God? Are they actually going to get kills from this? They managed to get Sky, who's separated in like the main show. KSA ends up going down. Okay, there it is. The kills came through a little bit later than they maybe wanted, but a kill onto Sky is going to be good for a point cap.
Get to kick things off right now with a little bit of a, just a little bit of a cap here, but I think the hard work is yet to come. KSA still has the grab. It's nice for Team Peps to be able to play this defensively, but look at the grab! It just gets thrown out immediately.
Yep, you see one bubble used, you're like happy to throw that in. Oh, Ken though, I managed to get a stick onto Kai. The problem is though, the Zarya is basically big DPS at this point. And then you can just bubble Kevster for an eternity. So yeah, the likelihood of you winning this one is very slim. Really nice play. Ice steps up, uses a bubble on himself, and then you're like, okay, as soon as that fades, you hit the grab, and they're forced to bubble themselves again, and you can burst through it, and then good luck. The Zarya is not going to survive, not with 5 people looking at you stationary.
No, the target focus has been so good for the ultimates. And now they have the orbital ray that they can throw into this next fight. Because there's another blade.
Hits two, both bubbles
the
used.
bubbles are good.
Them coming in, the bubbles are good, and FD Gold gets reflect killed. Blade pop from Kevster. Kevster going on an absolute rampage yet again. Fights inside the ray as well. No fear in this man's eyes.
This has been a remarkable playbook by the ultimates. The orbital ray as the perfect response to just going through the bubbles first. The patience to use the orbital ray until after those bubbles are down and the team is still alive. Jack, we're looking at a final fight here for this map. Baby Faith gets a sound barrier up, but this is not looking very good for Team Peps right now. Exodial, you gotta be him with this overclock.
Faith just has to stay alive. Overclock used. Here comes the push. KSA using a bubble. A lot of free charge, and there is the beat. Straight to the back line as Exodial takes a little bit of damage, but now scurrying and trying to find someone to actually shoot at. Not sure they're going to even be able to. I mean, that's just it. The Ultimates are going to take that map. A little 3-0 on Suravasa.
It was so close at the very beginning, just having that 99 to 100, and then after that, it felt like the Ultimates were pushing the tempo. Those fights were so fast. They were throwing in additional Ultimates to some of these fights that just really put Team Peps on the back foot. They didn't know how to respond to that aggression.
Yeah. That was also just fantastic Genji play from Kevster. If
So
anybody
good.
ever doubts him coming from year to year to year, they shouldn't. Still putting up just insane performances. And KSA with some very, very intelligent grabs too. Noticing the small positional mistake there from Ice. Thrusting away from the team to try and get high ground off angle as the Diva. Looks at him once, looks back to main, throws the grab in, you're dead. And then Kevster just doing Kevster things, no nano needed, and KSA just bubble him in permanently. So also you're at 100 energy too because they're trying to kill Kevster. Yeah, it looked good from Ultimates. Look cool, calm, and collected. Clean map, 3-0. There's nothing really more you can say about it, really.
Yeah, after they really figured out this Zarya comp and started to lean into that, this map stopped looking close. I love your call out there. I think what separates some of the best tanks that we see in Overwatch 2 is just how the cooldown management comes through. Whether it's like a ditto between like Zarya versus Zarya. We also saw that second grab just get weaved into the Zarya that Ice had locked into.
Yeah, it was good.
Really excellent positioning.
Solo grabbing. Back in the day, it's like, man, that grab's bad if you're not hitting like 3 people. Although it felt like that because I think Goats was meta for like a year and a half or something. So Goats is also coming into the game next week. Can't wait.
You can go play it.
You can, yeah. Hopefully it's the Zen, hopefully they've enabled Zen as well there because the Zen Goats was just far superior to the Moira Goats towards the end of that meta, or not even towards the end. It was like literally like a few months in, it was like actually Zen just dominates every tank. So, but anyway, just a small tangent there. You're hitting that one-person grab like on the Zarya in the front line as soon as you choose to bubble on herself. Like that's such an easy kill. Like it's so easy to just layer damage in. There's not anything you can do. You need like a Suzu, like a Transcendence. But even a Transcendence, to be fair, you aren't surviving that. Not with railguns like hitting your head point blank. Like, good luck. Push and Escort Rose up next. Team Peps on their map pick. Today, is it really going to be a 3 Overwatch day?
I think it might be a 3 Overwatch day. It just might. I have so much high hope here for Team Peps to be able to maybe pick something like Havana. Maybe bring it soon, and then we get a chance to actually see him hit the server again. But I do feel like this is going to be a tough battle for Team Peps to come back from. If they pick Push, that also doesn't feel very good with just how fast the Ultimates are playing. So
I mean, Peps were doing the same thing, to be fair, though. But then they slowed it down. It felt like Ultimates then were like, okay, now it's our turn to play quick. We just want to play as fast as humanly possible. And yeah, it's really working out. Peps didn't really stand a chance. It wasn't a close map. The first map was, but Suravasa was just not close. Just kind of just getting outmatched by the Kevster Genji, by KSA on the Zarya. I would imagine they also kind of continue this too. To be fair, I think maybe a little bit more Zarya on the table for the Ultimates. And going into this next map, maybe you just ban that away if you're Team Peps. You get the first ban.
Yeah, you could ban out the Zarya. I think it depends on where you go, though, because some of those maps, I don't think that the Zarya it would be the best choice of tank. Like Esperanza, for example, I think you would rather play something like the D.Va if you're either of these teams, or Ramatra, but we're going to Route 66. This is another one of those that I'm not 100% convinced the Zarya is the right call here. So maybe you're better off trying to ban D.Va.
Yeah, and Peps haven't paid Route 66 either yet this stage, so I'm trying to think where they go. I'm trying to see if Ultimates also have played it. Doesn't look like they have. Yeah, so neither team have played Route 66 yet. You can go Zarya here 100%. I don't think there's a kind of a question about it. You can also go Ram. I think KSA is more than happy, and especially having like Hardy on the bench too, like it doesn't really matter where we go. We have a tank for that map or like how we want to play. I think they're more than happy just to play KSA just permanently, Rose. With the Ramatra as well. I think, especially on defense, Ramatra would be a real pain.
Jack, they have Chase. Not...
Oh, Chase, sorry, not Hardy. Yeah, sorry. Chase. Point still stands. I mean, being able to kind of flex onto the main tanks with Winston and everything else,
True.
It doesn't really bode well for Peps if they're like, okay, let's target ban like a tank. Like, you're okay. You're very okay with it. Yeah, my mistake.
No, it's
Chase, dive tank.
You're thinking of Hardy because we just had like the possibility of that in Twisted.
Yeah.
It's like I get it.
Yeah. So you can just play Ram, and Ram very annoying to play against, especially on this first point, because you're like, okay, we need to dive past the Ram. He's really good at kind of holding this corner with the Nemesis form, with the shield, and then you just kind of get owned because then he just runs to the back line. Looks like they're actually just going to ban Genji. Honestly, after that Kevin's performance, yeah, sure.
That's fair. Yeah, I think that's a smart ban. Does that mean that we see Kevster on Torb though? Like, is this a...
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I think, honestly, you just became on Trace. So there's no Sigma on the side of, in the game either now, because they banned it. So, Venture, sure.
I would take
Tracer,
that too.
sure. I think anything's pretty good here, but with Ken on the Torbjorn, you'll probably think better of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's talk about that defense first, because we at least know that they're getting set up already on Big Girls. So Torb for Ken, not really a surprise to me to see Ice actually play the D.Va here either. If we're gonna ban out the Sigma, I feel like one of Ice's comfort picks is going to be the D.Va, just to be able to make those rotations just a little bit faster. You've got double speed as well. And so this is gonna be a pretty difficult team to lock down. The Ultimates now, maybe thinking about how they want to actually approach this. This is where I think the Zarya is smart. You see the D.Va and you go, well, guess what? You can't eat my beam. So no defense matrix for you.
Yikes, KSA is low. Oh, Kai though. Nice pickup. See if Kev's how long he stays on this Tracer. Did Hovo echo there for a second? I thought that's not too bad, but against the D.Va and the Sojourn can be a little bit more tough, so opting for the Tracer. And the turrets are pretty easy to kill too, so it's not... There's like a lot of like angles you can play on the Tracer where the turrets are not permanently tagging you.
Yeah,
so
just go under low ground. Go to the left. I think it'd be fine for Kevster to take that route instead.
Holy FT God. Wow, Ice took infinite damage. Luckily though, their mega health back was there. That was close.
Still just a patient game, though, waiting for one of these Sojourns to get a pick. Oh, KSA is just like...
moving, though.
KSA is just on Ice right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, too. You can't really stall out if you're Ice, because you're just going to get melted by the beam. Almost gets the clip there. On to Zerion. Zerion's very low, but look at that ult charge already. Zerion's got Ray. 95% versus 70 for Sky. That's how much healing they've been doing. Ken actually ends up going down. The Ray's going to get popped to try and turn this fight around. That's a heavy barrage there of those pulsar torpedoes. Kills KSA. And now, Ultimates are split. Kai's going to try and find a pick. They're going to use that speed ring to get away. And it looks like they're going to be able to get out with only one casualty.
KSA is going to be able to come back pretty quickly too, and Kevster's still behind the enemy lines trying to get this pulse bomb. So that could open up this fight tremendously here for the Ultimates, on top of the fact that they're going to have South Barrier, as well as the Ray advantage if Sky's able to get that up before they take this next engagement.
Fire against the Raugan.
Oh, overclock from the back lines. It's going to get met with a sound barrier on the side of the ultimate. Wow. Sky got absolutely destroyed. And a cherry on top of that. A kill onto Kai and an E of the pulse bomb. Okay, 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Team Peps looking good on the defense as Ice kind of takes over that fight hand in hand with the Exodial.
That was a great defensive fight there for Team Peps. And now all you have to look at is like, okay, well, Ray, but we have sound barrier. We have a molten core, so maybe that helps stop the Ray just a little bit. I think Team Peps are feeling happy about this defense. Just got to deal with this overclock from Kai. And if Ice can stay on top of it, then just eat the grab.
Well, unfortunately for Team Peps, they haven't got this Ray. Used it pretty early. Oh, the molten core. Okay. Well, tried to get the double headshot there onto FD God. Sound barrier comes in, and that molten core absolutely melted Kai's shoes. Just a bit of rubber on the tarmac now, unfortunately, as the ultimate struggling on this point. I've got to say, Rose, that early orbital Ray and then being able to sound barrier skies, it's looks good because now ult cycling comes into full effect and Zerion's going to have another orbital Ray. Quick pause though. Oh, looks like someone DC'd there on the side of Team Peps. Ken is out of the server, sadly. I think with the molten core just used, he had like 5% ult charge.
No,
so
he's
the ult,
fine.
yeah, the ult charge won't really matter as he does spawn back in the server. It would lose like 5% or so. So not the worst. He didn't like lose an ult, thankfully.
No, I mean, the molten core was so big too. Kai was using the overclock, slides right into the molten core and just dies without finding any value with the overclock.
Yeah.
And then, as you were mentioning, just the ult cycling, just being able to have that sound barrier now. You've got Ray, you have other things available, and I think Team Pep's looking at like a, minute left in the time bank?
Yeah.
Pretty happy.
That super early Ray was just so pivotal. So much healing to begin with. 30% extra ult charge over Sky, which is quite large, especially that early on in the game. Like, you don't, especially if your ultimates in that regard, you're like, they've got ult already. Like, what? We've done that much damage. They're healing that much. Like, what the hell? Like, I mean, sure, he was weaving in damage here and there, but you're not expecting 30% extra. And now they have for the final fight another Ray, like you said. So, yeah, we'll see if Ken can come back in. A bit of an unfortunate DC there, being on the defense as well.
Now, I think it'll be okay to get back, and you still have the turret that you can throw out, so maybe that's a little...
Sure, hopefully the turret's going to hold it down.
Yeah,
hey, if it was a level 3 turret, it would be able to hold it down.
No, I'm about the hammer healing. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah, the minor perk. The hammer healing is...
so funny.
I don't know if that's good. I don't know. We'll see. The Spidey turret also goes kind of crazy. I was thinking actually on Lijiang Tower when we were on it, I'm like, dude, if you run Torp here, you can just stick it to the...
Yeah.
You can throw the turret kind of high if you like jump and look upwards. So you could like stick, and depending on like how the turret like magnetizes the wall, you could get it quite high up on the like thing inside the point. I was like, there's going to be a lot of weird turret placements coming up next week, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun, and people are playing Torps. Hey, we're just going to get Ken back into the game. Hopefully, he'll be here in just a moment. Yeah, these DCs unfortunately do happen, but the momentum killer, which is sometimes a big thing when it comes to disconnects, hopefully that doesn't affect Peps too much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is even fortuitous in some ways. You get a chance to rethink for a second and go, hey, 1 minute left. We're so close to being able to get a full hold here. What's the next thing that we have to do in order to get that goal?
Sounds like we're going to jump in, though. Ken has reconnected, hopefully. And, yeah, spawning back in on the Torb. And, yeah, 1 minute to go. And, yeah, they will hopefully... Oh, here we go. Okay. Enough rambling. Enough pausing as well. Ken, back on the Tracer. Yeah, has to come back. I mean, look, you can't just walk as Torp, sadly. He's a bit slow.
Oh, especially when you know that a grab is coming. There isn't really a good answer to that yet, but Zerion did farm up that Ray pretty fast, so maybe you do have the Ray when the grab comes out.
Oh, what a grab on the side of the wall. An amazing placement there from KSA. He grabbed Exodial from the safety, the high ground. The Ray's going to come in too late. Doesn't quite save the Meg, but at least it's self-destruct. Actually, maybe not. I'm sorry, I misspoke, Ice. I didn't know you game like that. Kills Kai with the self-destruct. Also ends up just was going to say race too late, can't save ice, but nah, doesn't matter if you just walk into the self-destruct.
That was what it was. It was the defense when ice was out of mech. Great defense from Team Peps. That was a full hold on Route 66. Still something that can be difficult to accomplish in this day and age. And now the Ultimates have to match that and then some. I don't know if Zarya is going to be the way to do it either. I feel like the Zarya actually struggled a lot to find purchase against this D.Va comp. And maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I feel like just Exodio can open things up with a pick on the Sojourn. Ice on the D.Va can just run at somebody in the backline and run them over. So we actually don't see the Zarya at all from the Ultimates on the defense. It's going to be KSA going to the D.Va.
Okay, a little D.Va, okay. Yeah, decided Zarya not for us. D.Va a bit easier to traverse the high ground. Kevster on the Torb, so Kai on Sojourn. I was thinking maybe you play a little Echo here, but it can be tough against the D.Va, even though you can beam down through the Matrix. It's still hard if you've got a cracked hit scan on the other side. You get body shot, you just get run over.
Yeah.
A little bit more consistent damage as well with the Torb, right? You're just like permanently spamming. A lot of the time your stickies are going to get eaten if you're the Echo. No one peeking Exodio. And that's the switch. Okay. Little hog hook as well. Gonna go back to spawn. Yeah, nothing too crazy. No one panic. There's the D.Va pick.
Case. Yeah. This makes a lot more sense. I was hoping maybe just like, imagine if the Ultimates actually go for a close hold there and then you just get the Roadhog hook. That would be crazy. But Ramatra versus the D.Va. Wow, they really are thinking through this because they've actually got FD God going over to the Brig as well. Ooh.
Yeah, much harder now for KSA to stay in the front line for an extended period of time. So it's kind of like the Zarya in this regard because the D.Va can't stick around. She can't permanently stick on payload because eventually you're just going to get kind of rolled by the Ram and the Nemesis form. He does have to expend a cooldown though, worth keeping in mind, but that Vortex is going to be a big thorn in the side for KSA. Stops those movement abilities being used, and this is Peps just kind of rolling over Ultimus. Ice coming in with a perfect answer to this D.Va. This Brig is getting hold by the Vortex for a brief moment, but they are 3xing payload right now.
And this is the reward that you get for being able to get a full hold on defense is you have the onus to be able to pick something that will demolish the defensive comp. Like KSA comes back on the Ramatra, but not before you actually see Team Peps maybe have a way soon.
FD God needs help. Fates needs some more apparently.
Sarion's
going
on
down. Zerion pretty weak, ends up healing up Exodio on the high ground, but I mean, this is it, Rose. I mean, there's 2 minutes to go. They've got the orbital ray. They can just launch it on point, and now you can't do anything if you're Ultimates. That's game over. Kevster goes down to Pulsar Torpedoes, and that'll be it. Team Peps, full hold on Route 66. Hey, Suravasa, just whatever. In the wind, gone. Not close to that map. Ultimates took that one 3-0. And then you just turn this one around and just a full hold on Route 66. Yeah. That is Team Peps just completely like mental reset, gameplay reset, like going into Route 66 with a plan. They stuck to it and it worked wonders for them. Well, that was an insane hold, honestly.
No 3 Overwatch today. Let's go. I'm so glad that they proved us wrong. This was a much better look for them. And I do think some of it comes down to like KSA being pretty steadfast on this Zarya and Team Peps just having the perfect answer to this. Yeah, and by the time they actually make the switch, I mean.
We go into a push map next. So we look at 4 deaths for Peps. I mean, that is insane. That probably doesn't count as a death either. I mean, yeah, that's an insane stat line. Peps have won Esperanza a couple of times in their previous matches. So I'm wondering if we go there. They've lost Colosseo against Twisted Minds. Colosseo has been won by Ultimates. They ended up losing, obviously, 3-0 to VP. We didn't actually see a push map in that series. And then Colosseo was also won by Ultimates. So Ultimates Probably not going to go Esperanza. Colosseo's the name of the game, I'd imagine. They've won it twice, and Peps have won Esperanza. So, yeah, that would be my guess. And then what do you ban, Rose, if you're Ultimates? Because you get the priority here after you lose from 366.
I kind of think you actually ban a DPS. Like, I feel like the reason why the Ultimates were done so well in Colosseo is partially because Kai gets a chance to speak on the Sojourn. Like, that's something that has just been so good for the team. So if you go Colosseo, you don't want that banned out. Exodial is fantastic on so many different hit scans as well that, like, maybe they're okay saying, like, guess what? No Sojourn for you. And we'll just have Exodial play something else. So
we'll have to wait and see.
Maybe a different DPS.
I bet it's going to be Colosseo, but I could be wrong. We're going to map number 4, Gen G. I mean, look, they are the top of the, or close to the top of the leaderboards right now. Ultimates Peps, they want to try and beat them. They want to get up in that top 2 slot, and they are close to doing so. Ultimates Peps, map number 4 after this break.
To celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Shows them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Welcome back. All right, we've got a small substitution actually coming in for Team Peps. Exodio not feeling too great right now, so it'll actually be Soon joining us. Finally. We're seeing that locked in for Peps. Colosseo is going to be the map pick. I did predict that one rather accurately, it seems, as Ultimates have won that twice already this stage. And Peps favoring Esperanza Rose and winning those a lot of the time. So yeah, makes sense for Ultimates. Ultimates end up banning Malga and Sojourn banned for Team Peps.
Yeah, like that's what I wanted to point out, because I feel like the reason why, again, like just going back to our conversation pre-break, the Ultimates have been so good at Colosseo because they've got one of the best Sojourns in the world on their team, Kai. If he can't play the Sojourn, what is he going to play for this map? And is it something where maybe we get a chance to see Soon come in, pull out the Tracer, and just dominate? Like, that's what I'm excited to see, because with Soon getting subbed in for Exodio, there isn't really a huge threat to them banning out the Sojourn, because it doesn't completely hurt their team, even though we know that Exodio has a deeper hero pool than that. And same with Kai. I think this still puts like a ton of emphasis on Soon, come in, play Tracer, and you are not going to get got by like a Tor poke set up on the defense this time.
I mean, maybe. I mean, Kevsa and Kai have both played Tor this series, but yeah, I would love to see Kai on Widowmaker here. Widowmaker on Kai, Widowmaker for Soon. Oh, it's just like times of old. Like seriously, it feels like OG EU Overwatch right there in a package and a parcel. So we'll have to see. I do think it will probably be the Tracer, like you said. And you know, Fefe was even saying like, look, he's been tearing up scrims, man. This guy's popping off. He's still got it, and I think it's a real testament to the roster of Peps too. Soon's not just like an ad on the bench. Like, yeah, sure, we've got one of the DPS. Like, he's a big like factor, and he will be throughout the stages to come. Let's have a look at Peps' match schedule. Actually, we mentioned it briefly before, but they've had kind of a mixed schedule here. They have Genji and Virtus Pro to kind of get through. Sunday, obviously, in a couple of days. That's Peps' next match after this. And I mentioned before we went to the break as well, Genji, they are currently 4-1
in the standings. Virtus Pro are 3-0. Gen.G, of course, playing a little 2 more maps there. Peps want to be up there with Gen.G. They want to beat Gen.G out to take that top spot, or at least be in the top 2. In contrast, there's the Ultimates match schedule. Also need to face Gen.G, Twisted Minds and Alcatzia. So you could argue similar kind of strength levels for both teams going into the later weeks.
I agree. And
I say later weeks, there's one more week left.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean. I think everybody else knows what you mean. But I agree with you, and I do think that for both of these teams, just looking at those strengths of schedule, I think they're pretty safely going to make it to the playoffs. I don't see either of these teams ending up in a relegation spot, and now it is just about pride for beating the other team and also figuring out your placement when it comes down to your seeding heading into the playoffs. So there's still a lot on the line for both of these teams to actually get the match win today. And I'm so pumped to see if this could be a close 5-map series. I think it's already been incredibly close between these two teams. And so I'm excited to see how Colosseo ends up shaking things up.
Soon Sovereign Tracer. There it is. No Widowmaker, sadly. KSA, I can't imagine a second queen. A little adventurous. Kevster on the Genji and Kai on the Torb. Okay, I kind of expected this. Again, if you're Ultimates 2, you're looking at this roster on the other side of the lobby. Soon's in. Is he going to play Widow? Probably not. Tracer? Absolutely. Actually, just straight up loses the duel to Kevster there. Forced to recall super early. Not the best. Kevster pretty good in the neutral on the Genji, funnily enough.
I think you're still maybe taking a look at Soon getting a couple of his sea legs back, like just a little. Like Colosseo is a whole new map type.
I don't know if I trust Tracer on a boat. I mean, maybe it was a speedboat, but sure.
I think it's fine.
This joke did not land. We're moving on. Joke's still building, guys. Move on. Wow, what a fast pick. Yeah, Kai taking out Soon instantly. Just a little Cheeto, a little left click there. I'm sure aided by the turret in some respect. And now Soon's on Torb. Okay, here it is.
Let's go. I think he also said this though in in one of his social posts. He was like, "Yeah, maybe I'll be back on
yes,
Torb."
He did say that, to be fair.
So I think we all knew what to expect on some level, but
they just got dominated. Like I'm holding S and the right click to try and stop all the damage, but Soon ends up picking up the kill. All right, FT got down, sure, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah, Lucio also falls to Soon's turret. All right, there it is. Not too much of a need for ultimates, but it'll do. 35 meters.
It's pretty good. I mean, they're already going to start to round this first corner in their territory. Hoping maybe that it's going to be Zerion or FD God that beats the backline of ultimates to the punch of getting an ultimate up. But Kevsters are actually quite close to the blade. And so maybe just a couple more shurikens, you might just see Kevster dash into the backline.
Molten Core available for Kai as well. Wouldn't be too bad to actually save that Molten Core for an Annihilation from Ice. Deny the space, make sure Annihilation gets absolutely nothing. Soon just trying to off angle right now. The Vortex is going to be fairly annoying for Soon to kind of deal with though, but here's the raid to start us off with from Sky. All those pulse ult torpedoes connected with like 5 people there as Sky just tries to get away. Kevster pops the blade, sound barrier for FD God though. Sky falls, ultimates now in the danger zone. They have managed to steal the bot as Soon falls to Kai and actually flip the map on Team Peps.
Yeah, but after using how many ultimates at this point, and you're still taking kills on the way back to the bot, this is still going to be a difficult spot for like the ultimates to be in. Or sorry, because like,
jeez.
Yeah,
that was a good pop. I was like, not sure if you need that, but like honestly, decent bot steal, and yeah, I think it's more than okay. Yeah. Bob airing people out, and now the ultimates have to back up. They got a sound barrier rose, but I mean, honestly,
but they used so much else in that fight.
Exactly, they forced them to use so much.
Like a full reset, 4 ultimates now down. Only Faith with the sound barrier, and like you're still looking at Molten Core and Annihilation for Team Peps. Sound barrier can only do so much against that.
No, speaking of which, there it is, sound barrier. Oh, and Soon ends up going down. There's the Annihilation. Where's your overhealth now? Cowering in the corner as KSA pops the shield up, but good kiting there from Ultimate, stopping that Annihilation from just destroying their team and extending for an elongated period of time. Oh, Faith. Oh, Faith. Oh, he's out. Wow, that was close. And still on fire. Jeez.
Don't worry. Lucio's got those healthy boots.
Speed skates.
Whatever they are.
Oh, they could be healthy, yeah. Just change song and you end up healing people. I pick up what you're putting down. Soon back on the Tracer. Ends up hitting their recall, still in control of the bot though, so just gonna steal it away. Playing the macro game right now for Team Peps, as the Ultimates are taking a fight on Team Peps' side of the map. I really like this play. Stealing the bot, especially on this point of the map, can be so detrimental to your push. He's not gonna get the lead, but he's gonna force Ultimates all the way back and give Peps the space to then reset into the mid.
I mean, this has been happening for every team, and I think all teams are really playing to just the strategic strengths of push. So great stuff there, and I mean, Team Peps get to come in with a sound barrier.
KSA's in trouble. Sound barrier ends up coming in. Now he has to play in that ray. Oh my god, even through the orbital ray in Sky, the pulsar torpedoes healing him up. There's just not much they could do. 5 members of Team Peps were looking at KSA. They've taken the bot yet again underneath the noses of the Ultimates.
And that's gonna be the lead. Team Peps still have tools to work with as well. Like another Bob. Ken already unleashed like such an impressive Bob in like a last couple of fights. You got like both the DPS ults, the Annihilation. Things are pretty good. And I love how patient Team Peps are playing this. They aren't overextending there. They know that they're going to be walking into double DPS ultimates as well from their opposition. So play it safe around the neutral again. Try to fight this here.
Pulse one from Soon, looking at Faith right now. Maybe Sky who's on the floor. What a stick from Soon. Faith down, Bob kills Kai's Bob, and that's the Annihilationist as well from Team Peps. Ultimates reeling from that one, licking their wounds and going for another reset, but Team Peps are going to extend their lead even further.
And this is the best place to be able to take some of these fights from as well, knowing that you already got the Bob out from Kai, and Ken can just sit here in front of this, behind this Ramatra shield and actually try to get some big headshots. Oh, Kevster gets so low. Is he actually going to be healthy enough to use his blade?
Nope, maybe not. FD God ends up killing him, but Ice with a good Vortex. The Vortexes from Ice and KSA have been very effective at locking down people, especially, you know, any kind of mobile character is just a death sentence for them if it connects. Sound barrier connects from Faith, and Zerion and Ken end up falling, and now Ice trying to get his money back after that food. I don't know, something. There's a joke there. I don't know.
Refund?
-2. 3.5 minutes to go. Faith is going to end up taxiing back KSA, who ends up changing to the Diva. So Ultimates, they're going to try and put a little bit more pressure on Ken, who has been very effective, like you mentioned before, with the Bobs. The Blade's still in their back pocket, but the time bank is not in their favor at all. Blade's going to get popped. Ken uses that shift to get some space, but Kevster saves the dash and ends up getting a 2-piece. They still end up losing control of the bot again, though, so they're going to have to regain the space once more.
What? FD God is crazy.
The Peps continues to just steal the bot away and make Ultimates, even though they won these fights, Rose, make them work for progress.
I mean, FD God got 2 kills. Like, and they still actually aren't walking the bot back because Soon is there to contest it. And finally goes down, but yeah, what a stall coming through from Team Peps. They know that there is a win condition here, and even though they don't have a checkpoint, it doesn't really matter. They have the lead, and look at Ken, like almost got a pick there as well.
So he's got another pole spot. Spots out Faith. Kev's on high ground too, just being a bit of a nuisance to Ken right now, although he's going pretty low, and yet Ken deals with Kevster. Wow, this is all falling apart for the Ultimates. They haven't got a lead, their bot keeps getting stolen away from them. They've got Ray, they got Sound Barrier, they got Pulse Bomb. Like, Team Peps are in such a good spot to win this map.
They have everything. They have absolutely everything here. All they need is to keep stalling out the bot for 2 more minutes. And soon they even just get a pick with the Pulse Bomb here. That would be huge.
Looks like KSA was paying attention to him, so it was kind of marking the trace to make sure they don't get a free pulse. Bob gets deployed, tries to go for a flank. A coach gun there from Kai, but here come the orbital rays. These the difference make Ultimates. All right. Faith Kevster on the board. Annihilation, though, from Ice is going to be difficult to deal with, but with the Bob just kind of rolling him in the front line. It's going to be an easier fight than what has been the whole map. In all honesty, that was the first big fight win for Ultimates. They've got the self-destruct they've got for another life, and they've got a sound barrier. But considering the lead, Rose, and Peps' spawn, like, they can get back and touch before this even gets under the bridge.
Yeah, and they're coming back with the Hazard, the Kiriko as well. There's actually the the Suzu that's now on the table to be able to deal with a Pulse Bomb or even like a Diva Bomb of all things. And so there is a contest that comes through, and with Ken throwing another Bob at this, that's another man in the mix.
Yep, good Suzu as well. Stopping that Pulse Bomb being attempted. 60 seconds to go, and Team Peps looking like they want to take this to a map number 5. Pulse Bomb connects from Kevster though. Oh, of course. A double kill from Kevster, just like that. And there you go. The tables have turned now as the Ultimates. They're going to get a clean team fight, and this is their final push. Team Peps, they've got a sound barrier, they've got a Pulse Bomb. Chem switches over to the Torbjorn, but a team kill is what they needed. They have to just continue this momentum.
But the Ultimates only have this Diva Bomb now. And so KSA does have an opportunity to like either throw this or make sure that you can actually soak up some damage. You're taking this 1v1 versus Ice. No way!
God, they almost Ajax him. But FD manages to get away with a sound barrier, but it's a bad one. Realistically, they don't use it in a fight. They manage to surge on forward though and kill Sky as KSA gets a free remake. The bot's now in contestation with the ultimate. However, with 5 seconds to go, and KSA getting walled off. This is not good. Team Peps taking this to a map number 5. The bot on their side of the map, and they still have the lead. Overtime ticks down. There's one more touch. It's Kevster, quickly dealt with, and the turret's going to do the rest. Map number 5 soon comes in, and Team Peps in full control of that map.
I love that we've all been excited to see soon. He comes in and he dominates a server like we were all hoping. Havana, a blip in the past. We don't even know that map. Like, it never happened. All good. That was such a clutch. Soon slotted in perfectly into this roster, and Team Peps brings us to a map number 5. That's not a coincidence. This is looking so good to be an epic showdown in this final map for the series.
If they Ajaxed FD got there.
Okay, it was dicey.
He has to go for that beat. That's the thing with that Lucio play. If you die with the sound barrier there, you probably just lose. The bot was so close to that golden line of victory that, look, you have to go for it. If you Ajax, you Ajax, but the Ultimates had the right call. In onto FD God to try and make the coin flip play. It didn't end up working out. It got tails, they voted heads, and FD God got the beat off and then just ran it down and killed Sky. Very, very nail-biting finish there. A close map, but it still felt like Peps were in control for 90% of it. Just over and over again, Soon was stealing the bot, or someone else was touching the whole time. Like, okay, now you have to reset. Oh, you won the fight? You got a double kill with your pulse, Kevster? That's great. The bot's still on your side of the map. You have to reset and push the bot through mid again, where we're gonna put up resistance. A very close affair on this, even on the stats there, but it felt like Team Peps had full control. Map number 5, Rose, we're going all the way. Soon's probably gonna stay in too, unless Exodio's feeling a little bit better. But honestly, after that performance, you don't hate it at all. Just gonna come out, rock on the Tracer again, and yeah, hopefully punch it home for Team Peps. One of these teams will be 3-1 after this map. In the standings, that is.
Such a close fight though, right? Like, both of these teams are working hard to be able to get that win. And it's a big deal. Like, you're fighting for seeding at this point in the playoffs if you're either of these teams. You're trying to make sure that you're on the other side of a bracket than Virtus Pro or Gen G. There's something there that, like, you want to make sure that you are really fighting for, and it's gonna get settled on Numbani. Oh boy.
So
I cannot wait.
The dive here, very, very strong. I would expect, if we don't see any substitutions for Ultimates especially, like, they're probably just going to rock up with the Ram of all things. They could play a little bit of Diva too. I think the Ram, though, has been working out exceptional for them, especially that last map. I kind of pointed it out about halfway through, like, the Vortexes have been so good from both sides. I think Ice has had some really good ones as well. And an ability you're like, okay, it's not like a throwaway ability. It's very powerful and it can net a kill like easily. If you connect it with a Juno is like the perfect example. You connect it with the Juno, that Juno is dead. Like you cannot use any kind of like movement ability, you're gone. Speaking of being gone, unfortunately, it looks like Exodial I say unfortunately. Exodial was a fantastic player, but it was nice to see Soon in for that map. Got them a map win and took them to a map number 5, but I'm glad to see Exodial feeling a little bit better and now back in the roster for Team Peps for map number 5.
I do think on Numbani, you are almost required to have some type of hit scan. I think it's going to give Peps a little bit more confidence, being able to have Exodial in, be able to play the Sojourn. I don't know Soon's comfortability level with playing like Widow versus Sojourn versus like
Widow
some
on
other
this
hit
map
scan.
It's like very old school.
I know,
Yeah.
it's the good old days of Numbani, but
Right.
it doesn't quite fit anymore, I think, in the meta. So if Soon doesn't have another hit scan and be able to back up something like that, then I think Exodial makes more sense to have in the roster right now.
100%, yeah. Like, you want to run Soj, you want to run Ashe. Exodio is the perfect pick for that. Potential reverse sweep on the cards for Team Peps. Numbani, the map pick of Ultimates. They banned Diva away from Peps, and Peps are banning Juno. Okay, no Juno.
Wow.
Honestly, I love it. Don't mind seeing no Ray compositions, because it is blinding. Holy bitrate when two Rays are laid on top of each other and two sound barriers. So probably Kiriko, I'd imagine. Or maybe even Ana. Ana, very, very good on defense. And no Diva too. So actually, this might open up for an Ana defense for both sides. Without the Diva, the Ana gets a lot of free range on the defense. So wouldn't be too shocked to see an Ana on defense and maybe Kiriko on the offense.
Yeah, I still think BAP could be played. Like, I think...
Sure,
like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna count that out just yet, but I think if you're ultimates, then you've got Sky in the roster. You can play Ana or BAP. Either one is gonna feel good for the team, especially on something like defense. And then for Peps, like, I still think you have to run the Lucio because FD God just always shows up in a big way on that hero. But then thinking about maybe it is on Ana Lucio angle.
I wouldn't hate it. Or like on a Brig. I mean, FD God's straying a lot towards the Brig these days too. Kind of has to. You have
That's
to as a Lucio player. Brig has got to be part of your wheelhouse.
Was good also.
Alari's not too bad on this map either. Alari Ana on the defense would be.
Alari.
I wouldn't complain. It's a very like high damage comp. The only issue is if you get Dove, you are gonna just blow up. The Ana has to hit the nade, otherwise you are going to die. And you gotta hope obviously your pylon kind of stays alive as well through that dive. If it's on like a weird angle, like maybe. The staircase at the back of the high ground's a pretty decent spot. You can put it on one of the pillars as well to hide it away. It depends how aggressive you want to be. We'll have to wait and see, though. Ultimates taking us to Numbani. Potential reverse sweep here for Team Peps. Fefe right now, I'd imagine, pumping his fist, just hoping and praying with a lot of the other French fans that this wasn't a 3-0 in Ultimate's favor. Looks like Ken's going to be on Torb, and with Exodial back on the roster, it will be the Sojourn.
Have those beetles always been there?
I've been saying this since the patch came out. I have no idea. I found low detail. I'm not sure if they're like a high detail thing.
They're so cute.
But maybe they have been. I don't know.
I need one as like a
Would make a good plushie.
Pose or
a victory pose? Oh, I was thinking like a real life thing. Yeah.
Oh, I mean both. Like I'll take both, but
they're pretty cool. Maybe they have been there. I don't know. Maybe it was just after the money. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think they were there in the original.
They weren't there in the original, 100%. I was like, maybe this is like an Easter egg to a new hero, but we just got all the new hero stuff revealed to us. So, anyway, Kai on the tour, but we're seeing KSA on Sigma of all things. Okay. So just high ground control is imperative for the Ultimates, and Kevs are just sitting here choking out this backline as well. A very rotation-based comp.
KSA's dead.
KSA just gets, kind of dominated, honestly, by Zerion. A lot of frontwards face damage. You need to rotate pretty quick, to be fair, if you're playing that.
I feel like KSA like just stood in front of the turret though, and then got smushed by turret damage and ice on the hazard. So that's very unfortunate. Now the ultimates have to reset, but really when you're looking at these compositions, I feel like KSA playing Sigma on the attack is so slow. Like Torb, Sig. Look at the rotation from Peps to go all the way over to the other high ground.
Yep, slowly capping the point. They're going to get one tick. Eden Arts here from Team Peps. I've got an initial kill just yet. Look at the backline for Team Peps as well. How did they get away with that? Xerion eventually goes down, but FD God just comes in from the top rope. Ends up killing 2 people. In fact, there's a lot of support combat right now. FD God's going for a third.
I mean, they got a third of the pie already, though, so I feel like FD God's like, okay, great, I can now go back, taxi the rest of the team. The ultimates are back to the point now, and so they can start to try to work on the progress for the second third. But not before, like, Team Peps can come back in, maybe with, like, Rush, Ice's downpour already.
Oh, what a rock!
Basically, no way.
What a rock. Dude, that was Ice trying to get the touch there with the leap. Nice rock from KSA, that's the point. They didn't use any ultimates, but now they're gonna try and fight on this corner as the payload unlocks. Use the rush. I don't think there's any chance for KSA to stay alive. Even Sky didn't quite get the swift step off in time.
That's so bad, though. Like, they were hoping for a last-second recontest because they had ultimates to use. Like, Rush would have sealed the deal, and then you get a chance to set back up on the high ground, and yes, you can do the same thing, and Cart's gonna roll back to the square 0, but still, like, you would love to have known that you had less time on the bank to have to defend for.
Okay, so he's dead as soon as he peeked his head around that spawn door. That is... very nice play from Team Peps now. I like the rush usage early. If you're going to play like this, if they got like played backwards, you know, played on the corner, it'll be way worse. But they're just playing like it's the defense on point A again. And they're making ultimates rotate slowly with the Sigma, like over and over again to try and dislodge them. Gets 1 HP too. And Faith dies. Like, this is such a good defense from Team Peps. They are just toying with ultimates right now.
Imagine if they had actually stepped on a point, though, to recontest. Like, before they capped that first point. Isn't the map just over?
I mean, to be honest, Flux is coming in.
Time bank.
Downpour ends up connecting. Oh, goodbye, KSA.
God.
That's got to prompt a swap, surely, from the ultimates.
This is just so slow. Like, they're getting stuffed back into their spawn. Like, Ice kills Kevster before he can come out and use Blade. KSA does finally go over to the hazard, but, like, the damage has been done. 3 minutes left still, and you have not made any progress on this cart outside of 5 meters. Oh my god, they're getting stuffed back again with the wall.
Good wall. Suzu ends up coming in rather clutch. FD got pretty low. Getting chased around by that Torbjorn. Blade for Kevster, though. That's the opener. Finally getting the kill onto Exodial, but still taking a lot of damage. FD God comes in from the backline. Okay, this is Team Peps. Just, again, pushing it to another level. We saw this on map number 1. Just a different pace. And Rose, you know, it did give them extra time capping this first point, but if you're going to hold them here, they've only got 5 meters. If you get the point cap, you basically win the game if you're Team Peps, if you finish the round out here.
Right. Like, I think it's looking pretty good, though. I mean, FD God was still able to hold on to the sound barrier. Team Peps know, though, they do have to give up some space. Sky has this Kitsune rush, and that's not something that you want to overextend on because you don't always have the mobility tools available with just amp it up for the speed to get away from that. But they go in anyway.
Yeah, they're trying to force
the sound barrier.
Oh,
perfect.
Faith. Everybody on the high ground lining up for Exodial. Reflectors are coming in from Kevster, but yeah, just dancing around the disrupt shot. Exodial with a very, very nice play. Everybody was so low, they had to get onto the high ground. Okay, that's unfortunate for Zerion. He tried to throw the healing, or he offered her there at the turret, and FD God's gonna die to turret as well. Well, turret MVP there for Kai and the rest of Ultimates as they get the payload going, but only a minute and 20 seconds to go. This second point hold, and Numbani Classic might be rearing its ugly head again.
They are not looking great at the moment. Like, that's not a lot of time to work with. KSA doesn't have the downpour yet, and so Exodial can hit the overclock, send them relay. That's more time off the clock, and then they come back in with a downpour and rush of their own. Like, there are answers. I think Team Peps has pretty good control over this defense as long as they don't drop the spaghetti.
Start of the overclock. slowly pace out the ults one at a time. And they have a rush advantage as well. They're going to go in. They're going to make this hurt. They get this pick here. It's going to be bad. As Suzu comes in, a fraction of a second too late. And Sky also hits the floor. Oh, that was close.
Oh man, I mean, this is still, what, 30 seconds left now after only using the overclock? And so, Downpour, like, rush into Downpour, into Downpour, Molten Core, that is a combo. That is...
It's the worst combo in history. The Molten Spikes.
Yeah.
Here it is. Faith's got the sound barrier. This has to be large. Faith can't die. Faith has to get high value. Minimum 5. That's what you're expecting. There's the rush. There's the beat. Ends up connecting. And there goes Faith into the back line. Molten Core all over the point, but Kai's already dead for the ultimate. And so is KSA. I mean, they are just lambs to a slaughter. Ultimates didn't stand a chance in that fight. There's the rush from Sky, but it's too little. And oh boy, is it too late. Team Peps holding in a very unusual spot for Numbani, right next to that bush, just around the corner from second point.
Well, there were a lot of things that were very unusual about this map, like how long Team Peps defended right by the spawn room doors. Question mark.
I love that play. I really do.
It was great. It's great, but it is unusual. Like, sometimes you do see teams in a position to be able to accomplish that, but it is a very rare sight to see a team held in spawn at that point for like 4 minutes.
Having that slow Sigma rotation, you saw they can't get to high ground easily with Sigma without being like kind of booped off, so they had to wrap around and play like it was attacking the first point again. And they, you know, okay, we got a railgun kill, okay, great, and now, okay, now we lose one, okay, and then ultimates are very quick to get back in the action, and it just slowly snowballed out of their control. Let's have a look at the ultimates defense though. Kai, Torb, Kevster, Genji, KSA back on the Ram. So they're going to just not play the Sigma now, not play slow, just play up to Peps. It's what they did before. They need to play at the same tempo, like Suravasa.
I agree, and I think that's something that they can accomplish on this map, but it requires them to be confident, and I do think that that's something that Team Peps has made it very difficult to do, because like FD God plays like an absolute demon. He is like in your face, in your back line, and making it so difficult. Like, look at this pincer attack. Like, some people are approaching the high ground, and Ice is behind your team with a wall.
Yeah, that Vortex though being annoying to kind of get rid of. Eventually, it does end up disappearing, but Exodia almost got caught out there. Yeah, this is the fight that they need. They need to split off the ultimates and pick them off. That turret is kind of owning Ice from like a long range. It's not dead yet either, mind you. But that Genji is very low. Kevster goes way too deep, and FT God punishes him with a boot kill. And the wall's going to isolate as well. Dude, these walls from Ice are so good.
They are sick. Look at this. Like, the map got flipped. Kai is over on the other side with Faith. Faith is probably not going to get out of that one. And we are going to see a cap. 5.5 minutes. 5.5 minutes now to go. 71.88 meters. That is not very far with that much time left in the bank. And the ultimates can't do that close spawn hold. They don't have actual ultimates to throw into this. So Team Peps actually do get meterage here. And in fact, they have a Kitsune rush.
They can get around this corner, hit the rush, and then it might be all over. A reverse sweep on the cards right now for the ultimates. The rush is going to come in just a moment. You can see Zerion kind of staying up for it right now. Rush ends up coming in. Kevster dashing to the backline again, gets easily dealt with by those spike guard. I mean, that shield, sure thing, boss. We're just going to run through it. Oh, dearie me, ultimates. Their mental fortitude has to be just a tip-top right now, because that clean team kill means Peps can set up, and that golden box of victory is in, like, touching distance.
They have sound barrier, they have overclock. Exodial is just already trying to break the ram shield.
20 feet, still takes to the skies. There's the sound barrier. Okay, now you need to back off. Slowly but surely take this fight. You've lost one, you go again. Just slowly burn ultimates out of ults.
Yeah, just take an eco push. I mean, I think like Ken is now back. That maybe if you see Ken and you haven't lost anybody else, just go for the sound barrier now. There's the downpour.
It does connect, and it connects with the Torb. Uh-oh, up on the high ground, Faith also managed to not get away. The Molten Core solo at the point, Ice is going to have a difficult time actually staying here, so Annihilation of Molten Core is good enough for some space creation, but a Molten Core from Ken just traps KSA against this bus.
And there's still Kevster on an off angle. He's able to get a health pack, so he is healthy to be able to go for this Dragon Blade. But Zarian still has the option to maybe
one HP. Has to back off.
Wow.
Okay, FD God does end up going down. Suzu comes in, the Blade doing a little bit of damage, but Exodio has got the slide to still get out of there. A Doomfist pick here for Ice. Okay, seems like a rush pick.
Why not?
To get back into it.
Oh, don't worry. I mean, like, you still have you actually have rush for Kitsune here. Coming in from Zarian, I think it's gonna be fine. If you're able to get a big punch into a wall, you might be set.
Oh, here comes the rush. The punch does end up missing there. As he does dive back in, but he desperately needs some health right now, but it should be easy on this rush, you've got to imagine. And Kai's dead to Ice. Here comes the overclock as well. Exodio sliding all the way back, getting some distance. And Team Peps have only just gone and done it. A reverse sweep against Ultimates.
No way. I don't know if it's a soon difference or what has happened here. Maybe it's just that we got like the CEO buff at the beginning of the broadcast. But Peps with a reverse sweep is insane versus a team like the Ultimates. I think that is a very difficult feat to accomplish. And Team Peps proving that they belong in the conversation as one of the top 3 teams in the region. That is a hard blow for the Ultimates to have taken, but Zoe, French fans can be so proud right now.
Stop telling Puppet. I was watching this one on the edge of my seat. I really wanted Peps to win, especially because we had that soon sub in. You and Zamap get subbed out again. So it's like, still, this was a very close series. This was a few fights away in so many occasions, which either team could have taken it. Love the resilience we're seeing there from Team Peps to switch up small things, clean up small things, and then drag it over the finish line there. So really well played, and they needed that. If Ultimates would have won that one, we would have faced a 3-way tie.
Oh yeah.
Tie between Twisted Minds, Team Peps, and the Ultimates. That would have come down to map differential, where I do think Ultimates will come out on top, and Team Twisted Minds, I think, would be at the bottom of that.
Broadcast math. I think so. I think you're right. Yeah.
Someone else smarter did the math already. Let's see. Dip.
I mean, look.
Yeah, I can't read and talk at the same time.
That series was all Ultimates. The first 2 maps. Look at Suravasa. It was a 3-0, and it was a stomp. Ultimates just ran away with it. It was like, okay, wow. And we even said, Rose, is this a 3-0? Are we just seeing 3 Overwatch today? Is this it? But then Team Peps, every single map they came back, it was more decisive, more and more and more. And then Numbani was like, that's just over. You hold the payload there, it's such a weird spot to hold that there's very little the Ram can do. You're on the bus, but you're not back a little bit by the second point where you can hide around the corner. You're just on the bus. You can't, you have to take the bullets to the face. Otherwise, you're just not even touching. Yeah, what a crazy turnaround series. I mean, Peps with just answers, I would say, to Ultimates, but I actually just think it was the DPS, soon coming in on the Tracer, their control over the map. The meterage was close, but I don't think the tempo was. That was a very decisive map, just being in control 90% of that map, just aided in their victory. And then this, a hold on first on Route 66. Yeah, a strange series to say the least.
Yeah. Seeing Zarya back in action there was a lot of fun. I just love to see how much is actually viable right now.
There's so much that's on the table, and I think with perks you get even more variety in terms of the heroes that we could see, but especially after last weekend, I love that teams are really full leaning into what they think is going to benefit their team the most, not necessarily playing meta, even though we did actually see a lot of Hazard in this series. But for example, Ice playing Hazard, they're like, okay, we can still put Exodio on Sojourn. It doesn't, just having Hazard doesn't mean that we have to go more all in on more of these divey things. We can still play Torb, Sojourn, and all of this other stuff. And Team Peps, credit to them. Sorry for calling that we might see a 3-0. I'm so glad that we didn't, and I'm happy for you guys.
Yeah, apparently this is the first reverse sweep of the season. I feel like we had them already, but that's probably just Vision Esports making me believe that because they always got so close.
I think their series, it was always back and forth. Like they would win one and then like lose one and then
Actually, No, were they down the first? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they haven't won them. What does matter though is that Zerion is getting the player of the match. We love to see support getting the player of the match. Well deserved.
Support representation, love to see that. Look, we don't get enough credit sometimes, you know. Like, look, I'm healing a lot. Zerion was doing a lot there. Staying alive is the most important thing in those comps. Like using your swift step as well. Like you got to be so careful with it. But honestly, dude was using it aggressively, especially on that last map. It's like we got the confidence, full confidence, just run it down. I mean, what an amazing series from Peps to come back in. Like that has got to be such a big blow for the Ultimates mental there. That is a tough loss to swallow, I think.
Absolutely, but a great victory to celebrate for the opposition. We actually have a winner's interview with no other than Soon, who will be joining us for a very quick chat soon. Felicitazione. I'm so happy to see you back in action and of course to have you on our show right now as well. Let's talk a little bit about it. Obviously we all wanted to see you being subbed in. You've been subbed in less frequent and you're carrying such a big personal legacy as a player. Does that add pressure? Does that affect you at all mentally?
No, I was used to have a lot of pressure because I do like competition for more than 10 years now. So I'm used to handle it, so that's fine.
Man, I mean, look, the Tracer play coming in, like, you were on top of that bot. You were basically holding the bot's hand for the most of that series. Like, I think you specifically, like, single-handedly won the team the game. Like, or that map at least. Just being able to steal the bot over and over and over again. Obviously, not expecting to kind of come in today, or at least, were you planned to actually play? Because Exodial wasn't feeling too great.
I'm not just to play this map. I almost never play this map in scrims also. So Exo has a hand pain. So I was needed to play this map even if I didn't play a lot on this map. And yeah, that feel good because he managed to recover for the last map and we won. So that's perfect.
Soon, how have you been coming back to Overwatch? We've missed you after seeing you foray in another competitive esport title, but how has it been returning to Overwatch as your main game?
It's good. I came at the right timing because there's a lot of news like the perks, new mode. There's a lot of new things. Even like I left when the loot box existing, and now I came back. The loot box coming back.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny. I think I came at the right moment. And yeah, Overwatch missed me. Like I was used to watch Team Peps for many years because there's some friends like FD God and Bess. And yeah, I'm really happy to be back on Overwatch.
It wouldn't be competitive Overwatch without you, Soon. Thank you so much for taking the time and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Bye bye everyone.
A bientôt. Bye bye. It's so great to see him again.
Yeah.
Absolute legend of the sport. And he did indeed come back at the right time. And he subbed in at the right time today as well, giving his team another burst of energy to take this one home in a phenomenal reverse sweep, which is putting Team Peps now very comfortably into the middle of the standings.
They're right now, well, they 3-1 now. Like
they look good.
At the top of the series, I was like, look, they want to punch up to like Gen G, Virtus Pro. You want those top 2 spots, right? They're in a good spot to do that. They just got to be consistent. And if they can just play the same tempo, the same style like they did the last 3 maps, like that was just a completely different Peps. I felt like they just dominated. Like it didn't feel close at all, which is not what we kind of expected in this series at all.
What have we learned today as we are closing out the EMEA portion of day 1 of week 3 of competition, Necro?
Oh, I'm stoked to be here. I'm just happy with the games. I'm happy with the players. Like, I think we saw some great Overwatch today. So, yay. I'm ready for tomorrow.
Good Overwatch.
I actually don't know what Zoe asked me. I was just like excited.
You know what? You hit the vibe.
To like vibe out and like,
yeah.
woo, we got some good Overwatch today.
Yeah, we got some 3-0s to start the day with, but overall, I think we got a better idea of where these individual teams are standing, Necra.
Absolutely. I mean, look at Team Peps, very comfortably there in 3rd place. I think even just taking a look at what they have ahead of them, I'm really excited to see them go up against Virtus Pro on the 16th. That's on Sunday. Can they actually punch up in that level? Maybe it's gonna be a more even matchup. Can't wait to see that.
Neither can I. Yeah, and we will be kicking things off over in the NA region in just a little bit with the 3rd and 4th place teams, Nightmare and Avidity, respectively. But before we jump into that, we've got a very special treat for you. That's right. Ever wonder who would win in a fight between one big Reinhardt and 10 tiny Mercies? Yeah, that keeps me up at night too.
Not really, but now I'm interested.
Yeah, we're all ears. Well, that question is about to be answered in our next Battle of the Bots match. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to bet your channel points on who you think will come out on top. And we'll see you on the other side. Jack Rose, thank you so much for calling the action. We're going to see the 2 of you again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Get it. Lulu.
Oh let's go! Let's fucking go! Oh my god.
Holy
I'm about to cry.
Oh my fucking god, bro. I'm about to pass.
Grenade.
And just like Alexander the Great, they have nothing left to conquer.
Blue ball falls as Sugarfree just carving them asunder.
Oh my God!
Merit again.
This might just be it. Nearing 99%, but Limp! Even the devil looks away in disgust.
We have the very best in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. In the fight, and he's going to get another big down blossom. That's how they stay alive. They can't let go of the momentum now. Has to try and go for a rally to stay alive, but what else next? What? Excuse me? What did I just see?
Well, hello again. Big Reinhardt took this one. Easy. Never doubted. Actually a lie. I thought 10 Little Mercies got this one in the bag, but either way, this was peak Overwatch, and we got more of that in store for you all year long. Let's take a look at our season schedule. That's right. We're gonna have 3 stages, 3 playoffs, 3 relegation and promotion matches, and 3 exciting live events. So it seems to me that all good things come in 3s. So let's bring in Mitch and Matt so that I too can be a good thing. Happy Valentine's Day, you two.
Yo, happy Valentine's Day. I'm so Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Dayners in chat.
Actually, though, I'm such a fan of it. Yeah, good to be here. I hope everyone is, celebrating a love of anything that's important in your life.
They're celebrating a love of Overwatch. Yeah,
peak Overwatch. Thank you. Yeah. Love that.
Sad boy.
Also, I love to hate. I'm like a D1 hater, especially on this brainlet over here, who still has the lowest.
Hey, I'm still the brainlet. I thought this was hey.
I'm adding the production staff to my list of loves for this Valentine's Day.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'm perma brainletted. I mean, this is insane.
That's crazy, man.
It's coming from a place of love. Just like our next topic.
Does it?
Big love. Lots of love. It does.
Okay.
It does.
That's good.
Let's gush over all the things that come to Overwatch very, very soon. In fact, in just a few days time. Season 15 is knocking at the door. Like Valentine Hood, that's not interesting. What's really interesting is all the changes we're about to see. I mean, it's actually insane how much they packed into this. It's so much it barely fitted on a graphic.
I'm not chilling.
We're gonna have loot
chilling.
boxes again, 6v6, competitive queue, goats. I didn't ask for that, but someone did apparently.
Dude, look at Aqua.
Skins,
look at the Serratus muscles. What is going on?
Aqua missing the timing hard
muscles?
on the Avatar collab, but that's okay.
Oh, facts. That's actually so true. We did get Katara anyway, but dude, I love this. Dude, I gotta be a healer, right? Surely.
Yeah, I saw all those cool skins with the Doki watch. That's what I was like, I learned a lot.
I saw Doki watch
lot.
and I thought that's Matt's.
We gotta get him into some Maho shoujo, or at least Fruits Basket to start with. Like some good shoujo.
He beat a rat. I call it that. You're such a.
The rat doesn't sound. I don't know what it is, but the rat, being the rat doesn't sound. I saw all the Overwatch characters. They get like fun, like looking
like literally
animals, and I get a rat.
Yuki has nothing to do with you. I just wanted to call you a rat. Really, his character and your character do not align.
Yeah, they're not similar. His character's great. Yours needs some work.
Yeah.
But it's not an insult. Yeah. Which one am I then?
All right.
With my temper, I've got to be the cat. With my temper.
No, you did a little pig. What's her name?
Bro. That's actually a violation, dude. Okay, dude. Anyway,
He's cute. You know who else is cute? Transitions into our new hero, Freya. We got to hear Shockwave's thoughts as our resident Danish player. What are your thoughts? Lots of pew pew, crossbow.
I love her kit. I think it looks awesome. Once I heard, a high skill gap hero, I thought of myself and Shockwave. Those were the first 2 people I thought of.
High skill gap. I definitely think of you two. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Shockwave. I'm sure as soon as he saw this, he thought of me as well. But she looks awesome. I mean, the ability to kind of get some like upward verticality, just kind of like the crossbow. Like every time with Overwatch, I'm always
impressed because I'm like, okay, what else could they kind of give in terms of like a gun or a weapon? And they always kind of have something up their sleeves that we don't already have. And the ult looks pretty nasty, right? Like, you know, kind of catching all the players inside and with the explosion. So I think she's going to be a ton of fun.
Can you tether them together with those?
It kind of like it's almost like a DPS type of grab. It looks like the way it works.
Yeah.
I love that she has modality in terms of her firing mode as well. I love mobility and modality, two things I really think that like make this game deep and fun. So yeah, I'm really excited for Freya. I love the concept art, and I think it's pretty incredible. We've got so many heroes now. We're still finding like original design space to explore. I'm very hyped for this.
Same. Yeah, and we don't have to wait super long for it either, right? So all the good stuff just around the corner. Another big thing they announced, and we actually didn't really talk about in the top of show at the EMEA region, is Stadium. I mean, that's something completely fresh and new. Obviously, there have been a lot of people out there asking for skill trees in Overwatch. It's essentially what you're getting here.
It is. I mean, I kind of like the idea because we're taking the game scope from one round or like one map to across multiple maps with progression and development of your power level. Also, specialization, like we talked about. So it's you know, even deeper than perks. You can build in a certain direction. I also do think that like you are, as far as we can tell, you're definitely rewarded because the amount of gold that you gain is going to be contingent, I would suggest, on your performance. So I do like that kind of idea. It's gonna, I tweeted this. I do think that this is going to offer one of the deepest competitive experiences that Overwatch has ever seen, because it really, you know, like even this, what we're seeing right now in terms of, you have intrinsic traits, you also have like the ones you can get. I'm very excited for this.
And there's also no swapping in this, right? So you pick a character like Reaper, for instance, and you know they have a certain comp on the other side. You're going to want to build differently than maybe a different game you would kind of play. So I think there's going to be so much variety from game to game. Some of the awesome like maps and new locations they kind of showed, and like you know, slimmed down versions of like push and other types of game modes look really fun as well. I think this is going to be a really nice welcome to the game.
They have weapon ability survival, so that's so interesting. You can like spec into the power of your abilities or into like what your gun or other weapon does. So it's very interesting. It's like such a different way to approach the game. Very, very hype.
Yeah, I love it. Also, big shout out to the team who worked on the UI here, Roger and co, like Dion Rogers and co. Like, it looks clean. Yeah. That looks nice. It can get convoluted very quickly with skill trees and abilities and all that stuff. Like, this looks really clean to me. So I'm very, very excited. Also, of course, we're very excited for perks. We talked about this already with, I believe, every guest we had today. So why not talk more about a turret on the walls? Why?
Repairing your tank's armor?
Yeah, I mean,
you repair brick? Yeah.
Some of these look like incredible, like kind of real big game changers. I'm interested to see how it kind of like evolves over time, right? Like this is just another lever they have to, you know, pull with balance in the game, right? You know, you can, you know, I'm sure they'll have pick rates and different things they'll be able to track, and you know, swap in new ones, keep existing ones, you know, adjust. I mean, there's some really interesting ones just kind of going down the list. I don't know if you guys saw, there's like a Baptiste one that like turns his little shoulder cannon. You know, that's probably not the lore accurate thing, but it heals. Yeah, it's a little mechanical arm. It heals. I mean, they did a ton of awesome work on this.
Yeah, I would just say that, like, I think giving players agency is always a really powerful way to make a game deeper, and this is what perks is. So for me, I'm really excited to have more control and the ability to specialize on the fly. You know, and also I can still switch. Like I can still play Overwatch in the way that it's true to it, and I can think about like how I can spec further into other perks and stuff. So. Chef's kiss, incredible. I think the balance is going to be fun. I think it's going to be very interesting. There's going to be some that are very strong and very sought after, but there's going to be like these sleeper builds that come out of nowhere as well that like people have nerded out and theory crafted. I can't wait to see those bubble to the top as well.
Send all your feedback to Costa.
That's right, to Costa only. I mean, I like every kind of edition that lets you theory craft and then put, you know, pen to paper. This is gonna add even more work to our coaching staffs here for all those teams. So that's free questions and free content for our stream. Love to see it. Also love a good giveaway. What you're seeing on your screen right now is our big giveaway to celebrate all of these massive updates. So make sure to go to bit.ly/OWCS giveaway 2025 and enter for a chance to win all the good things that you just got to see on your.
We're giving away one of those Celestial bundles.
Yeah.
Your boys gotta sign up. Yeah.
The same tech, I think,
want
is the
that.
Galactic weapon skins, like a very similar idea. The Celestial skins look awesome, so check them out.
Dude, the Galactic weapon skins are gonna look so good with my Atlantic Mercy. I'm like, yes.
And the double damage boost then on your Atlantic
So pretty.
Galactic Mercy.
The Atlantic Galactic Mercy. Yeah, that's what.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Mercy
I'm
joined
also
Space
saying. That's right. Speaking of space and galaxies, Space Station Gaming here on top, followed by the Horsey, and yeah, the middle of the pack.
Hans.
It started. What?
Le Hans.
What's that?
Horse. Hans. You ever heard that? Okay.
Hans?
That's me.
In what language?
If
What are we-
if
what are
you
you
write if you it's just a cute way of saying horse. Le Hans. If you like
Literally,
don't
they
write-
said literally no one
Yeah,
in the
I
history
agree.
of
Whoever
language
beat
ever
no
has
is
said
correct.
that.
All right.
Actually.
Out there on the Xverse, if you guys have ever used the term Hans, I want to know. I'm pretty sure it's not just me, and if it was, I don't care.
Well, there's no Hanses playing today. I can offer you Nightwear and
Arisa is the
Ability
Hans,
and Timeless
right?
and Amplify.
So
That's
last week
still
we
another word.
last
Get
week
outta
we
here.
hyped up Rad Esports a lot, and they didn't have a good week. I think this first one though, Nightmare versus Avidity. Avidity looked pretty good last week. I think was a pleasant surprise in a bunch of their games, and maybe they can give Nightmare a run for their money. Maybe they kind of no, you don't want to say like maybe they're the new Rad Esports, since Rad Esports we said they were great and then they lost 2 games last week, so we don't want to jinx them. But maybe they can kind of maybe they can kind of creep into that like top 4 conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Avidity had to play 2 matches last week. Lost one, won the second one convincingly. Nightmare had a very light week, just 1 match against Amplify, and I don't think there is too much to take away. So a little less tape on them in the current quote-unquote meta. What are we making of that? Please, guys, run us through this upcoming match.
Yeah, thank you, Sai. I again, that's the off week for me. We sort of talk about it. Each team, obviously, there are 7 games to play, so it's 2, 2, and 1. And it turns out that their 1 game was against the weakest team in OWCS. So Nightmare have had some time to survey the landscape going forward here and continue to sort of work on some of their comps. Obviously, Matt, a number of the things that we've enjoyed from the Nightmare side of things, is a lot of those original players that have remained on the roster. I think that, I try not to glaze Lethal too much, but obviously...
That's sick player though.
Addition. Yeah, Zera on the Genji though, when he's been able to get it, incredible. Zera though has demonstrated that even banning the Genji doesn't really shut them down. Far is great. This team did play a little bit of Sombra at times against Amplify, and we're also even seeing it here. So curious to see if that's the way it rolls out. UV is incredible. Was crowned our MVP for their game against Amplify as well. Just very, very impactful. Ana play, I want to say. We'll got to see it.
Yeah, Nightmare actually goes with a ball ban here early on, right? So we talk about like when to kind of save these different types of bans, right? If you feel like the ball is going to be really impactful, they decided to get it out in game number 1. And interesting because you saw, like how you mentioned, your Nightmare play some different stuff last week. It's actually Avidity getting rid of the Sojourn, which like Wub is actually really good on, right? So you get rid of that Sojourn, remove that from the pool, so you take it out of Lethal's hands, and maybe you feel like you have a little bit more of a even matchup, right, when you play that Torb.
I do think that Sojourn can definitely be a bit of a nuisance for Torb's turrets when they're not placed in parts of the map that are inaccessible normally. So, Wub, who's someone who wants to play that, clearly doesn't want to deal with it. Remember, you also might be hedging against comps on certain parts of Nepal, not just the entire map. So, for example, like, is Ball a Sanctum pick all the time? Maybe no. Either way, the turret has gone down. Lethal was able to hack into it and inject a virus. Pella, though, does get a Suzu briefly. Kuffer had drawn a bead on Wub briefly. Now a Nemesis form as he's knocked off course by the Javelin. Ramatra doesn't always want to be displaced like that, but he's been able to create a lot of space alongside the burrowed Zera. And yet another Wub turret has been neutralized quite early. You can see the focus there for Nightmare, really cutting down that Torb's effectiveness.
Well, because there's lots of survivability on the side of Avidity, right? If you allow that Torb turret to just kind of free fire, the Torb's pretty sturdy, obviously Arisa and then Tracer as well. So they do focus down Pella there, Zero and 2 other players in the feed. But otherwise, this team is pretty sturdy. They could last for a while if you don't get rid of this Torb turret and just kind of poke you down over time.
Nightmare's done okay here. They're actually, though, going to commit in a 3v4 as far as I can tell. This Orbital Ray. Zera is obviously someone who can make great use of it and is able to burrow away from the pulse bomb. But here's a sound barrier now coming back from Avidity. Admiral reciprocates. It's only for 3, though. Kuffer with the speed booster. The Nemesis form, though, was going to get back into the fight pretty darn quickly. but Nightmare just trying to stretch this cap progress out as long as possible. Finally shoved off the point, but they've gained a healthy 55%.
And Nightmare is going to come back here, Mitch, with their EMP, right? EMP plus Annihilation, a really awesome combo. Nothing on the other side in terms of support ults to kind of get through that. So even though you give the point up for Nightmare, like you mentioned, they extend their percentage as long as possible. And then also now they come back with, you know, 2 really impactful ultimates, right? If you can get through this next fight at Nightmare, like maybe just using the EMP, right? And saving that Annihilation, you're in a great spot moving forward.
Oh, no, good use of the tech shock here, tearing strips off Pella, who again tries to Terra Surge on a Venture. They just I thought that was the plan. Mistime, or maybe Zero forced to emerge either way, but the Annihilation is now in play. Kupfer needs that UV healing, getting some of it, but Pella's a nuisance, a real bully in the front line.
I mean, they ended up using all 3 of those ultimates that I was talking about into this fight, and they don't end up winning it. They're going to end up giving Avidity the lead. They got Pella so low, but Pella's actually able to get like that second fortify, right, by using the Terror Surge. Probably does not expect he's going to kill Zero as he pops up, I know, out of the dig, but man, that is a big blunder there from Nightmare. That's a fight they most certainly should have won, as now Lethal moving away from Sombra, going to go on to Ash for a little bit more consistent damage.
Yeah, without the Sojourn available, this is the plan. Zero somehow just hoovering up the bomb and getting stuck with it by Zomba up on that high ground. Lethal, obviously, a little uncomfortable for Ash to deal with Tracer at the best of times. And I'm trying to give themselves a leg up here, but after losing that fight out, they definitely feel a little deflated. They don't have an advantage against the Orisa in the front line. They don't have anything that strictly shuts her down. I can see they were hoping the Sombra would get them there, but it just wasn't enough front-loaded damage.
And Avinity's pushed so far up here, Mitch, right? It's going to be Zero getting onto the point, trying to get a touch, but you see everybody else kind of like high trailing it, so they already lose Lethal, and players from Avidity going to be moving back here through the choke.
There is zero chance that this is optimal. Winston and Juno comp against the Torb, but whatever it takes to get Nightmare back onto the point and in a position to fight for this round still. Yeah, desperately, Kupfer needs that healing. Playing up close here against that Orisa is not where he wants to be. And good peel for Zera. Under a lot of pressure from Zomba, Ultraviolet able to get the healing where it had to be, but there's just too much for the backline to do here. Admiral run down by Nenwai, so UV on their own doesn't even have the time to charge up those pulsar torpedoes because it just takes too long to get the healing from them. Nightmare really stumbling midway through that round.
And really well played there by Avidity towards the end, right? I know they get the early kill on Lethal, and then they kind of give up the point, right? Nightmare kind of circumvents it and goes and takes it. And then coming back through the choke, they take a lot of damage, but they actually disengage for just a brief period of time, allow Nenway to build up towards that sound barrier. And then they just kind of push him behind that beat in response, right? You know, Kupfer's pretty low on Winston, right? You know, pushing in, trying to control the point a little bit further. So they're able to deal with him rather quickly. And then Admiral not able to build towards the beat in time.
And again, these two teams, by the way, are really quite close together in the standings. Obviously, both are at 2 and 1. But in terms of like rounds won and lost, they're really close. So if it comes to a tiebreaker at the end of the stage between these two, they might end up being very, very close together. There's obviously opportunities to qualify for playoffs are running low. So bear that in mind now as we are, of course, sort of halfway through our group stage. Anyway, Zera, this time's opt to go to the Torbjorn. Nightmare really feel like they need a little bit extra. Zomba actually just treads a little too close to Admiral and gets his head torn off.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest difference, obviously, is the inclusion of, like, the Orisa versus the Sigma, right? The Sigma's going to be able to kind of control this space a little bit further, where Pella's going to have to, you know, use some of his abilities, right, to get past the Sigma shield and, you know, make an impact there. I wouldn't be surprised if Avidity actually even decides to maybe change off of this Orisa. Yeah, so they go with Maga. If you're going to try and get past the Sigma shield and be quite aggressive, the Maga is a way better option, right? You can obviously charge. You can't be, you know, interrupted during the charge at all. And then you just kind of push past that Sigma shield using that. And interesting enough, they also changed both DPS. So the Genji's actually a pretty good swap here. And then they're going to go Cassidy as well.
Okay. I mean, clearly Avidity don't feel like the space is going to be taken and, you know, one's going to get pushed on here. So decent shield press with the Cassidy. Also, you know, just solid damage. Should the hindrance grenade be required, then it is powerful in its own right. And look at this, Avidity want to take the space. But they're playing the Malga comp. They do not want to give Kupfer any room to breathe. And this counter swapping a tank for Avidity has really yielded some results.
Well, Pella does exactly what you would have wanted him to do on the Mauga, right? Charges right past the Sigma and then doesn't actually move up further, right? Because it just kind of puts a barrier, with Mauga's just beefy body in between, himself and the Sigma. So there's no way they can kind of get any support over towards Kuffa. So you end up losing him there, and that's exactly how you're going to want to play that Mauga into the Sigma.
Avidity have gotten the flip now and are starting to build up their own capture progress. Nightmare, yeah, definitely considering a switch up here. I've always wondered, I feel like we're kind of divided on whether we prefer the Mauga or Orisa in the front line. Obviously, the latter has a little bit more of that disruption, but it's pretty hard to argue with the Mauga charge into your backline and a stomp to knock everyone down.
I mean, it feels like ever since Mauga got introduced to the game, right, he seems to be the answer for a lot of things. I mean, you just see right there the stomp damage that comes down and then pushing through with Scuffed and Zamba, on the Genji and Juno respectively. There's nothing you could even do if you're lethal to react there. So you have a wraparound here from Nightmare as they go to the point. So Molten Core here just trying to buy themselves some time.
There's not enough coverage over the point for this ultimate, though. There's a pocket, which Admiral's trying to knock Avidity into. The Sound Barrier, though, bought Avidity enough time to find those safe little areas amidst the Molten Core that it wouldn't really affect them. So Avidity, couple of fights now in a row. Nightmare's switch has not worked out.
You also imagine here, Mitch, that Avidity, if you get everybody back in the fight, you can actually play quite aggressive here with Cage Fight plus Blade, right? Knowing that there's no Sound Barrier on the other side, where obviously the best place to trap these players would be in this choke, right? It's probably the optimal situation here is see Pella go on in, gonna get a dash. It's actually gonna push all the players back to one side. It's gonna be the Bob there to contest the point.
Pella knows that Lethal is there, but they're just outside of the Cage Fight radius. Fortunate for them, Bob does actually allow the point to flip amidst all of this, and Scut has gone down. Pella realizes they're running out of time. They need to find one or more key kills here. Lethal, they would love to add Ultraviolet to that list, but they are going to get back to Geronimo, says Pella. Buddy, strap some skills on at least.
Hey, I like that. I might use that one. I need some new moves in my arsenal. I like that one. The little stomp off the side there, all the way down the well.
Always looking for a new way to throw. I respect you.
I'm always looking for new tech. Always looking for some new tech. So they actually don't catch anybody in the cage fight, and they end up using the blade there, right? So now on the retake scenario, let's see, because you see where Avidity's pushing in here. It's actually Nightmare just rotating all the way around, like almost behind them. As they're going to use the blade here, just like a solo blade on the Lethal, so get him out of the fight.
I kind of like this. I mean, amidst that chaos, Lethal also gets brought down by Wap, who normally you'd think would be outranged, but Avidity is so good at closing that exact gap and setting up the Cassidy to be favored in some of those matchups. Now Ultraviolet really know where to go to try to fight back against Somber, and honestly, they're doing a pretty darn good job of it. I back them. Here's an orbital right here for Avidity now. They have lost Wab, who of course had a Deadeye to work with. And then why might have gone over the edge there? It's unclear. Ultraviolet has to quickly take to the skies now and get an orbital ray of their own here. Nightmare flip back at just the right moment. A genuinely very close affair here will take us to a third round on Nepal.
Yeah, and Avidity's only window to win there was when Scuffed ended up using the orbital ray. Both teams are down one player at the time, but Avidity not able to find any kind of kills behind it, right? They don't push in towards that U-shaped bend on the point, and that allows, UV and Nightmare to build up towards his orbital ray, and then they just kind of push on out, clean the floor with Avidity as we go to a third round. Hey, look, we thought this match was going to be close. It's actually, proven to be true so far.
It's been excellent. We've seen Nightmare forced to make a switch. I saw that transition, guys. You're not going to get that past me.
Look, the little hearts. They've been doing it all day. It's the first time you realize it, man. You're old age is catching up to you.
I retract my statement about not getting it past me. Then it's been happening all day. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's.
Well, you guys win. I'll take the L here. Oh, that's not where you want to be. Scuffed. Okay, Nightmare off that speed boost, just coming to Avidity from a very unexpected axis.
The kill happened so fast that you're probably going to get it back, though, right? And now that you lose Kuffa, it's almost a little bit worse here for Nightmare, right? Because you're going to have some of these players coming off the spot as now Zero and Lethal. I mean, they kind of cleaned up. Yeah, they're fine now, so they're going to be able to take that point. I was going to say that you end up getting like Nenwa and Scuff back in the fight if you don't just kind of like end up falling there, right? You're going to have Kuffa just a little bit late. So they will actually go with a Genji of their own here for Avidity. I think the Genji is really good at kind of getting into the backline and also finishing off these kills. But this time they're actually going with the Ramatra here versus the Mauga. So we've actually seen Mauga like win out in these head-to-heads, right? Because the Ramatra lose a lot of power when not in Nemesis form.
Yeah, I also think the cover just has an overwhelming preference for the Ramatra map. We've seen it on quite a number of maps, these sort of Brawl Star comps with Nightmare. It also plays really nicely with the Orbital Ray, just as the Mauga does in its own right. Here's okay, buddy. Interesting. Scuff tries to get some of those torpedoes off, but Ultraviolet got there first. Great pressure. Nightmare now also finding these bursts of speed to catch Avidity in awkward spots. Now they take high ground. Earlier on, they were pushing them while they're in a choke here. Avidity, this is going to stretch their shot calling. They've got to put a strategy together that involves getting in a good position to start the fight. And
oh, look at that.
That's not one of them. I'll give you the big tip.
Yeah, the Vortex actually kind of splits the players off, right? They don't want to push through that Ramatra Vortex, and it actually splits the players off. They jump down from the high ground, and they engage right away. But Avidity does a nice job, actually, kind of keeping everybody up.
Is Lethal under witness protection? I mean, that is unreal.
Yeah.
The peel so quick there for Nightmare as Pella accosted the Cassidy. Immediately, Kafka just gets in front like Big Brother, and Pella had nowhere to go.
Man, this has been a bloodbath in favor of Nightmare because now they control high ground yet again. They're doing a nice job of using this Vortex to actually split players off, pushing in behind it, and then now you gotta have both support ultimates. I mean, even for Nightmare, right? You lose this fight, maybe you end up holding on to one of them, come back in the end, win it there. It's gonna be the orbital ray from UV to kick things off. Oh no B here.
Yeah, Memway already out of the picture.
Oh, this is end of the game too.
Okay, gotta go for it. Cage fight throwing up here. Fella rather, end up falling. Well, that's gonna be Zero just chasing Bomber down towards the end. That was an utter blowout, man. I mean, we see Nightmare here big time start to ratchet up the pace. They're still on this Ramatra composition, but it's a map that maybe it lends itself a bit more to him as opposed to maybe Sanctum. That was very good.
Yeah, they looked really good on the Ramatra there towards the end. They did a nice job of using the Ramatra like aggressively, right? Not letting the Mauga kind of push up, take that space. Maybe they split a player off, see somebody using that Lucio speed, getting the Ramatra and Nemesis form in the way, and then also getting that kill towards the end, right? Nenway has that sound barrier, most certainly would have happened when that cage fight comes down. It allows Nightmare to end up using both their support ultimates, and then with the time on the clock, I mean, it's an easy win there towards the end.
Yeah, this played out much better for Nightmare. All it really took was for them to play with a little bit more confidence, it felt. Didn't have to deal with like this weird Orisa situation in the front line. Obviously, the Orisa comp got a lot of value, and I'm not... I see. Yeah, I mean, maybe you try and get out of that. I think that's just a timing issue there. But again, trying to play Orisa into this Mauga looked like, it was a decent start in this round. But this is generally very back and forth, and it really came down to the slimmest of margins. Yeah, obviously this is just a reset here. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. But again, I think Orisa and Mauga got a lot of tuning. And there was a wild map where it was one patch after the other. It was Orisa, then Mauga, then Orisa, based on who got more armor and less health on each of those patches. Seems like they're in a spot where they feel like they both have a decent bit of game here, but I really think it's more than the comp that gave Nightmare that third round blowout.
Well, we also don't see Ball here in game number 1, right? So we'll see kind of once the chaos that he brings into the mix enters the equation. But yeah, they seem a little bit more interchangeable than they did in the past. It seems like both have a clear advantage over like the Sigma, right? Sigma used to be able to like kind of control that space, stay on the ground, right, with like kinetic grasp, and be very difficult to dislodge. It seems like both Orisa and Mauga seem to be pretty good in certain situations, certain maps about doing that.
It's called giving a Brawl tank a gap close ability. That's very good against Sigma. Also, if you can if you knock Sigma down, he's Omega dead. You burst him down very quickly because he has shield, not armor, first of all, so no mitigation per hit, and also he can't use any of his damage when you're getting cooldowns.
Yeah, but once those perks come in, some of the ones for Sigma are pretty cool. He's got like a levitate, and then one of them's also like you land 5 direct hits, you actually get a big like knockback on like a quick melee, which is like super. It like makes the person kind of like float like they have no gravity, which I think that'll be pretty strong with people trying to dive on in, because 5 directs on Sigma is not the hardest thing to do, right?
No, absolutely not. And then the fact that you can essentially like put someone in quasi stasis for even a small amount of time, things change fast in the game of Overwatch. So Yes, it's so funny. You probably watched, folks, this one day of broadcast where we have not been able to avoid or resist theory crafting a little bit about the perks that are coming into next week's play. That's right.
Yeah.
They are going to be in OWCS next weekend. We play on the live patch here. So coaches...
I can't wait. I think it's going to be fascinating.
Masters are all working against the clock to make sure they have a good grasp of the new meta, and hopefully we can help you guys as we all get exposed.
You just got to be friends with Reinforced, and then he just tells you everything because he played it all. Surabasa, the next map. So this is a Avidity pick. Curious to see what their ban is, right? Map number 1, their ban was Sojourn, right? So they could ban Ball in theory, right? That's available to them.
You could ban Malga if you want.
I was gonna say the Malga ban seems like it would be pretty high value, right?
Yeah. I like to. Hopefully, we have a bit of time to discuss the implications, because if you ban the Malga, I think you might end up. I do think like the Orisa store worked quite well for Avidity. They definitely want to play these these kinds of compositions. I don't know where you stand really on the Orisa versus Malga discussion on a map like this, but none of that happens. I do think that Lethal on the Cassidy is pretty darn good. That does, of course, still leave open Sojourn, who is incredible, and obviously Ash is an option here. But Nightmare, they want to ban the Lucio. Now, what does this tell you? A second ban, of course.
Yeah, the Lucio being banned is quite fascinating because we really don't see it on Flashpoint, right? Because Lucio seems to be pretty essential here. Where, what do you play in the? Do you play like a Kiri with the Juno, right? Do you play do you want to play something more dive oriented with a Brig, right? Some different capabilities. I mean, the Juno speed ring is not anywhere comparable to let's say Lucio's speed, but still provides a similar effect, right? I just wouldn't say it's as mandatory per se. So we will see what they kind of play in the supports, but I definitely think you'll see Juno and potentially Kiri.
I'm convinced that we have seen this in recent memory on a Flashpoint map, but it is definitely less common. Shikigami banned it against Amplify, I think. But it is interesting because obviously I think the ban of Lucio on this map completely opens up your options. It's one of the most diversifying things that you can do. I mean, Lucio is ubiquitous. It's been incredible over the entirety of Overwatch because mass speed boost is just ridiculous. But looking at these comps, these are coming from completely different directions, and I would suggest that the Lucio bans had more impact on that than the Cassidy one. It's Brig Juno for Nightmare, the original sort of Juno abusing comp that used Ramatra, at least the shell of it. There's a video here on the ball. That's fascinating.
And Nightmare banned the ball in map number 1, right? So you see Pella now comes out on the ball. This is going to be in play if Avidity wants it for the rest. And I think this is a big test for Nightmare, right? How do you kind of deal with this? They'll play Sombra Torb with Ramatra here, and you're going to have Admiral on the Brig to kind of try and protect UV in the backline.
So keep an eye out for Lethal here because he has to contend with the Torb and the Kiriko, which is generally a pretty big deal. A couple of kunais and Sombra is back to Lumbridge in the blink of an eye. You've got to be so careful. Obviously, his sleep is also potentially very lethal. Nice fire hit there on towards Scuffed, though. That is going to force them out of the fight, and Wub just got run over. So Nightmare do want to play this at the fringes with lethal and still run into Avidity with the core of their comp.
I like the pressure that Lethal puts on the backline, though, right? You kind of have the Torb with the Ramatra and kind of the supports, dealing with the shenanigans that the ball can, ball tracer combination can do. And Lethal actually makes a play for both backlines. This is going to be Wub coming off the spawn on the Torb. Little Torb 2K here. So Nightmare pushed up, tried to get some kills, weren't able to.
You have to respect the overload, I think, Matt. And I heard that the fire rate out there from Wub definitely indicating that he popped that ability, able to find 2 kills very quickly. Can Nightmare afford to just straight up ignore this ball? They actually have Sombra and Brig as potential mitigating factors for the disruption of ball.
Yeah, it's it's very interesting the kind of comp they're bringing in to deal with the ball. It'll be Pella just kind of swinging here on the point. A long range pulse bomb there from Zomba does not connect. So I wonder though, if you're Avidity, right, you try and make a play for this point, you're running right into Lethal's EMP, but it's going to be 0 again with 2 with the Torb. I mean, we have seen some crazy Torb play over the last few weeks. I mean, seems to be a hero that obviously is extremely impactful in just about any comp, which also makes you kind of question a little bit the Cassidy ban, right? Because the Torb is you'd almost say even if they're both in the game, right? I mean, they serve a little bit different purposes, but you know, Torb is definitely the stronger of the two if you were going to go try and get one out.
It's interesting. I don't suppose I don't. This is a personal anecdote. I don't tend to feel unfavored in that situation, but Torb is much better at repelling, I think, the dive sort of situation. He lacks some mobility. He makes up for it in durability and just an increase in his fighting power under the effects of that overload. So I think this is really interesting comps. The last fight there, we didn't get a chance to talk to. We're going to go back a little bit. Scuffed makes the play with the Bionade, and Avidity try and follow up. Zomba goes in to try and go for the backline because Admiral got bioed, but he couldn't get through the shield. Then he tried to pulse bomb, it missed. So Avidity started the fight. They made the right moves, but they just couldn't connect, couldn't convert. And then Nightmare cracked back on them. Now a switch to the Malga, which definitely leaves Ramatra heavily unfavored in a frontline duel only, though.
Yeah, pretty similar to what we saw in Nepal. And then also one thing to point out too for Avidity is how you see the amount of the nano boost just pumps out. It's an annihilation from Kappa, just barely trying to live, puts himself in a corner.
Kappa looks like he entered a chess boxing tournament against Mike Tyson. He's just like throwing the arms up and trying to stall until he can actually play the board game. That is brutal. Here with the bio now as well, so that annihilation really doesn't find much value, but after the fact, Scuffed and Zomba are out of the picture. Pella needs that healing throughput against all these players, so ultimately Nightmare are able to withstand and outlast Avidity.
Tremendous stuff there from Nightmare, being able to live on through that. I mean, we saw from Kappa's POV, the amount of damage that's coming out on him is tremendous, and Nightmare uses both support ult to be able to keep him alive, but most certainly needed. Also, something that I was going to mention for Avidity, right? They get rid of the Cassidy. The Cassidy's really effective against the ball, right? So the Cassidy could have been that ban that maybe they thought could even unlock Pella's ball even further. But it seems like they've just been kind of thrown off of it, obviously, by that Torb Sombra combinations, because now they're right over on that Manga.
One taken down, so this Battle of the Sombras won out by Lethal there. I do like the Zomba switch here over towards the Sojourn, but it's normally wipe on that particular hero. Doesn't seem to make too much of a difference, but I would suggest Malga's a little bit easier to farm with the Soj than the Ramatra, and Kappa seems to be pretty happy with this situation. They still got the Sombra Tor, which is a bizarre setup in its own right. Yeah. But Kappa is living in that front line and he's dishing it out.
You also don't really have an awesome combination here for Avidity with the cage fight, right? Like, you want to play a cage fight or something along those lines as a Wob goes to the sky if it gets spotted. So, that's two use here. Yeah, I mean, that's two flash ones straight. Wait, what do you do here if you're Avidity kind of with this cage fighting combination, right? You don't really have anything that's going to overwhelm Nightmare.
It gets shut down by EMP, Matt. Lethal just holds EMP until Pella tries a cage fight. That's brutal. Also, Admiral, it's a tweak here. Switching over towards the Ana. Again, you have the ability to sleep, but it's that Bionade on Pella, whose durability depends on good coverage of that cardiac overdrive. So Nightmare, just a slight adjustment here. They get caught off guard in that last fight, but they are really trying to punish Avidity's picks.
Right, because Avidity not pulling a Kiri, right? So no ability to cleanse that Malga, and Malga, the cardiac overdrive, right? That's where he gets most of the value from. Like the stomp plus the cardiac overdrive, and if he's in that bio, I mean, there's no shot. That's a nice sleep in bio there. It's going to be Lethal who takes out Wob as this may open things up, and that's the cage fight. You don't really get anything. I mean, it's actually Zero dropping down his Molten Core inside of it. So, like we've seen over the last few weeks, right, where a cage fight comes in, the opposing Torb drops the Molten Core, and dude, I mean, it gets from bad to worse. I mean, the point doesn't even unlock. They don't even get control of it early on. So it's Nightmare getting first point control here.
It's not just that. It's that Pella is clearly waiting for Lethal to EMP so they can get a cage fight off. But they're playing reactively, and the cage fight comes down after Avidity already lost 2 players. I think Nenwai actually goes down a little after it, but they're trying to get into the cage. They still get gunned down. Nightmare, being the proactive team in that fight, win out. And Molten Core doesn't hurt inside the cage fight, I'll be honest with you. But that's a great start for them. Still, Avidity come back with an EMP of their own, but they still have to trade Sombra out. It's a 2 for 2 as it stands. And there's still some healing here for Nightmare. Plenty of it, in fact, in Ultraviolet's Juno.
Yeah,
Wob lit a lot of that time, and they're going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, these players are going to drop, and one of the biggest kills here is actually Kappa pushes in there with the Nemesis 4, and they actually deal with Nenwai almost instantly when he pops that rally, so they really get no value out of the rally. The rally's not even close to connecting with the players on the point because it just gets split off by that Ramatra.
All right, Scuffed able to win the airborne battle, but Zero is just a little bit too good. Zomba down, Scuffed pick up by the turret. That's obviously the risk of playing the rather floaty Juno, so you can't actually shake off the turret aggro.
Yeah.
And Nightmare take a really convincing Suravas win. After map 1, I genuinely thought that we were going to have a bit more of a competitive game.
Same.
But all of a sudden, it seems like Nightmare don't actually have any problems changing their comps in such a way as to completely catch their opponents off guard. And I've got to think that Lucio ban has something to do with it.
I mean, they just completely dominated. And even at the points where Avidity looked like they were going to be able to like take a flashpoint and win it, especially the last one early on, right? They win a fight before the flashpoint even opens. They're not even able to get any percentage. I mean, it's just Nightmare, just asserting their dominance here at map number 2.
Yeah. Honestly, big fan of how that game played out. There were some pretty key switches, and I think like one point I had to catch myself because I'm like, okay, Kuffa's still playing Ramacha here. Feel like that's not a favored matchup whatsoever into the Malga, but it didn't seem to matter because the infrastructure around Kuffa was working beautifully. I mean, Lethal Sombra looked great. Even after Wub switched off to the Sojourn, Lethal was like, no, this is where I want to be right now. You can see the constant hacks going in on the Malga, disrupting his mobility with his charge, and of course, denying his ability to heal up an EMP, to shut down the cage fight. Basically everything you could have asked for. This is another team. We have a few teams in NA that are doing this. Clearly have a pocket Sombra that is working for them, and they're very used to integrating it, even under like hero ban conditions.
Even if the cage fight, let's say, doesn't get hit with the EMP, you have the Molten Core to throw inside of it, right? We've seen a lot of times where one team's Maga will cage fight the opposing teams. Torbjorn will use the Molten Core, and it's almost worse to kind of be stuck in there in that cage and not be able to get out. So take a look at the stats. Pretty lopsided coming out of this one.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is definitely confirmed by the eye test is, Avidity started with a Wrecking Ball composition, but there was a Sombra and there was a Brig, and it looked like that was enough, at least for Nightmare, to kind of limit Wrecking Ball's ability to be super disruptive. And there wasn't a ton of follow-up on that either from Avidity's side in moments when some of that disruption was able to occur. So I'm really impressed with this team. After that first map, I genuinely thought we'd be looking at like one of the closest games in NA this weekend, but I'm sorry, Nightmare reminding us that even though they're close in standings to this Avidity team, they are not the same.
And I do wonder if you're Avidity, do you ban like Sombra coming into this? You're like, okay, like we really want to play ball. We think ball can work. Do we get rid of the Sombra, right? But then you imagine they just play like Torb cast with Ramatra, right? Like you just kind of go to something like that. It may not be as strong, right? Also pretty map dependent. So we'll see in terms of the map pick how that impacts things. But I think there's a world in which you're Avidity and you get rid of the Sombra going in this.
They might pick like an Esperanza map. We did it against SSG last week. I want to say they pick Esperanza and they ban the Ana there. I don't know if like you would expect Kuffa to play the Winston. I think like that Ramatra Brawl style like really suits them. So maybe you pick that map in combination with like trying to target a ban at them that sort of neutralizes their effectiveness. But I don't think you can target any more bans at
you ban
DPS.
A Ramatra? So I mean, we rarely, I think,
it's a flyer,
it, right? Yeah,
that's a flyer because you can play like Malgarisa here and I think still get good results, like with like a Sojourn Shell as well. She's obviously back on the table. They're also both, I think they're both heroes that are disrupted by Sombra. I actually don't hate the idea of a Sombra ban here. I think that could be good. Maybe you're looking at Juno as well. Like, is she an issue? Do you want to try and set up like a force like a Lucio Kiriko scenario? That might be an option.
Potentially, although I mean, you can play like we've seen obviously when Juno's gone, teams just play like Lucio Kiri in the same type of setups, right? So they seem like obviously Orbital Ray is really you could play like Hazard comps, right? It opens up some other things. I mean, it also feels like here, whatever Avidity does, there is a bad option for them still left, right, in terms of how things go. So Dorado's the map. This would lend it to be like more of like a Winston based setup. So like, do you see them, I mean, do they try and ban like do you want to play like we see Diva here as well? Like this wouldn't necessarily be like a ball type map. We saw teams play it last week, but it's infected. He plays ball basically everywhere.
So
anyway, just kind of write that one off.
All right, I'm curious to see it. We're going to take a quick break while our teams get ready for this next map. I think nature is calling, but it's another opportunity to get you excited and remind you of why you should be looking forward to Season 15.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! What a shot! Again! Worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Show them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Ah, memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Hi Lay, happy Valentine's Day. I love you.
Oh, that's nice.
The lad, Kuffa, of course. Obviously representing Australia. Pretty sure a resident though, or chilling out here in the US, studying at college. So great to see he is sending his love. Hopefully, hopefully he'll have a win to at least celebrate today.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's trying to get out here early.
That's it. That's right. Yeah, it's dinner for two in a couple hours. So let's get this moving along, Dorado.
I mean, those restaurants fill up tonight. I also charge about 30% extra, but just because
that is that is facts. All right, stay safe out there, folks. I mean, those bills are going to be expensive. All right, so holy
little fast food,
Winston
today, do a nice meal tomorrow. Yeah, okay, so they picked this map into a Winston ban, so that tells you they probably feel really confident in their ball pick. Potentially also, a D.Va is like a failsafe, right? And then for Nightmare on the other side, they actually get rid of the Kiri. So you play Kiri with ball a decent amount, right? Kiri's pretty good in combination with the Wrecking Ball. And they'll actually combo this, we see a lot of Brig Ana with Winston in the mix. So Kuffa will actually end up playing the Hazard here. Struggles a little bit on Dorado, in terms of getting high ground control, right? Has the leap and can obviously wall climb, but not the same verticality as per se a Winston.
Oh, I love this. Okay, it really depends on who the DPS is behind them, right? Soldier here probably doesn't get picked if this lift doesn't exist. I want to say it's a little bit hard, of course, to get in positioning. Yeah, Lethal thinks twice about it. But yeah, having someone to join with Kuffa to really establish that high ground control, I think is crucial. Zero can also dash across the building tops now that he has easy access to this one. But Avidity want to disrupt this at any possible opportunity. They still need to deal with an Ana Brig backline and, of course, the threat of the focusing beam. So it's not a free W out there. Talon also has to wait off that Bionade, Rude, to pick up that Mega, and Lethal is constantly trying to mark the ball here. I mean, a full Sticky Bomb connect, you can still kill a ball if you get enough damage off some of those opening shots, but keeping them away seems to be more than enough for Lethal to satisfy him.
like, if the ball can't disrupt, right, there's really no value to be gotten out of the ball, right? So if you can put some of those sticky shots in, right, just the thread of the focusing beam that comes out from the Echo, extremely good against that Wrecking Ball.
That's why the card has moved up so much, Matt, because Avidity are waiting for Pella to disrupt, to follow up on it, but there is just no disruption that is happening, or at least at irregular intervals. Ultraviolet there takes a flyer opportunity out there on a Bionade and doesn't connect it. Kato has been inching forward. Eventually, Avidity have to stand and fully stand their ground, and that's not where the ball comp necessarily thrives. And there's also a Nano already built up here for Ultraviolet. This could get ugly. Nano on the Hazard, perhaps? No, on the Echo. Stick, though, going to connect. Ultraviolet down, but one traded out basically instantly now as Admiral realizes he needs this rally in the thick of the fight. Popped now, and Zoba has to respect the shield bash. It's going to be a recall away before it comes on in, and Pella is also ready to throw down under the effects of that Nano boost. Able to stand his ground and deal with Kuffer. However, Zomba down and the Bionade connecting over towards the ball makes this a bit scary. And Scuffed is very far forward, ultimately out of position. Zera able to make another one with the Pulse Bomb. And Wub has to try and keep this together. Not where Zera's favored, that's for sure, but there's help on the way. Zera eventually falls. But where's the rest of Nightmare? Can they pressure this down? Healing aplenty in the sky for Lethal, though, and that focusing beam will account for the ball.
Yeah, no healing there for Pella, though drops the Minefield, just tries to extend this as long as possible. That's actually going to be a Wub using the Molten Core here, so even more ultimates invested for Avidity, and I wonder if that signifies a switch as you lose some of these players here towards the end, more stagger. So it starts off really well for Nightmare.
A good time to remind you all that two of you can be hit by the jump slash, or multiple people if you're in the hitbox. So Kuffer there got 160 damage off that, which is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, pretty filthy stuff.
And good micro as well to avoid the Molten Core. He's actually able to jump through it back sort of towards the backside of Avidity and really create that space. So
they look, that's a huge, I mean, you get Rally out here. I mean, that is insane value.
It's beyond dangerous though. Good connection with the downpour. I don't know. I'm not sure what the idea is who's looking to follow that up. And so if Lethal's close enough, I suppose that's fair enough. But yeah, Kuffer there just comes face to face with his own mortality and the fact that he's not playing Winston. So trying to shield that damage off. There should be Avidity here, establishing some decent defensive high ground setup.
Yeah, Zama's made some really nice plays on the Tracer, just throughout the series, but especially here on Dorado as Admiral gets extremely low, but you're going to have double support ult here for Nightmare, right? So you get Ninwa to use that rally up on the high ground because they don't want to give the high ground straight away to Nightmare. And he's also extremely low, but now this opens up a big window here for Nightmare to get that payload moving.
Kuffer looking past Pella towards the back line of Avidity. Nenway a little on the low side as Zera's able to capitalize. Again, there is plenty to link up with Kuffer. It doesn't have to be the Hazard that secures the kills on his own. Plenty of action here from Nightmare. Lethal also very busy around these fights, and now the duplicate available couldn't be a Wrecking Ball, but Pella gets a Nano. Looking to make use of it. Found Ultraviolet. Defensive Bionade got to be popped here, and a Minefield as well, but I love this peel. Admiral grouping up with Ultraviolet. Doesn't even need to use the rally here, so holding on to it. And Pella uses his ult plus gets an honor roll, doesn't turn it into anything. But Lethal's gone down. Avidity still have the edge here. They're definitely taking space and control of this courtyard.
Yeah, the Nano onto the ball just pushes both supports out into that courtyard, and even though the Nano used by UV on the Kuffer, not really able to get much of anything, kind of jumps back to the supports, tries to protect a little bit from that ball yet again, but Lethal potentially actually duped the Ana the last time. I wonder what we see him go for here. So this dupe could be massive, unlock that second checkpoint.
Could be Torb again, you can just pop Overload straight away and I hope to be a difference maker. Again, it's Ana. Extra sleep? Oh, that one is wild, but gotta go for it, I suppose. Lethal now knows he's got an extra 250 health to make use of, so inch the cart forward, dare someone to come down and fight. You're basically using that health as a resource to get the fight started where you want it to be. And Zera overruns Nenwide. They are just too busy dealing with the Hazard immediately in front of them. And eventually Avidity will have to, they'll have to succumb here. I like it from Zoma. Good push up, and the Molten Core damage actually gets good work done on Admiral. But it's all for naught. Second checkpoint here for Nightmare.
I've been really impressed with how Nightmare has dealt with these ball comps because although we haven't seen a lot of teams be able to deal with the ball, especially playing stuff like Hazard into it, right? We've seen the teams that have played the ball really just kind of run over teams who have not played it against them, right? In like a mirror or, tried to play something a little bit different, it's a little slower pace. So Nightmare doing a really nice job here playing around that Hazard, who, Hazard doesn't exactly want to play into Torb either, right? So Kuffer doing a great job.
So Bio there towards Kuffer keeps him alive. Also, yeah, we threw down that downpour. Unclear though. Yeah, just keep him alive. Fair enough. Can he turn this into a kill though? Yep, Wub gets just sliced and diced as he tries to drop to the low ground. Then why doing what they can to force Kuffer back. Kuffer gonna wrap around though. Easy damage there with that slash, but Scuffed dutifully rather, handing that healing out, and Kuffer could be in trouble here. Needed that mini. Nice defensive bio there from Ultraviolet. That secures the kill on NY. Keeps Kuffer alive. This backline for Nightmare is humming.
Yeah, they actually just used the nano there on the Pella, even though they kind of used that minefield, right? So they desperately wanted to win that fight as Ninwa in the brig tries to get aggressive, but it's Kuffer with a really nice hazard wall and then just kind of traps him in there with his own brig and able to live. This would be a really nice time bank for Nightmare if they're able to get it over the line.
Yeah, I don't think they will in this fight. I think Lethal just demonstrating why you don't often dupe the Tracer, because when you come out of Duplicate, you are more likely going to be right in the enemy backline.
Yeah.
And yeah, he did not escape. There was also a Torb turret that clipped him. So, about a minute left here. Nightmare with really only a Pulse Bomb to hang their hat on and the chance to build into a rally with this next fight. A minute can be a long time with the card as close as it is. But it all comes down to linking up with Kuffer and the first dive being a successful one. Lethal's over on the Sojourn now, but he doesn't naturally have that high ground. We need to find a way to take it.
No, and I'd also really look at, Zamba has done a great job landing these pulse bombs. And as I say, that kind of throws his in maybe towards the other Tracer, does not connect. So see Nightmare working their way towards that high ground. They want to get Lethal sit up there. That's when the Sojourn can be most impactful.
Zera can't take high ground without recall is the problem. Pops it pretty early. The healing's good. Heal pressure coming down pretty hard from Nightmare, and Wub's turret eventually goes down. It's the Torb flank. Oh my goodness, Wub isn't spotted out, but it doesn't seem to matter. Lethal brought down with one of those rivets, but traded out for Scuff might favor Nightmare. Here's a Molten Core over the cart, making it a little bit awkward, but there's a rally in play for Admiral, and Nightmare just go forward. They realize Torb is not doing his job defending the backline, so they instead step up and take those easy support kills. Zomba slept by Ultraviolet, just a moment of mastery from the very experienced Ana player. And I think the idea to flank on Torb probably doesn't pay off.
They get it into OT. I mean, look, he comes up with some kills.
He gets a kill. Right. He gets a kill. But at what cost? At what cost?
Yeah, I mean, the cost potentially a little bit high there, but I mean, they needed to make a play. I also think Torb, with the turret on a little bit of a flank there, there's a lot of damage output potentially. You got the Molten Core over the point. They had Nano plus Rally, right? You're able to kind of like survive on through it. So nothing you can really do there if you're Wub, but at least you got them into OT.
Of course, this being a pure escort map, it matters a lot less than this were this a hybrid one.
Yeah.
So whichever way you slice it, Avidity, if they finish with under a minute, it'll be a time extension either way. I mean, though, I thought like they handled that first point of the map pretty well. Avidity gave a lot of space. I want to sort of draw back to us noticing that because Pella isn't able to dive as frequently, because they're quite low, because the Echo's harassing them down, Avidity are just giving up space, waiting for there to be a good engagement that they can actually work with.
Well, let's also see if Pella and Co can actually like force them off of the high ground as well, right? That'll be the most impactful thing here. Can the ball dislodge, the Ash Brig Ana combination off of that high ground? If you can, you're going to be successful with this ball comp. If not, it's going to get quite ugly.
Stop the payload.
So because that high ground will be assumed, Kuffer can, climb up to some degree and get back on top of these buildings should they ever drop down. So, similar way to Winston's cycling, maybe less easily. Kuffer is able to drop down and get back up there. So Taradu taken down. And that's Zera going in, just clearing out Wubs. Ooh, buddy, that's scary for Zomba.
That's so nasty.
Pella's dead. How does that happen so early?
The wall of Hazard has like that kind of like a little bit of like a knockback and like damage like that. I think a lot of times like it shoots out so fast. It's like almost jarring how fast it kind of comes out. And you can definitely, that's a few times where Cup has caught a player off guard and they're not able to back up, not able to get out, and you don't want to be caught. The Hazard primary fire can do lots of damage. There's a nice bio there from the low ground to the high ground from Scuffed, and that results in the kill on Lethal.
Yeah, nice connection. There was a good sleep from Ultraviolet, but there's just far too much there to help it. Kuffer is able to get in, get rid of Scuffed. Wub another turret removed. Kuffer really focusing on that now if there's going to be a longer fight here. But Nightmare are lacking their Tracer and their Ana, who's still on the, on their Ash is still on the walk back to the fight. Lethal actually switched over to the Sombra, presumably to get there a little earlier. Kafa struggling with the Lucio. Nenwai trying to solo him. Questionable as Ultraviolet sent like one dart of healing down. It was enough to keep the Hazard alive, and maybe a little bit of an overstep there by Avidity's Lucio.
I like this from Nightmare as well, Mitch. They're actually going back to the Sombra. I was like, you know what? Like, I was actually going to mention, you know, on the last half, right? Like, if it doesn't exactly work with, like, whether it's, you know, the Echo or whatnot, you know that the Sombra has been effective, and Lethal's been really good on it throughout the series, and that is a very strong option for them, especially now, right? Hey, if they want to make a play, whether it be Zomba or Pella for the high ground, and just leave everybody else vulnerable to the, you know, Hazard, Tracer, Sombra combo, I think you take your chances and odds there if you're Nightmare.
Pella here just wants to draw people out of position, get someone to come down and contest the card. Now, though, that's much less of... Oh, buddy, Sarah, please! I was going to say it's much less of an attractive proposition with the minefield in play. Nightmare use this window, though, to go and dive the backline of Avidity. Now, if they can return to the fight here and really punish the fact that there's no Ana healing now and no Nano available, they've done that perfectly with a hack on Pella and no healing, or not enough at least from Nenwai, no chance for them to use a sound barrier. There's so many tools here for Avidity to deal with this disruption, but they don't seem to have access to it in that fight.
But what Nightmare does there is they actually nano Kava, and then they're basically like, hey, you're on your own, bud. And he goes in there, kills Scuffed, and then both supports, because they've already lost the Tracer, right? Double back to the point, and they're the ones that get on and contest, and you have to end up using the rally there. But you're below a minute on the clock for Nightmare, and you have an EMP. So even using these support ults, you feel like you're going to get an immense value out of this EMP, potentially another fight win just off of this.
Oh, he's committed to this, Lethal. Doesn't quite connect the virus, though. Kafa deals with Pella, so no Wrecking Ball. I do think that's probably a win for you. Sombra's the facilitator, not necessarily the closer. Nano therefore, Zomba really just for survivability, but the looks of things largely being ignored here by UV as Admiral as being the one that's being called to accost the Tracer, and the backline of Nightmare still lives. However, Kafa couldn't benefit from their healing while they were being tied up and will fall, and then the rest of Avidity can abuse that numbers advantage.
I was gonna say though, it was a really tremendous job by Admiral to keep UV up, right? I mean, that's a Nano Tracer right in the Ana's face. Obviously, UV able to do some nice things with the bio for himself, but it's really that protection of the Brig that keeps Ultraviolet alive for a bit longer. So now Avidity will actually match with a Hazard of their own. I wonder if this actually gets Nightmare. I wonder if you're Lethal, like, do you consider going something that, whether it be like Torb or a little bit more long range, right? The Torb definitely gives Hazard some trouble. Potentially, you don't need the Sombra here in this instance.
Yep. I think that might be true. There's definitely a feeling that while Hazard wants his cooldowns very much, he can tend to withstand that period of being hacked and turned off. And then why again? Yeah, just caught out. Kafa goes for that dive in, slept in the backline and bio, so we'll be taking a Molten Core. Wow, okay. Someone put the electric blanket on for Kafa, clearly. Zero those able to run roughshod over the backline of Avidity. And Nightmare will be able to solidify their hold here and perhaps consider switch to some hit scan to really abuse the high ground.
Yeah, and Pella was one shot, so he has to back all the way up as the Molten Core doesn't really get much of anything there, right? Downpour used there by Kafa, so you don't have that huge ultimate, but they're actually off of the Lucio now for Avidity, so Nenwai over to the Brig. We've seen actually Kafa be able to pick up the supports rather easily on the other side, so the Brig probably a better response here, going to be able to keep Nenwai scuffed up.
Down here for Kafa. Controlling that high ground pretty well. The bio nade from Ultraviolet, though, doesn't hurt either. Nenwai might be a juicy snack here, and yep, dangerous. That shield just crumbles.
The rally.
Kafa needs some backup.
Onto the Brig, yeah.
Can jump out here, but yeah, Nano Brig, the raid boss. A little bit of an unexpected turn of events there for Nightmare. Though we're down to a minute and 10 seconds. Pella doesn't really have a great opportunity to ult here and may never have the chance to just get away out of the effects of that bio, and they really don't want to give up this stairwell. So even at like 40 health, they stay there. But the cart's moving up. Now they're going to deal with an EMP rally.
Yeah, now you have to use that Nano there off the start. That's going to be an EMP there from Lethal to kick things off.
Big bio.
Players hit by it.
Lethal have to get out of the downpour, but has to deal with Somba. Not a fight you always want to take, but does force the recall, at least with the virus. Elsewhere, though, things bode so much better for Nightmare. The backline of Avidity were caught on the cart and EMP'd, hit by a Bionade from Ultraviolet, and eventually they just fall apart.
Yeah, and the EMP is good. Connects with 3 players, but 3 extremely high impact targets. Pella, Wub, and Scuffed as they actually know that this one player's behind. So Zero on the hunt here.
It's very dangerous.
Trying to hunt down Zuma. Yeah, I mean, this is a huge kill if he can get it.
Can they get out? They might just try and fight Zero, but Zero has the later recall. They are going to leave Zomba to their own devices in the backline. Who is going to check them? So this might turn us into a 4 versus 4 now, as our UV just playing up on this high ground here. Lethal control in that space as well. Zero, though, has a pulse bomb that would be better used, I think, in this fight than on Zomba, for obvious reasons. UV sees this coming. Can he hold his cooldowns? He dodges away from the blaster when Zomba's pulse does not connect. Now, though, Kaffa getting pretty close to a downpour, but needs to stay alive on his high ground. He does. Rally, though, is in play right now for Nenwai. The Nightmare have got to respect it. Lethal with a hack. Won't be turning off the rally, though. All of Avidity trying to look to that high ground and get rid of Admiral and UV, respectively. The Molten Core claims the Brig. Zera has to make something happen amidst this. Pulse Bomb doesn't quite connect, though. Wub is able to stay alive, and Zera's not favored in that matchup. Kaffa's nanoed. Can he even get Nenwai? Yes, finally Zera gets into the fight, and the high ground's being controlled by Lethal here. Stall on the carpet. Pella steps forward and says, no, we have more map to play.
Yeah, and that's what Nightmare was playing around. They actually were kind of just letting Avidity, use their nano, use their rally there by the point. And what Nightmare was playing around was having that nano there for Kaffa to be able to use the kind of contest, right? If you're able to trade a kill out in that point, you have the spawn advantage, and you can win it out there. Interesting enough, though, Nightmare actually changes. So they'll go Genji with a Juno. So they drop the Ana, going to be playing around, potentially getting an orbital ray at the end.
Okay, here's the downpour. The catch is pretty unconvincing. Kaffa bio there as well, and God, nice techers. Able to mantle onto the bridge and get away. Ultraviolet does not want to cross that gap, though. He's got to be elsewhere, apparently. How was Admiral down there? Missed shield dash, perhaps? I'm not sure what happened.
I mean, maybe that is not the spot that he wants to be in, though, is potentially that is a huge swing here as Avidity kind of closes the gap towards the end. And now UV, he's going to get caught out. This is horrible, man.
Oh, my goodness. Ochako, my girl. That's why she got a whole episode to herself, folks. Ultraviolet does go down, so it ends up being a trade, but there's a rally here for Admiral and an EMP. There has to be a regroup here for Avidity, at least for a moment. On the high ground, and Lethal is lying in wait. The rattiest EMP spot. He says, let's get rid of Wub straight away. Able to dodge out of that downpour. Admiral not so lucky, but has a rally at least to deal with the follow-up damage, but not the pulse bomb. That is going to take down the rallying Brig, but unfortunately for Avidity, the rest of Nightmare are moving in numbers, moving in force, and leaving Pella essentially stranded on that high ground to eventually succumb, cold, broken, and alone. It's going to be Nightmare here to take away the series with a very entertaining finish on Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, some really awesome Sombra play, I think, from Lethal throughout the series, where they wanted to run Pella on the ball a decent amount of times, but Lethal and the Sombra just made a huge difference. Perfectly timed EMPs, right? You're not getting like these massive, 4 or 5 players EMPs anymore, right? Being able to get like 2 targets, or even right there, the one at the end, and get rid of Wub. I mean, that's extremely, good value there. So, Nightmare, make a statement. We're just cursed. We say Rad Esports looks like they can make it into the top 4, then they end up getting blown out. Now we did the same thing to Avidity here today.
Yeah, it seems like it's a you problem, Matt. I don't know. But quite frankly, Nepal, mostly a close affair.
Nah, I'm good.
It's like, nah, no, I'm really just, yeah. No, but seriously though, like the beginning of this series, Nepal, it was a close affair. I very much hope that that's the trajectory for the rest of this match. That was not the case. Exhibit B, Suravasa, that was rough. I mean, looks like the Nightmare Lucia band there definitely worked its magic. But yeah, man, Nightmare look good.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of really nice flexibility from Kaffa. I think especially displayed here in map number 1, right? Being able to play, like Orisa, Ramatra, Sigma, a lot of different tanks. I think that also, his flexibility in terms of the tank role plus the lethal, I think definitely was a bit of a story here.
I quite like that there's no consensus about what the best backline is when Lucio was banned on Suravasa. I think that made that quite a fun map. But, in days gone by, you counter Wrecking Ball comps by just diving a little bit better with them with a Winston shell. But I think in the era of Torbjorn, that's not really viable. So teams have to find out other ways to work around it. And Pella was definitely neutralized very much at the start of this map, right? When they were on defense, Pella was not able to get good dives, and they were eventually forced onto a bit of a hazard mirror. I think Kaffa looked really good there, someone who we know is preferred to play more of those brawl style setups, but They did a great job with this comp. Obviously, Lethal's EMPs were pretty important. The good follow-up, of course, from Ultraviolet. I think when you have a player like UV on your team, you definitely want to set up situations where like Ana can be played, and like maps like Dorado, when you see someone like Nightmare pick that, you're like rubbing your hands together. I think it's such a great chance to show some of the strengths of your roster.
My internet just died, or it didn't?
Are you good?
Am I back? No. I'm good. Okay, it just froze for me.
No, if Matt's face froze, it's just what he does.
I was waiting
He's just surprised.
Talking
He's just
about
so surprised.
Lethal with the player of the match.
That's right. That's what I just did. Yeah, Lethal.
Yeah, no, I
what
mean,
a player of this match.
maybe you froze, but no, I mean, Lethal was awesome. I know the Sombra EMPs, like we talked about. We typically see him play a lot of like hit scan, right? We didn't really see a lot of that today. There was like a Cassidy ban, Sojourn ban, right? So some different stuff that kind of took them out of the pool. But also, really for Nightmare, they don't play it like any ball, right? We saw them play no ball really at all today. So when you're not going to play that wrecking ball, you got to come up with different ways to kind of counteract that. And the Sombra definitely seems to be impactful. So really kind of built around his gameplay.
Absolutely. And we actually do have our player of the match joining us for a quick post-match chat. So please, everyone, welcome Lethal to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time after that dub to join us for a few words. It's audio only, but you can hear us?
Yeah, hello guys.
Yo.
Perfect. Great to hear from you, Lethal. Let's talk a little bit about the Sombra we got to see from you. Obviously, you had a very light week last week, just one match. It was a quick one too, so we weren't really sure what you guys cooked up for this week, if you took any inspiration from what all the other teams have played, since quite frankly, the meta is kind of all over the place. What's your usage case for Sombra? How does she fit into the current meta? How viable is she?
She's just very fun, and the sound she makes when she shoots hack targets is really nice as well. So I'm just like enjoying it. That's the only reason, to be honest.
Sounds and fun.
Immersion.
That's so based, honestly. Last year, Lethal, you were obviously on this roster, but not necessarily, being used in every game. And I wouldn't necessarily call you on the core of the roster. You chilled, you joked around a bunch, you had a good time. This year, though, it feels like Nightmare are relying on you a lot more, and you're absolutely like part of the engine room of this team. What's the transition been like for you, who has been a professional Overwatch player for quite a long time now, from last year to this year now, seeming much more involved in this roster?
Last year, I wanted to put more time into my studies, and I could just, chill on the bench, and if they ever need me for anything, I can show up. But then they asked me to lock in this year, and I was like, okay, I guess. And I still put some time for my studies, but I'm still able to, perform at this level if I need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, studies are important. I tell Mitch that all the time, but he refuses to listen. But you guys don't play.
Where's your degree, bro?
You guys don't really play any of the ball compared to some of the other teams. Do you still feel like the hazard comps can end up winning out against the ball pretty consistently? We've seen a lot of teams move away from them as well.
Yeah, we don't really ball. Ball's like a band-aid fix, to be honest, most cases. So we just decide to work on like what we can actually improve on. And maybe, a little bit of the perk system where we're trying to work towards heroes that are good on category. So I don't think
What is it a band-aid fix for?
I'd say just disconnection between like, frontline, backline from certain teams maybe. Or, they don't know how to play other comps like with Hazard or with Sigma or Ram, so they decide to play ball because it's more, deathmatchy. And it's very easy to do the jobs with ball over any other tank, in my opinion.
Yeah, those hazard comms and whatnot, they do require a lot of coordination and comms. So yeah, if it's not there, you just ball out and potentially win a match or two. For now, though, you guys came out on top. I'm very excited to see you in action next week again when we see Perks in the mix. Any thoughts? Are you excited for that? Worried, concerned, or just vibing?
I think it's pretty positive. It's going to be a lot more fun, I think. Way more fun, actually.
And you are all about fun and vibes. So we are excited to see you back in action. Lethal, thank you so much for joining us. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for having me, guys. Have a good day.
Great to hear from Lethal.
I loved the answer about the ball comps. It's like, yeah, we are just a more advanced team. You know, all the plebs out there just just play ball. And,
We don't rub sticks together to make fire, you know. We got the zipper in the back pocket.
The team's running the
Rod a
ball.
Pharaoh Rod. We don't need the sticks. Listen, if it works, it works. Nightmare looking good, and they're finding themselves at the very top of the standings, right behind Space Station Gaming now with the 3-1, of course. There will be map differential coming into play, perhaps, as well, because, quite frankly, a lot of these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably important to bear in mind that Nightmare lost to SSG, so like their comeback against that team is not going to be favorable. So that's something to bear in mind going forward. You know, Nightmare did beat Timeless, but there's like, we got to look at those as we get a little bit closer. I don't know. I think like Nightmare are really good. I think for them, like it'll be an absolute. If they're not number three in this whole thing, then I think they'd be fuming, and I think they would probably be asking for number 2. This team.
I'm actually really impressed in the fact that. I know they can play so many different comps. We talked a little bit about it, and they kind of mentioned Lethal in the interview, like even kind of playing some stuff that they kind of think might end up being good with the perk system, where Kafka seems to be able to play a lot of the tanks you absolutely need to at the moment, right? And then the DPS are extremely interchangeable, great backline, so they could definitely be a team come playoffs that could be somebody who could spoil a party of like a SSG or a Team Liquid.
February 23. Nightmare versus TL. Put it in your calendars because I think that's going to be a very telling match. Obviously, TL are just going up and up, right? You know, I think if Nightmare want to be in the top 2, they've got to win that game.
It's going to be some good stuff on the horizon. For example, our upcoming match, Timeless versus Amplify. That's our last match of the day. You don't want to miss it. It's all going to go down after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication this community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when the 2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon variant out of this world. We developed new tech to support applying this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand. And hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming. At Platinum and above, you'll now get exclusive weapon charms alongside the existing titles. We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these rewards for the first time in Season 16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any mode by rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride. We're also excited to report that we're bringing rake icons back to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play. We'd like to do more of this sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their skill by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now, Season 15's rank reset. We've tuned our ranks again, and we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft resets work best when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bans are officially coming to the game. We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it. Don't worry, no pools or cats in pools are involved. We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating heroes without punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game after hero bans. Both hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about is a quality of life update I've wanted to build since my first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number one, and that's improved hero information. In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges, and perks. Of course, Season 15 isn't just about competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15 is the return of loot boxes. You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback. We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free track of the Battle Pass. And of course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes for just playing. There are plenty of ways to earn them. We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
We're here today supporting the Venice Family Clinic in Santa Monica, neighboring the currently burning Palisades fire. They are doing a community distribution event today, and we brought 6 pallets of supplies down to help support their efforts. A bunch of over-the-counter medications, kind of 15 to 20 cases, PPE, some solar chargers, nutritional supplements.
The last several days have been really difficult, especially here on the west side of LA. We with Venice Family Clinic stand in solidarity with all of the community at large, coming forth to maximize every single resource and opportunity that we could present for folks in need. Thank you to Direct Relief, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to extend these essential resources. It does take a village, so I'm hoping that we can just continue to fight and serve this fear and convert it into something positive.
Make sure to visit directrelief.org for more information on how you can directly help those affected by the LA fires. We're back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for our last match of the day. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt. And we got a very special guest returning to the broadcast to help us break down the action. Never mind. You know what? I'm over guests. We're not bringing a guest in. I've been informed our guest has fled the scene.
You got me.
We might be waiting.
I know. I was really excited too.
Them on. Yes. We're technical things.
That's right. No, that's just the anticipation.
Well,
We're all
I guess
about
technically I'm a guest since I was the brainlet earlier on, so I guess.
So, and today are you still the brainlet? I can't see it.
No,
How was
they
it?
fixed it. Yeah. How did it?
Can I production? Can I play this game just with Matt and Mitch? I'm okay with that. Sweet.
All right.
Okay, actually.
Always throwing these games.
I'm gonna win now.
No, this is a good one for you guys.
Okay.
Having known both of you for 10 plus years, I know that neither of you has any Riz. But I know that you have what it takes to detect Riz from other people. So our production put together some Rizzy one-liners. I just should stop saying Riz. I'm 36. I don't even know what it means. Yeah, they put on some one-liners from Overwatch heroes that they would potentially say in order to, pick you up.
Yeah.
Get a date with you. It's like
an expression
like a pickup line.
If you would.
A rizzing, if you will.
Yes.
Exactly. So we collected some, and you have to guess which hero could have said that, or should have said that.
Fair.
Let's do it.
Yeah, fair. What a game. We're stretching. Okay, I've got you in my sights and in my heart.
Widowmaker. Or soldier. Wait, soldier. Soldier. No.
Yeah, that's a need from me.
Is it just like we jump in whenever?
Yeah, you just go.
Can I get multiple guesses in before he gets one?
No. That's not how. That's how.
Fair question.
Okay, second one. Are we a team? Is that what we're doing here?
He's cheating because I have the right answer.
Thank you.
Must be my scatter error because he hit me in every direction. These are way too easy, but also.
Yeah. I mean, they are, but that's cool. You hit me in every direction. You hit me from every direction or in every direction? Because that would imply like an explosion. You know what I mean?
An explosion of.
Or a general spaghettification of oneself.
That's a good point.
Okay.
You're making, yeah. This is why you
Winston.
have more risk than us. He read peanut butter and he knew.
Yeah.
Go banana
But see,
face.
I
I've
made
so
the
much-
mistake
I've so
of
much
just
re-
shouting with the sight at the
Crazy.
start, and then I don't want to go.
Maybe you should read
jump
more
the
books
gun.
and you'd be able to do this quicker. That's all I'm saying.
I have 2 books right here. I've been reading.
Show me. Yo,
I've
you have
been
a book?
reading. Yeah, I have a book.
Show me.
I have a book.
Show me the book.
It's this book. It's the book right here. See?
5
Five
stars. Oh,
Yep.
okay, cool.
Because I have to read it
He
for
actually does
class,
read.
so I have
Oh, impressive. All right. You have a book.
Love the first. Do we have another one? We have another one. Okay, let's see.
a book. I have another book.
We have so many books. I don't need a throne, just a spot by your side.
Uncle Queen?
Yes. That's a good one. I like that one. That's nice.
All right. I
Does
like
that
that.
sound like something she would say though? She's
But
not
what
a
if you had
selfie.
2 thrones next to each
No.
other? You could have it all. You know what I mean? That's what real love is. It's not about, sacrifice. It's about just
What the hell did he just say, Zoe? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's
don't listen to me, chat.
go read some
Yeah, I
more.
don't know what he's talking about.
I was in darkness, but
Reaper.
then you blossomed into my lives.
God, somebody gave him the answers today.
I don't know, man. I think
He
you
wrote those. I think he wrote those.
I mean, listen, you say I have no riz, but these are all from me. I've been churning these out. You guys.
Yeah, but are they
Well, these
good?
are the type of lines you would probably use,
And you know what, Matt? Things are great. Things are great. So, I'm just saying. Some people like this, Sigma.
Some people like
Ah.
this.
Some people like this. Yeah, somebody out there. There's somebody out there.
There's someone for everyone,
everybody.
Matt. All right? Someone for everyone. I'm sure someone appreciates people who suck at these quizzes. You're good.
Dude, up until this point, I have been the quiz god. I have been like.
No, you've just been when we polled the people. You are
I've
the
been the
people.
Michael
You're
Jordan
not-
of quizzes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think anyone ever said
Yeah,
that.
I'm not much of a flu game.
I
from
analyzed all my data,
Somewhere.
and you're my perfect match. Jesus. Why are we even playing? Like, why?
That could have been
Ah,
anybody.
or-
Oh,
Could
really?
be
Oh,
anybody.
no. Echo.
Echo?
That's Echo.
Oh. I thought it was Ben Troutman.
Which is he is Echo
Captain
essentially.
Planet.
they are the same.
That's true.
All right.
Shout out to
what we
Ben.
got?
Okay, last one. I don't
Oh,
need people
Tracer.
to remember how much I
Tracer.
love you.
What is the actual score between me and Matt? Just out of curiosity.
Well,
I
that's
thought
not
we were a
fair, dude.
team. Wait, I thought we were a team.
Look, I knew there was something weird when you Ben asked you for your Venmo earlier on, and you were sorting out some payments. I mean, this is ridiculous.
That is a salacious
But-
accusation,
but-
my
but
friend.
buying the answers on Valentine's Day.
That is that could be slanderous.
Yep, see, they even dinged positive. They know.
I don't know about that.
Well, but that's an attractive trait. He's a problem solver. He
Yeah.
throws money at the
Yeah.
problem, and the problem is solved. I think
Yeah,
that,
well,
that
if
is,
you don't have
typically
riz,
the-
at
Not
least have money,
unattractive.
right?
exactly, you can
Politically
have
the
either
problem,
or. Sometimes even.
And I'm an esports commentator, so I've obviously got neither of those things.
I don't know where to
definitely
take
know
that
you're
from
not
there.
the Rizzler.
No, is there a Rizzler?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Matt,
yeah, he's-
hey, you
he's
keep
part
talking
of
about that. I'll bring the boom, bro. All right.
He's
I'll
part of
show
the
you.
Costco guys universe, Zoe.
I'll bring the boom. Yeah, we got to get Zoe into that. That's
I
life
don't.
changer.
I don't.
He's like
yeah,
he's like
no,
a
thank you.
side character of the Costco guys.
Oh no! You're back on this. No. no. You know what? I think it's time to toss it anywhere but that. Guys, before you guys are getting us into this next match between Amplify and Timeless, did have to read that off because it's been a long day. We actually got another special Valentine's greeting, a message from Shikigami's regime to his girlfriend phone. Let's hear it. Jazz hands.
It's in sign language.
Happy Valentine's Day, phone. It's your boyfriend, Regime. I know you're going to be playing a match while this is shown on broadcast, so I hope you win that. I know Amplify's got a win in them, and also I love you so much. I'm really grateful to be your Valentine.
I love that.
That was good.
I love that.
supposed to do
Regime.
That was sweet. That was really sweet.
So was like,
No, at the beginning, just was funny to me. He's like, "Hey, it's your boyfriend," Regime, as if she wouldn't realize that it's him. She's never seen him. Oh.
hey, it was a
But-
cute message.
No,
I
he's
hope she
just too busy
wins.
bragging.
Yeah.
I love them.
dominating the
That's
server.
real Rez. That's right. That's right. You tell him.
All right, folks, let's talk this game. Timeless versus Amplify. To get you guys into this mode, I suppose. Timeless are 2-1 right now. Their only loss so far was that epic 5 mapper against Timeless back in week number 1. They've got a pretty tough road ahead, I won't lie. So a win here is pretty important. They've had they've had most of last week off. They had the one match against Shikigami, which they were pretty comfortable in. But now, you know, they would hope to have circled back, shored up a couple of things, and be ready to take on Amplify, who are still looking for their first win.
Yeah, and for Amplify, Phone and Winter, they've looked really good, right? You know, Phone plays a lot of Sombra, plays at a really high level, and then Winter's hit scan really against just about anybody's has looked great. So it'll be Amplify coming off the start here, running Maga-based composition, and it'll be Timeless actually playing the Orisa into it. So we'll see if Timeless can kind of battle down this Maga. His gap gets really low.
Yeah, fortunately though, they're able to disengage for a time. It's going to give a lot of that space over to Timeless. Can they make use of it? Phone's turret's down. Chido still really trying to find some of these shots in between the barriers, and Chopper goes low enough to the combination of Winter and Phone that leaves Timeless with only 4 to work with. They weren't able to capitalize on that good early damage against Gap that forced them to give a bit of room early. So what's the next plan? Riker just getting minced out there in the open.
He's just getting mowed down by Phone as she pushes up with a Torbjorn, and once the Orisa does not have any of the armor left, just kind of topples over. And you know, for Amplify, Mitch, I think one of the things we've seen from them throughout early on here in the season is like at times they've had a tough time keeping Gap up. You know, just teams doing a great job of just focusing the tank down. So we'll see if they can do a better job of that today. Is obviously keeping your tank and Mog in the mix is really important, as you see it gets dangerously low.
All right, here comes that Kitsune rush now from Soluzen. Phone low to this. Squid, though, has to give it a little bit of room. Somehow Luke Mino was able to extricate himself from that situation, and Timeless disengaged from that Kiriko ultimate. Now, though, they've got to make up for lost time. 36% and counting. It's time to get busy. Turret dealt with, so now the fight can be on for young and old, and Luke Mina's going to throw this sound barrier. Ewan going to try and reciprocate, and that will be conferred over to the entirety of Amplify, so Rocket will wait this out. Now that it's low, Orbital Ray being used, Timeless may not want to expend any more in order to win this fight, and frankly, they don't have to. Phone falls, Amplify now on the back foot, and there's an opportunity here for some real stagger if Timeless want to take the risk.
Yeah, Lucamino beats because you know you're going to get the beat out on the other side. The advantage for Timeless is that Squid ends up having that orbital ray, right? So you actually end up winning the fight using the orbital ray. Second, also a bonus of this, right, is Timeless now has a blade going into Amplify where they know they don't have sound barrier online, right? So Timeless in a great spot here to end up flipping this point in terms of percentage, taking the lead.
The pick off on Phone. Rocket able to find her with what? Shurikens, apparently. And Winter, although she's able to pop that ultimate, Amplify are not able to make use of it whatsoever. Couple of these abilities going for pretty little. However, you've got a Cage Fire and a Molten Core on the Amplify side. The problem is that Chopper can, well, do the same. It's about to get messy.
Yes, a nice spear landed onto the Maga, just knocks Gap back just a little bit. That's going to buy time with some spaces. They're going to end up taking the lead as you see they're trying to deal with this turret. Now the Kitsune rush coming from the opposite side.
All right, Soluzen building those ultimates pretty quickly. Here's that cage fight. Chopper, though, doesn't want to peek out into the open here. Definitely a concern about the damage coming in. I guess they use the damage from the Molten Core, though, to sort of chunk away at the cage fight itself, but it's a little bit too late. Orbital Ray doesn't save Riker's life. Rocket goes for a blade that Phone just stops midair, and that's a great turn of events for Amplify.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Timeless invests just about everything into that. I don't believe that Gap actually, if he did connect with somebody with the cage fight, we don't actually see it. It was Lucamino. Lucamino ends up falling at the hands of Winter with an assist from the Maga, so potentially it's the Lucio stuck inside of that cage, but Amplify with another fight win off the back of Phone picking up Rocket when he's trying to blade. I mean, that is massive there. So you're going to amp it up here for Lucamino, keeping one player alive. Going to have to be
match beats in this. Oh, okay, that could have been big. Nicely done by Ewan, though. Gets the beat down just in time. Would have been a decent chunk of damage to deal with. Look at how low Rocket and Chopper are just over the course of the fight. The Sojourn and, of course, that Torbjorn really whittle down those health pools. This is great stuff for Amplify. The DPS been firing. Winter doesn't even have to use that next overclock. A great start for our 0-4 team.
A little Valentine's Day buff here for Amplify, right? Phone plays really well on the Torbjorn early on. You're able to get this first point. I also think you just have a distinct advantage, like we talked about in the last series, right? I know with Orisa versus like Maga, and then you kind of throw like Sigma into the mix, right? In terms of like tanks you could pick. It seems like the Maga just in general comes out on top, like most of the time, right? So Amplify comes out in that close quarter map. They play the Maga early on, extremely effective.
And that was the play here for Timeless. Amplify might also just not prefer the Malga here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, like, to switch to the Orisa after you just obviously had success in the Maga. I'm curious your thoughts here, because they're playing the same backline, right? I mean,
are you scared about environmentals? Or the fact that someone like you can play these airborne characters that can be a bit more punishing to Malga, especially with the burst that Rocket could have at their disposal?
I think like it's more of the choke here potentially, right? Like the cardiac overdrive and like getting aggressive onto the point quite easy on the previous point. Where here, right, you kind of have this like 2 narrow chokeways, and to be able to kind of just like serve on the point, like the Orisa with the fortify and the spear spin can kind of take that space maybe a bit better, a little bit more effective.
I was seeing a lot of that. A lot of javelin spinning going on, but Rocket just not quite getting the healing that he needs. Squid able to double back though, and at least keep the Orisa alive. Solazen went low. Looks like there was some pressure, probably from Rocket on the periphery of this fight. But does Chopper really have good sight lines here? A little bit closer than they otherwise would like to be. This is better, but they might have to continue to pivot around the point here to be effective. Turret is now down, but that could be replenished pretty quickly. And Timeless is still looking for a way in. A lethal blow, a pick, anything like that, but it's Phone that finds the first one, just spamming these shots over towards the doorway. Timeless are grouped up, which really makes them pretty exposed to just the incidental Torb damage.
And the Torb seems so much more like impactful than like now we're seeing the Echo, right? And we saw Genji in the first round where Phone's like turrets becoming a nuisance, right? Timeless time and time again has to kind of deal with it, and then also constantly finding like the Torb's doing a ton of damage at the moment. I mean, whether it's like in Overload or just in general, and being able to just find players with like 1 or 2 headshots cross map, it's massive for Amplify.
Armor knocks the Gap. I think if they keep the pressure up now for Timeless, they're going to get the Orisa. Nicely done. Gap didn't have the chance for another Fortify through that Terror Surge because it wasn't quite online, but it doesn't seem to matter. Oh, buddy, Amplify laying those support ultimates, and it works out beautifully. Timeless don't have a chance to get Luke's beat into the fight for whatever reason.
Yeah, they end up holding on to it here, and you're going to have Amplified. They don't have any support ultimates hit, Mitch, but you're like 1 fight away from taking this map, which will be huge for them. And even if Timeless comes in with that sound barrier per se, you can use the Terror Surge plus the Molten Core combo, right? Kind of just rip all those shields off right away.
That's really disruptive for Amplify. Gap is very low. Timeless not in a position to take advantage of it, or are they? Chopper keeps that damage coming on the Orisa, and there's no chance for Amplify to keep Gap in the fight. At this point, I think you just let this one go to the Keeper and say, all right, we'll just have to take the point back later.
Yeah, I mean, Gap just takes so much damage, it's unhealable. It's like absolutely deleted. I mean, that's Chopper's overclock that goes on during that, right? So it's a lot of Sojourn burst damage going down. Can't really account for that potentially, so you end up just kind of losing the tank straight away. But Gap always kind of playing with his life on a knife's edge. So we'll see how they go about retaking it here.
Phone, she's caught in the corner here. Riker comes in with the javelin spin, and yes, it blends, folks. Phone out of the fight already. Amplify supposedly looking to come back in to that Terror Surge combo. Won't really have the other part of it. I'm going to have that Molten Core to combine with it. Luke also, crucially, held that beat. Didn't have to use it in the previous fight, so it's got to be used in the next one. Otherwise, you get lapped by Ewan and you can't really exercise your ult advantage.
Timeless does a good job in that last fight, right? Riker connects with one of these spears, and then they just follow it up just like that again. It's Chopper taking out Ewan.
Oh, so sick. Yeah, Chopper now getting a lot of setup. Those javelins connecting make it very easy. Even if you're not like a fully charged rail at that point, you know it's like basically a free headshot if your aim is good enough, and at this level, it always is. So now Amplify have let this round get away from them a little bit. Timeless have built up both of their support ultimates. And this fight, very, very important. They just need to avoid getting players picked off on their way in, and these javelins are a problem.
This fight is really dangerous for Amplify. It'll be Winter here on the high ground. We'll see if she can make work with this overclock, because they're actually going to use the Kitsune Rush. Oh, that's a huge pickoff. And that's Lucamino with his beat as well.
Yeah, Lucamino is holding his beat for Overwatch 4 at this point. Winter here, not able to get into the fight right now, but this orbital ray looks pretty darn sad with no supports to follow up on it. And that should be it for Amplify. Get on in here. Timeless obviously can take a refight with that sound barrier. Luke just desperately looking to part with it. And here it is. Used at the start of this engagement now. Rocket though can't get in and they couldn't touch.
Yeah, really well played by Amplify.
Like it'd be like that. Okay, there we go.
It's like we're just being merged here. We're gonna have like 4 of us here at one point. But no, that is a really impressive first map from Amplify. And I was a bit worried because you were just kind of getting picked off and not really getting any fights, and like Timeless is getting up to like 70% or so in terms of percentage, where you were going to leave yourself in a situation where it's just one fight for Amplify to be able to take the map, but Winter gets that high ground spot, and she comes up clutch with that shot on Lucamino.
It's sick, and she's set up at pretty long range there. She is looking to make a solo play. This is sick. Nicely done. I'm a big fan of this Amplify. Of course, they, over the course of this OWCS stage, have been able to win themselves a few maps here and there, right? But still looking at that crucial series win. Right now, though, on a pound-for-pound basis, they're looking like they can handle Timeless.
This is why I don't know if you remember, but when we did the Amplify versus SSG game, this is why I was like, we see how good Winter is on the Sojourn, and she didn't play it at all during that series, right, against Seeker, and I'm like, you can play this at the highest level. Like, we've seen the performances like that sick before. Plays it here against Chopper, who's tremendous, right, and goes easily toe to toe with him.
Yeah, I mean, and that didn't they win a Flashpoint Suravasa, right, against SSG? That was a 3-1 series. So, I mean, this team's got a ton of potential. I'm very curious.
This team's been close. Like, it's not like, we've seen some teams in the past that are, they're not close. This team is close to getting one of these games, right? You just kind of need obviously you get a map to go your way, right? Maybe kind of, and a lot of their maps kind of go down to the wire, right? And they end up just kind of losing situational fights. You just need maybe a few things to go their way, and they'll get in the win column.
Yeah, this team has won a map in 3 out of 4 of their games so far in OWCS. So, they're obviously looking to, maybe win more than just one map, but this is a great start. Now, though, it's up to Timeless to go, right, have we seen enough of this Amplified team to start to poke at some of their weaknesses? Is there a map where we can set up a dive scenario where maybe Reich is very powerful? Can we, get Phone off the Torb? But if you ban Torb,
I was going to say,
she's going to play Sombra, right?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Torb ban. It does not seem like it is a fan favorite on the side of Timeless. We didn't really see Rocket play it at all, and he loves to play Tracer, Genji, those type of heroes, right? So I think a Torb ban makes a ton of sense.
Okay. Yeah, even then, I don't think it really is going to hamper this Amplify team too much. The Sombra gameplay has been pretty sick. Sombra Sojourn for them, excellent. So these are the maps, of course, that we have to select from. Flashpoint, we're often seeing coming up second. Suravasa is preferable. Some teams, though, with specific approaches to the game, are taking Numbani in that second map spot, or even Eichenwalde to some degree, and tried to force us over there. So I'm curious to see if that's the case. This team also likes to, Amplify, that is. I think they like to play Havana, no?
You've seen them play Havana a bunch, yeah.
Right. They at least on the last phase of the map, they played that Orisa style that looked really good. I want to say that was against Avidity that they managed to win the Havana map. So yeah, Dorado. Okay. So that tells me all I need to know about what Timeless thinks Amplify's weakness is. We know what the sort of the go-to comp is on this particular map. I don't know if Torb is as effective as against Winston when trying to fight him from outside of that Winston bubble, right? We can still use that window to be quite effective and still get those dive kills. But how do you pair bans with this now? Or if you're, let's say, if you're Amplify, do you ban Winston and try and force it to a Hazard?
Diva, Diva Hazard, potentially. I was thinking if you are Timeless, potentially, okay, so Crazy Cat will come in for solos. And I think we've seen them do this sub a few times for the Brig play, potentially, when you don't need the Lucio in the mix. I think for Timeless, even you could ban Sojourn and force Ashe long range type of stuff. You could force Widowmaker.
Widow. Yeah.
We've seen Winter actually go and play they play Torb and Tracer and different things like that, right? When the Sojourn's not in. So potentially you could force something like that. See Chopper play an Ashe, or even opens up a little bit more dive for Timeless. So that's definitely an option.
I don't know if, Riker plays a ton of Wrecking Ball as well. I don't know if people are going to follow Infected's lead and play that on this map, but I don't know if we've ever really had concerns about Riker's flexibility as a tank player, though. I feel like they kind of can sort of go wherever they need to.
You also, if you're going to play the Wrecking Ball, play a little bit into Amplify's wheelhouse, right? Phone, she wants to play the Sombra, right? Being a real easy hack target for Sombra is Wrecking Ball, so maybe a weird matchup.
I think more and more teams are going to play ball on this map now. I think after what we've seen. So, if I'm Timeless, because I don't know if Winston is really where you want to be right now, even if it can be strong conditionally in some cases. Ball has the same ability defensively on this map to cycle those dives, but we saw in the previous game that the Echo pick against the Ball made it really hard for them to be safe. diving on in. So
we do have the bans. So the first ban actually was obviously Timeless, and they get rid of Tor. Yeah, so I mean that's but like after we saw map number 1, right? Rocket wanted to play Echo, Genji. We've seen him obviously play a ton of Tracer in the past, right? Doesn't exactly want to play the Torb. And then Amplify, they banned the Wrecking Ball. I actually really like that ban. Like we've seen them gonna get tore through by the Wrecking Ball, like not able to kind of really deal with the aggression and just kind of the weird gameplay mechanics that he brings in. So maybe you get it a little bit more
Winston
even
now?
footing, right? I mean, well, what do you mean? You would just play Winston, right? If you're Timeless, but
that's what I mean.
You feel better about dealing with Winston than you do Wrecking Ball. I mean, nobody really knows how to deal with the ball.
Of course, between January 24th, February 23, so still 9 days for this, you can obviously earn yourself some fantastic in-game cosmetics for watching on YouTube or Twitch. Just make sure you connect your account and let the drops flow on in.
I got all these. I evidently I'd left to reinforce the stream on for just way too long. I ended up getting them though. And then I also you know, the drive is going on right now, so the drive's going on.
Drive,
make sure you get, make sure you get your rank games.
Those name tags.
Pick your teammates wisely. Anyway, so make sure you get those dubs.
That's crazy. I played with you and Johnny for like the first time in got to be almost a year, and you guys quit after 2 games. I was like, man, what's up with that?
Pick your teammates wisely.
That's crazy. Honestly, it's crazy to say that.
I mean, I'm just,
in the big 2025.
I didn't say it was your fault. I didn't say it was Johnny's fault. I was just saying, you know.
Matt, you think plausible deniability is a defense, but I've been doing this with you far too long now, brother. I don't know what to say to you.
Long. I mean,
can you? Right. So we have a diva here from Timeless.
Yeah.
We have seen this on this map before, right? As someone who can. You're less. I really do think that you're less aggressive, and so much of your game plan revolves around like being the counter dive or the disruptor to the enemy Winston or whatever it may be. Also, has it not a viable option now on this map with even obviously maybe it's easy for Winston to traverse now with Torb banned?
I mean, Torb is one of the heroes that deals with Hazard the best, right? So you would think the Hazard is definitely an option. So Winter looks to be coming out maybe on the Widow here. Just a TP across, bubble down. See if you can get a shot here. I wonder, so Amplify looks like they're going to play Ana Lucio. So a lot of teams actually kind of combo the Ana with a Brig, right? The speed, you know, just kind of the boop as like the just kind of peel and disengage. Obviously you can use, but it seems like Brig a little bit more impactful, especially knowing that they're going to want to run like Tracer on the other side.
I don't hate the Ana pick though against a less like aggressive dive tank in Diva. Someone who's a little bit more
balanced. No, the Ana pick is great. Yeah, I'm just saying the Lucio. I think you kind of combo, you know, the Ana with like a Brig, right? It's a little bit safer.
Yeah, okay. Curious to see what Ewan's function is in the shell of this composition. Bio there over for Riker. And you can see just like there's no... Timeless don't have the ability... Diva's a little bit more short range in the dive. Like she cannot cross the gap to the Widow right now. So we're going to see Timeless give a lot of space. But the question is like, at what point are they going aggressive? And what is their... Like, who are they focusing here?
Oh, a 2-player bio actually that connects with Chopper and Lucamino is they're in a lot of trouble here. They can keep gap alive. I mean, I think though the job is done, right? You connect with 2.
Yeah, I think you're happy with this, right? Training that kill back is pretty good, and you have a chance to fall back. I don't think Amplifier can now exacerbate this further, and the cart, okay, is now moving. So does it though get that far up this slope here from the choke? Eventually, Riker is going to want to contest it, and this is a fight that occurs at a more dangerous range, a proximity for the Widow.
Yeah, Phone actually could have connected with kill onto Riker there, would have been massive. I think you actually get it going in. That's going to be the Nano here onto Riker, making a play for the Widow as nice peel comes in.
Honestly, the timing of that defense matrix is really good as well. Crazy Cat goes for the sleep. Riker's able to preempt it and, yeah, doesn't have that ability baited out. So nicely done. In windows, in these spots, Diva can be the aggressor. I think the Nano, though, goes a long way towards facilitating for that. And nice bio there.
But you see in that instance, right, like Ewan gets a nice boop at the start, right, and it saves them for a little bit. But the Lucio can't really stand there and like brawl and defend like the Brig obviously can, right? Brig, you start to swing, do damage, the healing starts to ramp, right? You got the armor packs that you gotta give out. Like it just seems like a way better option if you're gonna be playing in a little bit more of a defensive mode.
The idea might be actually to have a support with more mobility. They can get up and join Widow in her perches and peel for her, as opposed to Brig who can only throw a heal pack up to her and then continue to fight on the high ground. So maybe something to divert the D.Va or whoever might dive on the Widow, but it seems a little marginal. Oh, God. Good tracking there from Rocket. Incredible tracking.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he doesn't want to play the Torb. He's like, keep me on Tracer, keep me on Genji, right? It's Phone and Winter. I know Phone's been playing the Tracer, but Winter, she will end up picking up the Genji here. Is now, okay, so you're not playing this Widow. You can get aggressive behind the sound barrier, see how this kind of plays out, but I think you're putting a lot of eggs in the Widow basket if you're like trying to pick a Lucio to defend the Widow. I think that's kind of crazy. I think you gotta play the Brig.
All right. Crazy Cat holding on the Nano here. Over to Gap. How do they stop this? Okay. Well, they don't have to stop the Winston because apparently inanimate objects have done that for them for now. Well, we have now forced Timeless to regroup on the low ground with that Nano. So, reasonable minds may differ on whether or not that was a worthwhile exchange of resources. Gap just gets blown to smithereens. The Boring Company goes to work on him. And there is Chopper. Nicely done. Those rails are connecting. Winter just caught out in Phone. She went for a pulse bomb. They got eat up. God, everything went right there for Timeless. That is a backbreaker, man. Holy!
You save up so long for that sound barrier and it just gets chunked through by the Nano and the overclock as it'll be Gap going over the D.Va. You're going to get a touch here for Amplify.
Rocket with a pulse though, waiting for an opportunity to divest himself of this one. No connect. Bionade forced the recall though. Phone, she has to do the same. Out of the fight for a time. A little bit more dangerous now for Amplify's Tracer as Gap is just constantly having this damage come at them. And eventually Winter is taken down by Chopper. Here's the D-Mech. And the D-Life for Gap. Timeless here. Should be able to hold things off after a difficult first map for them. This D.Va comp? Man,
yeah,
it looks amazing just to answer Amplify's Winston dive.
I don't really love the comp from Amplify on offense. I think you need the Brig. I think playing the Widow, right? Especially with the D.Va on the other side. I think it's a little bit risky, right? And also if you're just trying to put so many resources to play into it, I think it can be quite tough where, I mean, you kind of see what happens when you're not getting these like crazy pickoffs from the Widow and whatnot. You're going to get held pretty close here to the choke.
Yeah, as far as Dorado is concerned, this has been a very, very short map thus far. And Amplify, it's a comp that evidently is aimed at playing to the strengths of some of these individuals here, but the Torb was banned out. It was a Widow instead of a potential Sojourn, and yeah, the Lucio decision. And obviously Amplify have an extra support player here, so there's no question about whether they or not they can put together a support composition that's sufficient. But you know, I think you were saying when you saw the sub, you're like, okay, this is clearly to give them a Brig option. Doesn't turn out to be the case.
It's the Ana, so Ewan stays in, so he plays the Lucio always for this team. But yeah, I feel like you need the Brig option. I mean, at least, right? I mean,
that Nano Winston play as well for Gap. Like, I'm not sure if I get it.
Yeah.
And if that's a mechanical error and they missed the jump, then fair enough, but it costs them the round.
We also didn't see it because the Brig is playing up there, so it could have been a whip shot. We didn't actually get a chance to see from Lucamino's POV.
100%. Well, Bionade already connects on the Gap. That's something that in the past, Winstons haven't had to fear when playing on that high ground, but there's now a lift that gets you up there. Raiko? Definitely causing issues, but not fully committing. This is very neither here nor there play from the D.Va as they just want to try and draw some of these resources out. Nice bio. It's quite under some pressure, but I don't think Gap has actually got the wherewithal to go deep enough to get rid of the Ana. So time does shrug that bio off, and now they get back on the front foot. Cart is on the move once more.
Yes, you see just the nuisance that Riker can be, just kind of contesting that high ground time and time again, getting a crazy cat in Winter's faces as Gap does get hit with a sleep, just trying to cross here to the high ground. Is D.Va can just pump out a lot of damage. I mean, obviously doesn't have the same survivability as like a Winston, but just the dueling power, right? Being able to get to the high ground, do those micro missiles, right? Just force players back.
Oh, so the score is in danger for a moment there, but clearly Gap wants to head elsewhere. All the time is doing such a good job of staying grouped up and not offering any soft underbelly for Amplify to go after.
A Nano already is huge.
Again, surely on the DV here, Riker can actually go aggressive with that. No, okay, chop. Okay, well, I can't believe I ever questioned it, really. Doesn't quite hit the rail there, but enough damage was done to Winter that Rocket could come through with the clean up, and this one is going to be over very, very quickly, folks. Timeless Sony lose about 90 seconds or so across the map, and they are going to get a map win on Dorado.
I mean, Timeless just kind of ran through him here in map number 2. So Amplify, they put up a great performance in map number 1. It is a shot right back there from Timeless in map number 2. I think positive for Amplify, though, the Torb is going to be back in, right? So you know that the Torb was definitely an issue in map number 1. You can pick a map that definitely suits you a little bit better, maybe playing around that Torb, like Torb with a Sojourn or something like that going into the next map. And have a chance to get it to match point, and then you win another map, right? They can't get rid of the Torb again, so you're in another advantageous spot.
It's not even that. It's that because Amplify have won the first map of this series, if it goes to 5, they'll get map pick on that map number 5, which is important because again, that's when the pool opens back up and you have a lot more option to choose a battlefield that suits you well. So. For Amplify fans, wouldn't worry. It does feel like they've got the guaranteed 1 map win in this series. Again, they out of 4 out of 5 series, Amplify have managed to win at least a map. But I mean, on Dorado, they look pretty horrendous. I'll be honest with you. It's really a masterful round. I think Rocket's Tracer and Rorike's Diva really go hog wild on them.
I think they'll go back though, Amplify, and watch some of this game, and it's like, okay, like we should probably just play something that aligns with the comp that we see Timeless doing on the other side of things, right? They can most certainly play Tracer, Sojourn, like you can also play like the Winston, doesn't exactly need to be the Diva, right? You can kind of mirror this type of composition. Probably works out way better.
Yeah, you might be right. Obviously, definitely some things to consider, I think, going forward here for Amplify. And it begs the question. I feel like that map pool now, of course, we have, four different pools for them to choose from. We've obviously had a escort map now selected. So, that obviously does still leave the hybrid flashpoint pool open.
Some of our KDs just look insane this year, where we got like the 17.5, like.
Hoy. 4 deaths across the whole map.
It's not a lot.
The whole map?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I mean, considering escort, right? And the round obviously extremely long, so only 4 deaths, extremely impressive there. You kind of see why they get caught up right at the choke. I'm curious what Amplify decides to do, right? Saravasa, we see a lot of teams go to. Like, do you decide to go to Saravasa? Like, it feels like, at least for me, like I almost wouldn't, because you probably have a good feeling that you're going to see it come out from Timeless, let's say, if you end up winning the next map, right? But how do you feel about like Esperanza? I mean, that's kind of Coliseo. I mean, you're kind of taking your chances, I think. So they actually go Saravasa. So they decided to just play it right now.
Yeah.
Take their chance.
I think a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and getting to 2 maps here is crucial. They got a map here which like really is just about those brawl.
They've also won this before as well, right?
Yes.
We've seen them win this before, so this is something they feel pretty comfortable on.
Like I said, it gives them the chance. Like a win here means that when the map 5, if that map 5 comes around, mind you, they can look at a refreshed map pool and try and go to one of their best arenas. So I think it's fine. You get those map wins when you can. This would be Amplify looking for their first series in which they've won more than a singular map. And they look great on the Malka comp. I think they can handle Narika on the Orisa pretty comfortably. There are obviously a number of different options on this map, but like those are the 2 comps we
I like
a
this.
lot of.
I was gonna say, if you're Amplify, I would have banned the Genji or the Tracer if I was Amplify. So they decided to ban that one. The Tracer here in this is gonna make the Torb even stronger, right?
God,
and the Maga ban on the other side of things. So Gap played a lot of Maga in map number 1. You probably are looking at what, like Ramatra or Risa.
These are great bans
for Amplify, right?
I didn't think Ramatra fancies that frontline fight into Orisa generally, but limiting Rocket's hero pool now, knowing that he'd have to potentially play Genji into Torb, which is awful, absolute torture, means that we can get very interesting comps here.
Timeless could also end up trying to play like a ball here potentially, right? So a lot of things open up with these bans.
That's a great point. Again, when infected in our league, we will see Wrecking Ball on every map probably by the time we're done. We've seen it get value, be viable on this map, providing players can make use of it. I was really interested to hear Lethal's thoughts on it. That the assertion was that Wrecking Ball is designed as a crutch for teams that have pretty poor front and backline coordination, which is definitely curious. But Timeless more than happy to abuse it when possible. Look at our backlines here. I want to see what they look like when we come out, but you kind of hinted at them, Matt. We get a ball into a Ramatra situation. Winter and Phone, they're on great heroes for themselves, though.
And Crazy Cat stays in the game, right? So Crazy Cat will stay in the game for Amplify. As Timeless, they'll go Kiri Ana here in terms of the backline. So see how they kind of play around this Ramatra setup. How we saw Lethal play, right? Hacking and constantly with that ball. Look to see Phone do the same type of thing.
Yeah, Riker hacked, but he's obviously able to get away. It just means that the opportunities to be diving in might be fewer and further between while they're trying to shrug off the damage and the hacks themselves. Gap, though, has got to respect the Echo. It's got to be pretty hard outside of, good use of the Vortex to interact with an Echo for Ramatra, rather. Winter surely has that kill. She's baited in. Oh, Ludmino gets away with everything, and Timeless find crucial picks to start this fight on the right foot.
Yeah, players from Timeless able to play so far away at range. Chopper, Lucamino, Squid able to play at a pretty far range, and Chopper kicked things off with a railgun shot, right? And right after that, the pile driver from Riker comes down onto the point, and even though it's a little bit of percentage gained by Amplify, it's going to be Timeless taking the lead.
Riker again hacked, but it's pretty inconsequential. They're still going to have a window here to start the fight off, and the ball buys a lot of space for this Sojourn. We're pretty familiar with how powerful that combo is. Pile driver into railgun tends to account for most 250 or less HP heroes in the game. Here we go again. We're going to have a duplicate online as well. Ramatra copied with an Annihilation could be devastating for Amplify, who do have a bit of a brawly front line. The rocket falls. Phone is able to take them out of the fight here, and Riker probably has no business being here any longer either.
Yeah, the Echo could be an easy target, right? If you get a hack onto the Echo, kind of falls down from the sky. Is trying to use his Vortex. A nice connection there on a Chopper. They actually use a Nano on him to keep him up.
I think they realized they overstayed here, Matt, but the Nano might not save Chopper at this rate. Good slide to get back to the rest of the team, but I'm scared for Squid as well.
Oh, they flipped the point.
That is so cheeky. They draw Amplify back off it. What a great choice to make in that moment.
And that's their beat as well. I mean, that's brutal.
I mean, yeah, I'm frazzled. They're completely discombobulated at the moment. Phone needs a big EMP. There it is. And a follow-up on Riker has to be there, but Gap's already gone down. Riker eventually falls. Rocket out of the game, but Chopper's definitely making up for the lack of personnel on the side of Timeless. What a comprehensive point win here for Timeless. The rotations were perfect, and I thought even they overextended Chopper, man. They turned that into an advantage.
They wanted that kill onto Chopper so bad. They full commit onto it. They end up using their beat to try and push in. You don't even get the Sojourn. And while that's happening, they get the point back capped on them. I mean, that is a brutal scenario to be in for Amplify, because you end up throwing in all these ultimates towards the end, and you got absolutely nothing to show for it. I mean, now this is going to allow Timeless to be pretty aggressive here, right? You can use this dupe. Do you dupe the Ramatra? You can go for like a Kiri. I mean, a bunch of good options.
Sort of hinting at that previously. Oh, nicely done. And that's the risk sometimes for Sombra. Run afoul of a Kiriko, and a couple of kunais later, you're in the hospital bed. Big bio on Gap. God, they can't make use of this Annihilation right now either. They're going to have to probably give this point up to Timeless to start with.
Yes, Gap, again, just takes a lot of damage at the start of some of these fights, and it's just the other team able to focus down the Ramatra in the front line. As you see, I mean, just so annoying. Gets moved back. It's going to be Winter's Overclock. She's looking. I mean, not a lot of targets here coming out.
Okay, so we have the dupe to Ramatra for Rocket, but it's more being used for just holding the point. It's like subbing in for Riker while they go and pick up some health packs. So no Annihilation really here for Rocket, I would suggest, with only a couple seconds left, but they are going to eat much of the damage from Gaps. Bionade, though, connecting onto the Ramatra, and Annihilation expires, as does Gap's Life Force. It is Timeless going from strength to strength here. They even hold the Nano for a later date.
Pile driver comes in, finishes off Phone there, just knocking them off for Chopper to dial in. So we're gonna see. Okay, so Queen coming in here for Amplify. I like the Torb. You get rid of the Tracer, right? Early on, it's a great way to kind of get the Torb into the mix, and Torb's been extremely impactful for Amplify so far. I know, especially in the first map of the series. We'll see. This swap will get them the point back, as they're in a brutal spot. Crazy Cat drops that Kitsune Rush, gets hit with a shot from the railgun right away.
Okay, Nano here on Chopper, but they're a little bit low. They'd love to have built a overclock by this point, but Timers feel like they have to regroup, and I tend to agree. They get the sound barrier, they get the Kitsune Rush all out of Amplify here. And now when they come back, they've got a little bit at least to work with. Crazy Cat did go down, and I'm a little bit scared for Gap here now. His phone's EMP is turned off. Riker hits it for the top rope. A Sombra pancake, by the way. That is dirty.
Man. And I'd love to see if we get a clip of that because I believe actually Phone is invisible at the time. And Riker's just going up there to the high ground and just lands right on top of her. I mean, just a pancake there. I thought maybe for Timeless, right, you back out and you're going to end up using the minefield or an overclock. And you don't need either, man. I mean, you just hold on to these ultimates moving forward. It has been all Timeless here on Suravasa.
Riker with the mines held over from their previous fight. Just winning with some ridiculous edges. I've got to say, Timeless, sometimes walking a tightrope in some of these engagements, but boy, the individuals have definitely gotten them the extra distance. What's Phone looking for here? Big EMP. Oh, that is going to account for Chopper very quickly, but it's traded out instantly. Riker sees Phone coming a mile off apparently, and Gap needs to get Suzu'd instantly. Unfortunately, the focusing beam just wrecks the Junker Queen, even with that invulnerability frame. And so, when Timeless comes to call, Amplify, I'm going to have to vacate the premises.
And there's no way you're going to be able to keep Gap alive during that, right? Even with like a Suzu from Crazy Cat, where it takes a lot of damage there from the Wrecking Ball, and then the focusing beam up top. You lose Winter here, so you're going to get staggered out even more. And I think this is a brutal choke for Amplify to work through because the minefield here could be really tough to work around. I mean, there's only really two Amiga. There's three entrances to the point, but one is just a really far wraparound. Only two options. You can basically cut off one of the chokes if you need.
Absolutely. And the Queen idea here for Gap. I mean, is it disruptive enough? Luke Amino did get caught there. Winter with a Molten Core. Tough to find use out of that against such a mobile composition, but other things that Tor brings to your team. Gap though down. Tor, I wish Tor brought a res to the team after that one. This is going to get Timeless some extra percentage down. They have no tank to work with in God. If Riker gets away, Timeless are not leaving this point for anything. The ball escapes. Back to safety. Kitsune Rush here mirrored by both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, Riker's going to get a health pack, get right back into the action. So you're going to have Riker back. It's going to be
what by watching
for you, and I mean, you need to. It's last fight.
I mean, I know, but these ultimates coming out hand over fist, and Amplifier just not getting any value out of them whatsoever. Molten Core on the point. Nobody's standing there. It's too mobile a composition. Then they lose Phone to a Bionade. They sound barrier after losing another player. It's a catastrophe. And Timeless emerge from the chaos with yet another map win.
Yeah, the ball just really impactful there for Timeless. The thing with the ball is like the fights are never unwinnable, so to speak, right? The fights just kind of continue if you don't get the ball, like, and get health packs constantly linger around. Excited to see what happens with that perk where I believe the ball can actually get more health from the health packs. That'll make them even more devastating in these types of scenarios. And you see right there, when you're not able to get rid of the ball, right? It's like 40-50%. Riker still lingers, still stays alive. And they're able to kind of keep him alive on the point, right? Kitsune rushes everything thrown in there at the end because absolutely needed to. But don't deal with that Wrecking Ball, you're in a lot of trouble.
All right, so we see this around start, of course, with this Ramatra pick from Gap. And in fairness, they stick to it for quite a while, but it's this Annihilation that gets disengaged from, and then Gap gets shut down. That, for me, just seems like the nail in the coffin for that comp. What do you think about, and there's so few highlights here, we've already skipped to the last flashpoint. What do you think is the rationale behind the Junker Queen switch, and does it really achieve that aim?
We've seen teams play the Queen into the ball a few times now. And, like, you know what? You can get the knife, kind of bring the ball back to you, try and finish the ball off. But I don't know, man. I actually think you're probably better off with, like, the Ramatra, oddly enough, than trying to play, like, the Queen, at least from what we've seen.
You don't interact with so much of the comp. Like, when you switch off the Ramatra, it doesn't do much to Echo anyway. But, Vortex can be effective in a pinch. But when you're playing Queen, you're just sacking the Echo. You're ignoring it, and you're hoping that obviously, like your Sombra can drag her down. You can, hit.
But you're not charging down the supports either, right? Like you're not. Like, what are you gonna do?
Like there's so much mobility in that composition. Like Wrecking Ball is never getting hit by a Rampage. Like what are you gonna do to hold the ball in place? You can knife the ball and gank them back, but I think that on its own is not enough to apply enough CC to the Wrecking Ball to actually put the fear of God in them, to keep them honest a little bit, right? So, I mean, that was a map pick here for Amplify, who have often gone to Suravasa as the answer, but I honestly think the Malgaban absolutely ruined them.
Yeah, the Maga is another one that we see teams go to against the ball, right? And Gap seems to really like playing the Maga. So coming up next, one of the 2 push maps here. Esperanza seems to be like the always kind of go-to, right? We'll see if that's where they decide to take us.
Yeah, I guess it's the kind of map that obviously does allow you to play some more of those Brawly Stars. I think Malga is going to be entirely valid on that map. I do think that there are a lot of options that are open up for you. I've even seen players trying to push Doomfist to its limits on this particular map. It's one where you do have that oppressive high ground that you have to find a way to control. So sometimes these brawl comps on the front foot don't have a good way of actually getting up there or trying to overcome that sort of disadvantage topographically that attackers tend to face on this map. So you might look to try and bring a comp in that can alleviate that, can get up there, or a comp that's just so durable that begs the defenders to come down and fight them.
I mean, Coliseo would also be like a fascinating pick, just like a big curveball in the mix, right? But you can play some Wrecking Ball on Coliseo. We've seen teams play it, but Esperanza, they lock it in. When you see push, Esperanza is going to be the one in this stage, at least, with just it and Coliseo in the pool. On Esperanza, obviously the newest push map, right? Released, that and Runasampi, where I know the ones that kind of come out after release obviously have some changes that I think just benefit the game mode overall.
So it makes you wonder, okay, what are the good ban targets here? I think with Malga unable to be banned again, I don't think you bother banning a tank if you're timeless. But is there anything else you can look at? Do you try, you're dealing with Torb as well, right? Torb is
what do you back? I think what if you ban if you are amplified? Do you ban do you ban Genji maybe? Rocket's played some Genji and some Tracer. I
think Genji's probably. Is it preferable to Tracer on this map? I want to suggest it is, just purely because of those 2 bridges. But
yeah, Tracer's really good here. But you can't ban Tracer, right? If you are amplified, because we've seen it gone from them already.
I mean, this map differs to Coliseo because Coliseo, the team that's ahead is disadvantaged by the high ground. On Esperanza, the team that is ahead is advantaged by the high ground. They have access to that, and it's hard to sort of come back into. So, it requires a slightly different approach. Do we? Okay, Sombra ban. Okay, I do want if we have this come out. I don't think, though, with Torb available, it's necessarily going to be where Phone wants to be. The Ana ban here might be attempting to dissuade like a dive style of play, but I'm not convinced that Timeless are going to go there. I think it depends. I think this is like a let us play Malga and don't bio us kind of approach.
Right, but I think though that Timeless can play aggressively with like a ball or something with like a Kiri and a Lucio, right? Like you can probably do that. And the Sombra ban, right? I think the Sombra like opens up, like makes it a little bit easier to play the ball. But we have seen Phone that we know when they've had the most success for Amplify, it's actually when she's been on the tour in this series.
Yes. I mean, the last 2 maps, Amplify have had less than a 1 KD. Right. So
not great.
No, I mean they've been blown out on their losing maps. I don't think there's any other way around that. Match point here for Timeless though. And so far, they've been looking pretty good. This takes them to 3-1, a win here, which puts them, right up at top, in the top 3 at the very least. So, Malga comps, Raka on the Diva. Okay, you have my attention now. Gonna have a Kiriko Juno comp.
And just talk a little bit about the standings and what this one potentially means. If Timeless wins this, they actually will end up being in first, SSG in second, Nightmare third, TL4, in terms of kind of like how things work out. With the head-to-head, and then all 4 teams have at least 2 matches played against each other already. So really interesting stuff would come down to the wire here in North America.
The last match of the stage would be Timeless SSG as well, by the way. So
that's insanely.
It's a heater, brother. Okay, so let's discuss this. We have like the Echo Diva look here against Amplify's, Torb, Malga look. I hasten to say it's the more standard approach at the moment. What do you feel about this matchup?
I mean, we've seen on Control this composition that Amplify is running be pretty good. I think the Diva into the mix is quite interesting, right? Allows for a little bit more high ground access. The defense matrix can eat up a lot of the damage that the Malga would just kind of generally put out. So we'll see Chopper take out Phone off the rip. You're just kind of playing this neutral with a lot of poke. With the railguns, right? If Chopper's able to find a pick or even just put enough damage, that allows, Rocket and Riker to go in, use that focusing beam, some of the damage from the Diva trying to finish these targets off.
And again, Timeless aren't really necessarily an all-in team. This comp can really play in the neutral for quite some time. Chopper can farm the Malga pretty easily, and there's not like outside of that cardiac overdrive cooldown, there's actually not a lot of like volume of healing for Amplify's comp. Whereas like you could argue Timeless has a little bit more of that, plus they also have an orbital ray. It doesn't really feel like a huge combo, in this Timeless roster, given that they're a little more mobile and spread out of the map sometimes. But if they need to group up to make use of that orbital ray, they definitely can. There's nothing that stops them from getting healed and damage boosted from that ability. So they're taking a ton of space here from Timeless. A really flexible composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be first checkpoint here for Timeless, and they didn't really use much. I mean, just the Kitsune rush here. I mean, you're set up now with high ground. You're in a great spot if you are Timeless. And also something that the D.Va does, it also is a bit easier to play against the Torb, right? That defense matrix eating up a lot of the, just kind of side damage the Torb would put down. That's why Phone goes over to Genji.
God, I mean, and Timeless's comp does so much with his high ground. You get a perch for Rocket, Chopper has this ridiculous advantage, and Riker has somewhere to return to get healed up and then dive in again. Duping Malga here, potentially Rocket to stay alive. Doesn't have to, in fact, as the shot from Winter does come glancing through. Rocket steps back, gets healed up, and we are good to go. Couldn't say the same for Ewan, though, as he's had a laser extremity reassignment.
Man, even with Amplify, right? Pushing a little bit more, the bot towards mid-map. Timeless ends up winning the fight, and we're going to get a fight basically in the same exact spot that we just ended up having one. Is this time Lucamino is going to be working over towards this rush, so see if he's able to get it here. It would be pretty impactful. It's like, dude, this bot has gained so much space.
Yeah, and for free at that, at least it feels that way. This is such an early overdrive cooldown use, and a sound barrier committed at the same time. So now, Amplify don't have that Malga cooldown to heal under the overshield should there be some damage coming in. Ewan just blown up there by Chopper, and Crazy Cat able to survive that. At least trades back some of those kunais, but yeah, Gat cycles into a second a lot of those cooldowns, but it's just not remotely enough.
And this is what, Mitch? This is basically like 2 fights, right? I mean, we kind of had, obviously, a fight at the start, right? I mean, this is essentially 2 fights. You've gotten like 89 meters on, and what now? I mean, you're on your 3rd tank here. If you're Amplify, it seems like they're just searching for answers. Rocket and your spawn with a dupe Kiri. They're running it down.
Yeah, Amplify have to regroup. I think they've realized that now, but Rocket, fair enough. You're in dupe form, may as well make use of it. And that card has now got up the hill, so the most treacherous part of the map here for Timeless has already been traversed without any opportunity for Amplify to intervene. Blade and Overclock here for Amplify, and hey, if you got him, may as well use him here. Anything to avert the calamity that would be in our full map completion. Rocket, though, looking for their time, their chance to dive into the back line. Who are they hunting? There's Riker here, has a remix should it be required, but they just back away, get healed back up. Winter here hoping to stop the D.Va from remacking, but Riker is definitely going to be able to get back in. Blade here, though, from Phone, is interrupted here by Rocket's sticky bombs. Timeless trying a little bit, but it is Amplify's sheer weight of ultimates that gets them at least a fight win.
They're going to get back towards mid-map, but you're going to have another fight here fast, right? Because the front spawns here for Timeless going to kick in. Phone now going over and playing Tracer. So you're going to need like 4 or 5 fight wins, and now you're fighting uphill, right? Timeless getting this closer spawn, going to have that high ground control right away. So it looks like Amplify wants to back up. They don't want to fight here.
Orbital here. Squid going to drop down, make sure it's right next to the D.Va, but now has to respect the Queen's proximity. It's dangerous out there for that Squid, but they stay high enough but inside the beam to get that healing. Switch there going to be used, forced out of the Kiriko. Crazy Cat and Chopper is waiting for them at the other end, apparently. Still, Amplify got enough to go with such that Timeless are forced to disengage briefly, but Winter, she doesn't get the memo in time, and Riker's mobility allows them to chase it down. We have a D-suited D.Va here. Junker Queen will be handled, though, in time, and Timeless are going to be, no, never any doubt, Matt, never.
And I really love that we're on board with Squid when they drop the orbital ray, right? You can see just kind of holding on to those missiles that the Judo can pop out to the very end, gets the amplified damage off of it, takes out Phone, able to stay alive as well as orbital ray has quickly become one of the most impactful ultimates in the game with Juno's entrance. Are they going to set up, I don't know what they're trying to set up here. Maybe it's just Lucamino just playing for a little cheeky assassination up here on the high ground.
With Everfire playing, though, that's not going to be possible. If they try and dive, we can swift step away after Suzuing ourselves to see if we can maybe just dig a kill out. At this point, Timeless are just seeing what they can get for what they're wagering, which is Not a whole lot. They're still in a pretty safe position. I wouldn't say they're taking any huge risks. Gap caught out in the open and taken quite low. Commanding Shout gets them a little bit of durability, but ooh, I'd be hiding now from Chopper. It's about to be a rain of rail guns, and they travel at the speed of light, folks. Chopper.
Dude, that's the beat as well.
Yep, and yeah, it's not enough to save your queen. It's brutal stuff. You have a duped queen of your own. Ooh, buddy! Ewan caught inside helicopter blades.
Ewan takes one for the team.
Yeah, just like thrown into the fenestrine.
Yeah, prevents the rest of the squad getting chopped up there by the blades of Rocket's duped Junker Queen. As now we get back to the home stretch, and Lucamino's got a Kitsune rush here, so perfect opportunity. Oh, Riker eats the pulse bomb. It seems nothing can go right for Amplify.
That one, pulse bomb could have been a difference maker. At least cut them off the starter's block again. Bots moving back the other way, but Ewan is down, and eventually time is going to come to collect, and the debt is steep, folks. It's been a lot of interest for Amplify as they have been trespassing in Timeless territory for, I don't know, the better part of 7.5 minutes. Here's Riker at the door. The eviction squad has arrived.
As soon as you actually see Winder pop the overclock, they just wrap around the corner and they just push on right through. So Kitsune rush here used by Crazy Cat. It's going to be Gap tries to get the Queen ultimate off, but takes a railgun shot from Chopper as it seems like just a matter of time before Timeless pushes it in. Yeah.
Oh, buddy, that is absolutely brutal. Let us not anymore put too much stock in the first map of a series because Timeless,
man,
had they played this way on that control map, well, we wouldn't have got to Esperanza, I don't think. We wouldn't have got that far in the series. They do get their one Amplifier, but the other 3 maps in this series are about as dominant as you're going to see in OWCS this
Yeah, maybe map 1 a little bit of a wake-up call for Timeless, right? And then they kind of showed up big time the rest of the series.
Yeah, I got so excited after map 1. I was like, ooh, we're cooking, we're doing something, this is nice. We underestimated Amplify, and quite frankly, they are a great team. They really are. Just in this one, Timeless started cruising. There was no stopping them.
I thought they were really bothered by the Torb early on, but that seemed to be about it, right?
I love all the phone respect bans though. I take the Sombra away from her and whatnot. It's just phone, always a threat. Generally, like Winter and phone have been impressing me ever since their first showing here in OWCS this season.
Yeah, I think that this team has a great DPS line, especially. I've got to say, like, some of the Ewan sound barriers, I think, over the course of this series just come out at really unfortunate moments. Like, there's maybe a mild disconnect that's happening here. And on this map, like, I don't hold it against Ewan. It's really hard when your team is getting pummeled into paste, trying to line up sound barriers to save players. Pummeled into paste. Yeah. It's
like
hard
glue.
to line up sound barriers to save people. That's right. The Hons off to the glue factory. That's what Amplify looked like in the last 3 of those maps. It was brutal.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was not great for Amplify after the first game. But I think, I feel like sometimes those beats are in such a rough spot where, like, Gap is extremely low. He's playing Junker Queen and they have, like, high ground. Like, what do you really do for you? And you need to make something happen, right? You need to keep your tank alive. So it's be quite tough.
Yep. It's hard to do that against Echo as well. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how Amplify will stack up in their next match. It's going to be against Team Liquid tomorrow already. But for now, let's celebrate the winners some more. Riker earning themselves the player of the match honors. Riker showed a lot of versatility. I really like what we're seeing from the tank play there.
I mean, this is the tank player that has been at it for quite some time now. Like going even back further than those Wisp days when we first saw Riker in like the Pro-Ams in, what was that, 23?
When he first caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, generally, there's not a whole lot they can't do. And I think that they were definitely put in some tricky spots. D.Va is not the most common tank because, again, she requires players to have a really good understanding of what's happening in their periphery. And Riker is an excellent spatial awareness, I think, to not only play offense at times, especially when there's a nano boost coming his way, but also being able to disrupt enemy dive tanks. I'm really impressed, I think, with what we saw, especially on Dorado.
Yeah, I think so are we all. And that's why Riker got themselves the player of the match. So congratulations to Riker. And now we're getting ready for our post-match interview. I believe Chopper will be joining us for a voice-only interview. So let's bring him in and celebrate the dub. Chopper, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Thanks for having me.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's chat a little bit about this match. Map 1 looked like they had you rattled a little bit. How did you rally the troops and get your heads back into the game heading into map 2?
Honestly, I think map 1, a lot of our guns were just like jammed, you know, like they just weren't working. Few of our ults were bad too, but I don't know, our guns just weren't really shooting back map 1, but we figured it out after map 1 and we just kind of rolled them, I think. So, but you know, Amplify are always good for 1.
Rolling was happening.
That might be the most tax shooter answer I've heard in an Overwatch interview. Nice one. Chopper, you guys obviously, there's like a tour band that comes out pretty early in the series, but then we get to see some some diva play backed up by some fantastic hit scan from you. What do you kind of feel like is your best style right now? Because it definitely feels like you've got some pretty targeted bans going out throughout that series to set up some like favorable maps, even the ones that you don't get to pick.
Yeah, I think especially with the hero bans, our team is really good in the more flexible comps, like on Dorado, especially like those kinds of comps where we can play the Ana, the Brig, even Luke on Kiri. Like I think we play a lot better in those kinds of comps. So we just kind of lean towards that comp for maps 2, 3, and 4. Because in map 1, we kind of try to mirror them, and we were just kind of, you know, our guns were jammed. You know, it just wasn't working. So we swapped it up, and bans were good every map. So I think that's why we did well.
No, Chopper, not sure if you're aware, but you guys move into first with this win here today against Amplify. What are your thoughts about some of the remaining games you got left? I know some tough games against I know some of the other teams up there in that top 4.
Yeah, I think we play Rad tomorrow, which I think will be a decent match. I think I'm most looking forward to playing SSG in, I believe, like a week. And I'm especially interested in that match because I'm pretty sure we're going to be playing with like the new perks and stuff. And I have no idea what that's going to entail, but honestly, I'm just here for the ride. Like, I'm down. Like, just see what happens.
Yeah, we're all very excited to see how the perks will play out on the servers. Chopper, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
All right, thanks for having me again.
Of course, great to hear from Chopper. I love how excited all the players are for perks. All of us talent are like a little cautious, like, ooh, how is that going to play out? But so far, like, the general feedback has just been like, I'm excited. This is going to be wild.
Why are we cautious? Like,
yeah,
because we're supposed to make it make sense. That's why we're cautious.
Yeah,
we're supposed to explain to the audience something that we may not actually understand.
We just you just gotta play a lot. Tuesday, you just gotta get on, just get a little session.
So
just hire a nanny for like,
we're like
24 hours. That's
we're having our invitations.
Johnny said he doesn't want to. Johnny
team.
said he doesn't want to play with anybody. He's even. Yeah, I'm not allowed either.
Yeah, sorry, we'll run it down. Sorry, don't worry about it. These guys.
That's right.
Matt, you
once the kids are in bed.
Yeah, it's definitely a post 7:30 kind of thing. No, so yeah, not during the day.
But only until the 11 p.m. because you gotta get up at 5:30 in the morning because your children don't know time.
That's facts.
That is facts. Speaking of facts, let's take a look at the standings as they are right now. You just mentioned it in the interview there, Matt, as well. With this victory, Timeless is finding themselves on that #1 spot. SSG second, Nightmare third, Team Liquid fourth. But Liquid does have 3 very winnable games ahead of them against Amplify, Avidity, Nightmare. But then also, if you look at SSG's games, they got Rad, Shikigami, and Timeless. And then Nightmare got Shiki, Rad, and Liquid. Dude, like, unlike EMEA, there is absolutely no clear-cut #1 and 2 here. Honestly, this can shift so much in just the next week.
I think this is going to come down to the Timeless SSG game because, you know, if Timeless can win out and Team Liquid wins out, right? They would be tied. But Timeless did 3-0 them, right? Earlier in the season, so. It was that game early on, right? I think it was week 1. It may have been like
it was the first match. Yeah, it was like the first match of the season.
I think that is a huge one there. That Timeless, you have to look at this like, okay, we win out, we can get that #1 seed. I mean, that would be impactful.
I wonder. Obviously, look, Amplify have to run up against Liquid again, which is pretty scary stuff. I do think that now at 0-5 with the Liquid game coming up, they are most likely locked for relegation. I think at least to be in one of those slots. So that's obviously something to sort of for them to bear in mind now. They just fight their way back up through Master if they end up, you know, like falling afoul of the relegation process. But I think bouncing back from that 05 it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, but they're a team that can take maps off of the #1 team, you know. So like very much of what we discussed over in the EMEA region. You have Sakura at the bottom, Vision Esports at the bottom. But I have no doubt that we're going to see them again. I think they're going to win their relegation promotion matches and just run it back again, quite frankly. I'd be hard-pressed to see it any other way. Alas, we'll find out very soon. We don't even know. We're not running the math yet. So someone smarter than us has to run the numbers.
True.
So we really know who's in and who's out. I guess by the end of this week, we should at least know 1 or 2 teams that will find themselves in that unfortunate position there, Matt.
Yeah, we should have a clear, you know, look at the end of the week, like you mentioned. I think at least kind of what's going on there down at the bottom. I think a lot of moving, though, in the top 6.
That's right. We just saw the schedule. We saw the schedule already, right? Was that okay? I was like, what day, what time and day is it?
So,
I don't know. There's a lot of graphics, my guy.
Yeah, I mean, for the NA games, I think the ones to look out for tomorrow that are interesting. I definitely like Timeless Rad, that last game of the day.
Yeah.
Let's see if Rad can actually, like, that's probably their last chance to really live up to the kind of way that we gassed them up coming into this. So very curious to see if they can do that. Amplify TL, it's tough.
We gassed them up because they 3-0'd Shiki, but now Shiki is also the bottom team, so the gassing may have been a bit premature. I don't know, but listen, everything is possible, and then next week we have perks in the mix, so who knows what's gonna happen. But I know what's gonna happen next here. We are done. So Rizzler 1 and 2, thank you so much for letting me third wheel your cast today. It was very cute. We'll see you both again tomorrow. Great. I believe we are raiding CB now. She didn't join our stream, but we will be joining hers. That's right. That's how it goes. We will be back again for more action here in week 3 tomorrow. Same place, same time. So make sure to tune in again. Thank you so much for watching and have a good night.